Better hit record, I guess. But yes, we are on time.
Gatenley!
No! You don't have to be live for the second it hits 2 o'clock. You could be up to...
Absolutely!
You can be up to 59 seconds late as long as you start within the time it is 2 o'clock. If you start at 2:01, you're late. Hello everyone.
Hello there.
Oh man, we got a doozy today.
I've only seen like 30 seconds of this video. I jumped to 2 random time codes to check it out, and both times I heard some shit. So you know,
I watched like
the best part. Yeah, the best part was when Pagan left us a timestamp. I'm not gonna tell the chat what that said timestamp. Pagan's like, check this timestamp, and it is a miracle. It is amazing how often this one thing keeps coming up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're gonna have to put it on the bingo card.
See, well, originally, so this is minor spoilers, but let's see if chat remembers. Originally, it was gonna be the free space.
But yeah, see, without spoiling anything, the reason I didn't want that on the bingo card is because we're not always going to be covering videos related to this company. So, like, you know, if someone gets that space on their bingo card and we're covering, like, a Dune video or, I don't know, some other game that comes out or some movie or whatever, you know, it's just going to be a dead space for them because there's a 0% chance that that particular thing is going to come up in, like, I don't know, a Cyberpunk stream, for example, if we were to do one, or a Witcher stream if we were to do one. Yeah. So, bring Indigo in by force. He's welcome to come on. We'd have to start a new group in Discord, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, if Indigo wants to jump in, he can jump in. He knows that.
Hello, Stag Crew. Cree, got your tabs closed? Opera GX fucking crashed earlier and got rid of all of my tabs.
Yes!
But
Operation Close the Tabs succeeded!
I was able to rescue them!
Yeah, I was about to say, usually it, like, saves all of your tabs if it crashes, so...
Yeah, that was kind of what freaked me out at first, because, it just randomly crashed, a new window opened, and that was it. There's just a bar at the top saying, Opera GX has crashed. And I noticed none of my other windows open up again. I was like, oh no. Oh no, oh fuck, how do I get it back? So I looked it up and I was able to get the session file and the tabs file, made a copy of them, closed Opera, put those files back into the session folder, and I was able to save all of them.
My God, only Cree could be so thirsty for his own tabs that he would actually have to go in, create session files, save them, copy them over.
I didn't have to create them. They were already there. I just copied them so I could save them.
But only you would do something like that. Everyone else would just be like, I'll just reopen.
How do you think I found
the tabs that are important? Yeah.
How do you think I fucking found the information? Because someone else, another normal person on the internet, had lost their tabs and was looking to restore them.
Disagree.
You found like one other crazy person on the internet and was like, oh, my brother, thank you.
This is my people.
You shall not take my tabs from me, goddammit.
And here you can see the outline of the tab crazy people.
Cree, you have a tab problem, but we are here for you. I do not. It's everyone else who has the goddamn problem.
This is an intervention, Cree.
Yes.
$2 from Boarman. Thank you.
You forgot Scoopmeister.
Scoopmeister. Uh-oh.
Yeah. $2 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much. Oh no, Cree and Seth are arguing again. Oh, no.
Somehow that passed right by me. I'm sorry, Scoopmeister. $2 super chat from Boarman. What recording equipment do you guys use? Curious. I've got a Blue Snowball microphone, but I've been looking to upgrade it. I'll do that at some point.
I have a Neewer condenser microphone, and I use OBS.
I use OBS for these streams. I use Audacity to record audio for my videos.
Oh yeah, I use Audacity for the videos for audio, and then I use Sony Vegas to actually edit and everything.
Yeah. I just use my Corsair Virtuoso headset and the mic that came with it, and that's about it. And then I'll usually just use Sony Vegas if I need to edit anything.
Anyways, should we just go on with this video?
I mean, sure.
Do we want to preface the fact that, like,
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I guess, yeah. This is a relatively small channel. I mean, it's minuscule in comparison to, YouTube numbers. But what, just over 2,000 subs?
Something like that.
This isn't like a super well-known channel. It's also, this video came out very recently after Fallout 4 launched.
Yeah, when did Fallout 4 release? Was that another November 11th launch?
I don't think so.
Either way, it was about a month after the fact. $5 from Calbeck, thank you. Superfluous tabs are superfluous. Superfluous tabs are gifts. STAG. Yes. Thank you. Topher96 for $5. Thank you. Love you, Pagan. You're my hero. Emote with hard eyes. And the other two are cool, I guess. The others are cool too, I guess. Well, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
I guess Pagan is the star of the show. That's why he's in the middle.
Yeah.
He's the true mastermind behind all this.
Well, I know who the next target is.
Beware, Pagan. He plans to eliminate you.
I sit on my throne and you are my armrests.
The lizards are coming. If you hear it, it's too late.
But yeah, this is a very old video. It came out pretty much like a month after the game released, but it's a good example of how the honeymoon phase of almost any game can color your perception overall of something. It's kind of insane.
Yeah. Yep. And as we said before, we still consider videos like this kind of relevant because let's say someone has never played Fallout before and their friend tells them about it, so they think, oh, hey, I'm going to go check out some reviews on this game to see what it looks like. And then you get a video like this that just gets stuff wrong.
There is actually an example that I'm personally experienced with. Okay? So, Seth Zintak is a great YouTuber. He does great content, and it's very comedic and everything like that. He has a video on Space Station 13. His Space Station 13 video is horribly not good. It's still funny. It has this great humor and everything like that. But because he recreates all the stories, it's so artificial, and it gives people the wrong impression on how the game actually works. Whereas, by comparison, if you go to Mandalore Gaming's video on Space Station 13, that is more accurate because he's actually showing the proper game running and playing and people doing things. So, because Seth Zintak's video was all recreations from his own stories, and he was just using NPCs he would spawn in, and then he would force grab them and drag them around and everything like that. It was just so derpy, and it gave people the wrong impression that, oh, you should just grief everybody in this game, which no, that's why the Seth Tide was so fucking obnoxious. Now, 99% of the Seth Tide fell away when they realized the game wasn't that at all. But at least some of the people were like, oh, hey, this is actually a lot better than I thought based off of his video. So, again, that's just a real-world example. That's why we'll cover videos like this, because somebody can go into a video and think this is exactly what this game will be like. This is exactly what they should expect, when that person got things wrong or has their own nostalgia bias for it or their own like weird slant on it, or they're not giving the full information, everything like that. So that's more of a real world and recent example that anybody that's played Space Station 13 for any amount of time knows about the Seth Tide, and they know that video is fucking awful. And yes, Seth is a known shitposter, absolutely.
I still think his Morrowind video is one of the fucking best Morrowind videos on the internet.
Yeah, he does. He does great videos, but again, like his whole thing is he's supposed to shitpost. Like it's just the unfortunate part is that it gave people the wrong impressions of things. Especially Space Age 13. It is definitely an autism simulator. I will 100% agree with that. That's what makes it so great. But it gave people the wrong impression of like, and so then we communicated on Discord and teamed up and made robots and murdered half the crew and stuff like that, even though we weren't antagonists or anything. It's like, oh, so they just allow that on every server. My God, the Septide was awful. There's a reason so many servers went panic bunker mode because they were dealing with the fucking shitters coming in.
Didn't Seth open his video up too by saying stuff like, "Don't join these servers. The owners have threatened to break my legs if you do"?
Yes, they said they're going to hire a Bitcoin assassin, and he's going to run over my legs with his mobility scooter. And it is, like I said, it's a great video in the comedy sense, but it is not a good video in giving people an impression on how Space Age 13 is actually played. But he does fantastic videos. He has great content. It's just you always need to go in with the knowledge beforehand that he's a shitposter. It's why, like, his video about that wushu game he did recently, where it's all about kung fu and mysticism and everything like that, and he's like, and then my guy shit himself to death because I was feeding him his own poop and I didn't realize. Yeah, he does stuff like that. They're great things, but yeah, you have to be very careful. Because, again, a lot of his stuff, like his Dwarf Fortress one, is shitpost. It is amazingly shitposty, but it also is very accurate to how Dwarf Fortress actually plays out. So it's just, Space Age 13 is definitely that weird one where, no, that's not how Space Age 13 works, guys. Just, no. Watch Mandalore Gaming's video on Space Age 13. It's way better if you want to know how the game actually works. If you want a very entertaining video, though, Seth Syntax video is great.
Creetosis. Seth said, "But between you and me, I hate having cum delivered to my mailbox."
That was one of the many things. Because remember, he said... That's where the joke that Remy Down Under also went with. And he's like, here's my P.O. box, you fuckers, if you want to send me all the cum you want.
Oh, God. That's kind of horrifying. Anyways, should we get on with the video?
There's the other joke. Walter B. Gaiman got the other joke. Mandalore Gaming, you just mean Seth on his meds, right? Yeah, basically. I would disagree that the best introduction to SS13 is Livra's channel. Livra is great once you know the basics of how the game works and operates. You would be lost on a lot of things of why he's doing certain things, or why is the mime just standing there in the thing, or he just opened up a thing and then he put where'd the grenade go, and why does character move, and then all of a sudden a guy explodes because Livra took a hand grenade, primed it, stuck it in an invisible box that an invisible box that mimes can get, and he threw the invisible box at somebody's feet. So now there's an invisible grenade that's ticking down right next to somebody's feet, and then it blows them up. And nobody knows what's going on. They have no idea it's the mime because it doesn't say anything like the mime threw the invisible box because it's an invisible box. You just notice that the mime's character model shifted for a second. Yeah, I've seen his Menace to Society video. Yep.
Hello, guys. Been a long time since I've watched a live STAG. Welcome back, Dominic. Hope you're doing well.
Dude, when Seth and Mandy get together, it is fucking hilarious.
Anyways...
But a lot of people do the joke of, we've never seen them in the same room at the same time, so clearly, Seth is when Mandalore forgets to take his medication.
Anyways, apparently Fallout 4 is freaking amazing. What do you guys think?
No, I mean... I already disagree that Fallout 4 is freaking amazing. I'd say Fallout 4 is below average if we're being very charitable to.
Yeah. Even below average is way higher than I'd rate it personally.
Yep, that's how we always is. Sacred G, that's what we do. There's a reason the show is called Some Tangents Are Guaranteed.
Oh yeah, we go off the rails quite a bit. I don't think we've really ever had super long starts to stream yet before we get to the video. I know we have
Yeah.
gone on as long as a half hour before we even got to the video, but you know, that's just kind of the way it is.
Yeah, but it's good to have some decently sized intro sometimes, because sometimes you want people to be able to join and not miss anything.
Yeah, that too. Someone actually
Well,
commented the other day.
Especially if you have a guest that wants to jump on as well. So.
Yeah. Someone actually commented the other day asking if we could watch the videos in advance so we know what we're responding to, and to try and keep the streams shorter, because not everyone is going to have the time to watch a 6 or 8 or 10 hour stream. But I said, nah, we can't.
Nah.
We can't do that because it changes the flow of everything, and there's just no reason to change the format. I'm pretty sure all three of us enjoy the way we do our streams as it is now, where we're covering a video, but we find different topics interesting, so we could go off on a tangent for a fucking hour on them if we want.
Yep.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be fun otherwise. It'd be boring.
Yeah, because it's kind of like a reaction and a response video at the same time.
Yeah.
So we don't know where they're going with their points. We don't know if they're going to actually back up their points or anything like that. So I enjoy when this stuff happens.
Yeah, it makes it way funner when we get to see what's going on live for the first time, and we're like, fucking what?
Yeah, that too. The immediate reaction of hearing something just fucking crazy stupid and all of us going, wait, what the fuck? Is way better than, oh, and here's that argument we've heard already, which is really dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw somebody posted in a thing real quick. Hold on a second. I got that post, by the way, on my other video. I know. We will get to Outer Worlds eventually. Eventually. There's a lot of stuff we got to do.
I still need to play it, and I have a huge backlog of things I need to play and finish. What I can say right now is, I've got a stream or two left of Ledger Dragoon, and then that's done. So that'll be another game I'll be completing very soon.
$5 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much. Given the behavior you describe and how his name first seems, I'm under the sneaking suspicion that Seth is actually Zinch pulling some shit again. I mean, probably. You can make a pretty convincing argument that Seth Zintak is actually Zinch in a very poor disguise.
I think a lot of smaller channels start out uncritically praising what they love. I even do that sometimes with my vids. Hopefully, Nth has gotten better since. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. You always want the channels to get better. You always want them. It's the same thing with games and everything like that. It's like, you want the game to get better, so you criticize it for the things it does wrong, because your hope is they will get better at it. They'll be like, oh, well, a lot of people didn't like this, so maybe we'll take that out, or we'll fix that. That'll be our next priority to work on, so that'll be nice and tightened up, so people can enjoy that.
Yeah. $2 from the Great Azal. Thank you. Didn't Charlatan make an Outer Worlds bad video? Yes, he did that, and he did the Fallout DLC's tier list, both of which have been recommended to us numerous times. We'll probably cover them eventually. It's just not on the table right now.
Yeah, me and Cree still need to play the Outer Worlds first before we can really cover that video.
Yeah, and I need to go through the Fallout DLCs again to fucking remember what they were like. Because the last time I played Mothership Zeta, for example, was probably the first time I played it, actually.
Yeah, oh my god. After playing it once, I was like, I never want to touch this fucking shit again.
Yeah. $5 from McDingus. Thank you. I've been thinking about starting the Mass Effect series, but don't know if the Legendary Edition is good. Hopefully the originals are playable, if not. That's another series I need to play. I've played it like an hour and a half to 2 hours of Mass Effect 1. I was like, yeah, this is a pretty good game. I like this. Never fucking picked it up again. Sometimes that just happens with me with games. It's like, I play them and enjoy them, and it's like, sure, I want to continue this, but I never feel the urge to play them again. So, kind of have to force myself on that.
I played a little bit of 1, and then I played all of 2.
Yeah, I played the whole series. The only game I haven't touched is Andromeda, for obvious reasons. But yeah, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. As Mandalore Gaming himself put it, when the Legendary Edition came out, look for all the articles saying how Mass Effect 3 was ahead of its time, or the ending wasn't so bad, and everything like that. Totally excising just how dog shit the original ending was until they patched it. They patched it. They patched it. They put out DLC. They patched it. They put out DLC. Like to try to fix just how god awful the ending of Mass Effect 3 was. And it's still now it's kind of like it's not bad, but yeah, it was 1,000 times worse.
$5 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. I wonder if there will be any good arguments in this one. No luck on any of the videos so far, but we can hope. Yeah, hopefully there's some good arguments. That's the thing, is it's hard to defend bad games, and it's hard to criticize good games for some people, because
yeah,
they seem to go too far one way or the other, you know? It's like, if someone's praising a good game, it seems like they try too hard to criticize it, and they end up getting stuff wrong, or vice versa, where it's like, it's the kind of thing you see particularly with The Last Jedi, where it's like people don't want to admit the thing they like is bad, so they have to do this absurd stretching and shit to defend it.
Yeah, and then you have where they do the pendulum swing. It's like, well, I don't want people to say I'm just a fanboy, so I need to make up a bunch of shit that's wrong with this game.
And that's kind of what we saw with the Many a True Nerd videos.
Dude, the fact we had to defend Fallout 3 from Many a True Nerd is fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, that was... we keep having to do that. Every time he talks about Fallout 3, we have to defend it in some way. And I'm just like, why? Why do we have to do this?
Why do we have to defend this 2 out of 10 game from the guy who fillets it like it's the Holy Bible? Like, what the hell? What is wrong with this world?
That will never not be fucking hilarious to me. Someone is trying to say how good something is, and is accidentally showing, like, something to be worse than it is in the shit game, and we have to say, no, this game is garbage, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, but that was actually a good point. Damn it, that was actually a good part. Take that. It's the Dark Souls 2 thing. Dark Souls 2 is a really, really shit game. But my god, do people overinflate how great it is and everything? But then they'll say things that are wrong. It's like, no. The power stance wasn't a bad feature. That was a great feature. Don't lump everything in, damn it.
Yeah. And naturally, we're not saying you can't say good things about bad games or bad things about good games. It's always a mix, you know? As much as I dislike Fallout 3 and 4, as much as it has objective issues, there's still good aspects to these games, and, you know, yes, obviously vice versa. Morrowind isn't a perfect game. New Vegas isn't a perfect game. Fucking nothing is.
Yeah. Man, oh man.
So, are we ready to get started?
Yep. Yeah. I think we are ready.
Gamer Type Originals.
Okay.
My brain. This has nothing to do with Nth or anything like that, but my brain immediately went to Hallmark Originals.
I just think it's a little bit strange for a small YouTube channel like this to have what essentially amounts to... I don't want to be too mean here, but it's almost like the sort of intro you'd see in just one of those generic channels that's like, you know, Watch Mojo, Gamer Ranks, these channels that just produce like generic garbage by people who don't give a shit.
Oh, dude.
Like I think it's safe to say you kind of want better branding and a better intro than something like that, because it just it just looks
anytime
like
I see a video where they have like some sort of like animated, like really poorly, like you know, kind of like the panning word thing or whatever with some music behind it, I'm like, oh no. Oh no, that's a bad sign. There's a reason why the Allier intro is meme to hell.
The Allier?
If you guys haven't seen it, you should check out. All right, so this is gonna go slightly into real life more. Well, I mean, we're talking about people's intros anyways, but so the Edgecombe trial was a complete circus show, and one of the defense lawyers is a self-proclaimed BLM activist, and we all know my stance on BLM. But he's a self-proclaimed activist, and he has an introduction. He has a sizzle reel for his law firm.
What?
For Lamar, yeah, for the Lamar law firm, the B. Ivory Lamar, and oh my god, his editor couldn't even pay for the software, so there are watermarks from their software, and he left in the generic response text.
What? This was
so like, so this is a professional law firm, and it has stuff like we stand for you is supposed to be there, but it has graphics pop up over the bottom because it's one of the generic text things.
Such. Was this played during the trial?
No.
Oh, thank God.
This is not played during the trial. I mean, the trial was a complete shit show. It was a circus. But Nick Rekieta saw it was like, oh my, wait a minute, look. Wow, this law firm only has 250 followers on Instagram, and that was me. I boosted him by 50 followers. He had 200 when I was checking at the start of this trial. He goes, "Oh my God, he has a sizzle reel for his law firm. Let's watch this, chat." And he's the one that saw like the watermarks and this stuff come up. We fight for you, but instead of "for you" at the bottom, it had graphics pop up again. We fight for graphics.
Oh my God.
We stand for activate Windows.
Oh my God.
€2
it was amazing.
€2 from Enclave Emily. Thank you. Professional law firm. Also, the title is a lie. The title is not a lie. Are you talking the video we're covering? The title of our stream is fine.
I mean, it would be weird if he's like, if at the end of it he's like, no, Fallout 4 is actually shit. That'd be like, oh, that's interesting.
All right. Anyways,
about happiness is you only know you had it when it's gone. A reminder of what my life.
Good.
That's not true at all. That sounds like Kellogg from Fallout 4. I've never actually heard that. Actually, I might have heard that line. I just don't remember it. The thing about happiness is you only realize you had it when it's gone. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
There's been plenty of times where I've been happy and realized it. Pretty much all the times I've been happy.
Sacred G, you guys take forever to get to the response. Makes you think you're doing it intentionally to cause confusion so your points are easier to take in, or there is really nothing to respond to in this video. Well, we don't know if there's anything to respond to in this video. It could end up like the one video where the last half hour they had of praising Skyrim was all about, and there's this mod, and this mod, which is completely pointless, so we had to cut out that entire half hour of the video.
Yeah.
We don't know that going in ahead of time.
Yeah.
And again, we just let the flow of conversation happen. That's the entire point of STAG. You just if it's a good conversation, you just let it go.
Yeah, I've always had an issue with, like, people assuming the worst in, like, your intentions and stuff, but this, you guys take forever to get to the response makes me think you're doing it intentionally. No. Like, we just talk. I don't know why anyone would even come to the conclusion that anything about that is intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so weird. Like, we just want to talk. Like, it's fun for us. We like being able to talk to each other and chat and get these discussions out. Like, the video is just a means to do that.
Yep.
Like, we'll take as much time as we feel it needs. Also intentional. It's like, we don't even watch the whole video usually. Like, we'll preview maybe a few minutes of the video, and then we're like, okay, yeah, we should cover this.
Yeah.
And then we'll do the rest live. We don't know.
Yeah. All right.
And
already
what benefit would there even be? Like, let me find this comment again. You guys take forever to get to the response. Makes me think you're doing it intentionally to cause confusion. How would that cause confusion, though? Because once we get to the actual video, we're in the video. And sure, we go off on tangents, but we still make points, like, before the tangent usually, or before we get back to the video.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, you're taking too long. You're trying to cause confusion. But when we start the video, we're going to talk about the video for the most part. That doesn't make any sense. How are we causing confusion by having an intro?
Yeah. And again, if stuff spirals off of it, like that one insane video that was talking about how cool and realistic it was, the fact that you could put a heavier barrel on your rifle in Fallout 4 and that increased the penetration capability. And I was like,
oh my God.
No?
Yeah, oh my God.
I was like, the problem is he's not entirely wrong, but he's not correct for the reason he thinks he is. You do a heavier barrel if you want to do higher powder loads in your cartridges. The cartridge powder load increases the velocity you get from it, so you might need a thicker barrel to withstand the new pressure limits. Because, my God, if you have a gun that is not spec'd for a super high pressure round, and you fire that thing, well, the bolt's only got so many places to go. And your face is one of those new places it's going to try to go.
Yep.
I also want to point out this comment by Indigo. I was on EFAP yesterday. Took an hour before we started the video. Yeah, that happens all the time on EFAP. I actually missed yesterday's EFAP. I'm probably going to listen to it tomorrow at work. Hope you had fun on there, Indigo.
No, that is not talk about. That's not a gun tangent. No, that is not a full gun tangent. No.
That's not a proper gun tangent. He was just giving an example from a previous gun tangent.
Yes, that came from a previous video where a guy had said that the heavy barrel, it's so great that if you do a heavier barrel, you increase penetration. Isn't that amazing? It's like, that makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no, sorry, buddy. That's not how it works.
One more comment before we get back to the video. Creetosis, what is your opinion on the Canada president? Well, we don't have a president. We have a prime minister. And
a dictator.
How do I put this nicely? I've got more respect for your average what garbage dump. For some reason that word I lost that word for a minute. I've got more respect for your average garbage dump than Trudeau.
Yeah. Okay.
The thing about happiness is you only know you had it when it's gone.
And again, just a quick pause. As you pointed out, that makes no fucking sense. You know when you're happy. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You only realize like great things when it's gone. Like, man, I didn't realize how much I missed being able to hit spacebar to do this, or that. Or man, I didn't realize how good that felt to do this and that. It's like that's not happiness.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to be deep with that line, but they just fuck it up. It's that whole, you don't know what you've got till it's gone, because a lot of people do take a lot of their conveniences in normal life for granted, and only once it's gone, it's like, man, I didn't realize just how important that was to me.
As we may have seen very recently with people like, how dare they not stock my shelves and just do their fucking work, stupid truckers. Oh, wow, you took for granted that they would just do your bidding the entire time and deliver everything. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Which province in Canada are you from? One of them.
Yes.
It's one of the ones between British Columbia and Newfoundland.
Doesn't that encompass the entirety of Canada?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I figured. I couldn't remember which one was the far west one, which one was the far east one.
No, British Columbia is on the east and Newfoundland is on the west.
Yeah.
What? Not only that you don't watch the video beforehand, I get it's for flow, but it makes it harder to take your point seriously. It seems half-assed.
How is it half-assed? What the fuck?
What? So because we give our reactions live to something that we haven't heard before, and then we're able to come up with our arguments on the spot, that is half-assed to you? How is that half-assed?
Yeah, what the fuck? All right, whatever.
I can only assume the thought there is there's more effort put into a scripted video, like my response to Many a True Nerd, whereas this, we just sit down and respond with whatever comes to mind in the minute it happens. I still don't think that's half-assed. It's just a different kind of response.
Yeah. Again, if we were actually going to take this and make this into a video, if we were going to take the nth review and go into a video, we would actually have to cut it up. We would show all the different aspects that prove him wrong or prove him right. You know, be like, hey, you did this. If you had shown this, and this, it would have strengthened your point. But again, that's not what the point of STAG is. STAG is we're covering these live for the first time. And some of these will be videos in the future. Some, or I should say parts of some, will be videos in the future. Yeah. That's not the entire point of this. The entire point isn't that we're making a structured, fully researched critique video of somebody's opinion, of somebody's view. And again, a lot of these videos are... what makes them so insufferable is that they speak from a place of fact when they should have been the ones. This is a video. You aren't doing this live in front of an audience. This is where you should have put in the effort. You should have scripted your video. You should have gone through and done the research. It shouldn't be on us as the people coming into it later to do the research for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
$5 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Creetosis is north. That's where he is. Yes, I am north.
Yeah, pretty much.
£5 from Scooty Booty. Thank you. A real hard-hitting question for our knucklehead host. Poutine, yay or nay? All right. I have tried poutine exactly once, and that was last year. And it was all right. A lot of people are like, you know, this is the best thing ever. This is great. Blah, 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 blah. I wasn't too into it. It was fine. Just not something I would order again.
So here's what they said again. Fucking, man, I hate YouTube scrolling chat. Well, in the Bad Company Sarge stream, you guys continuously said he was trying to favor Bethesda fans when he wasn't at all. He was simply going over the issues each side of the community has. That's absolutely was not.
No. That is fucking bullshit.
That is not true at all.
I think he showed one example from the Bethesda side in his comments, and every other comment he showed was, oh, I'm upset at Bethesda for ruining the game series I love. And he didn't... most of his complaints were about the New Vegas Interplay Black Isle side, and not the Bethesda side. Point to me a point in that video where he goes on about, you know, the Bethesda fanboys doing toxic fucking shit to anyone.
Yeah, and his thing of toxic, when it was the most milquetoast things you have ever seen, the most non-toxic things we had ever seen.
Yeah, like one of the comments was
one
of the comments was something to the effect.
Sacred G seems to obviously be a Bad Company Sarge fanboy, unfortunately.
Well,
but yeah, dude, that is complete. Your statement is completely fucking disingenuous. Holy shit, dude. You need to rewatch that video and think about what he is actually doing and how much it's the New Vegas fanboys attacked the Fallout, the Bethesda fanboys, and then the Bethesda fanboys defended themselves. So who's the aggressor in his argumentation every fucking time?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not hard to see that he is obviously, to even someone with a low IQ, favoring the Bethesda fanboys.
Yes, and again, the comments he was showing, one of them was like, I feel like I was married to Bethesda, and then they divorced me and took the kid, Fallout, and is beating it. Like,
yeah.
Sure, it's a little bit hyperbolic, but I wouldn't consider that toxic. Just someone disappointed in what's being done to the franchise and series they love.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that was my main issue, was like, he would take these very, very minute fucking comments that aren't attacking him. They're not attacking Bethesda fans. They're just saying, oh, you know, I really wish they had, you know, continued with the quality that New Vegas had set up. Yeah. Or, you know, like literally anything. And then he's like, look at these awful, toxic fucking New Vegas fucking fanboys attacking the Bethesda fans. How terrible. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? That is not what they are doing at all in those comments. And you are clearly being one-sided in what you are showing. You are showing tons of New Vegas, or just general people who are disappointed in the newer Fallout games.
And Bethesda.
And
you are showing the anti-Bethesda stuff, but you aren't showing any of the other things that you claim exist. But then you also made sure to say it only exists because the anti-Bethesda people are so toxic and evil and awful.
Yes, it was fucking terrible. That video was awful. I fucking hated that video.
Yeah, that was
that is the argumentation of a very dishonest, disingenuous person.
Yes.
20 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Creetosis is a furry.
No! No. I am not.
Oh, God.
$5 super chat from Peace Was Never an Option. Thank you very much. Cree lives in the frozen, uninhabitable part of Canada.
Well, see, that's the thing, is Canada isn't actually a real place. Canada is a myth invented to scare naughty children.
Yeah, it's like Australia. Australia doesn't actually exist. All the people that say they're from Australia and they have that accent, they're putting it on. It's a show. Australia isn't a real place. 50 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you very much. Fallout 4 is the best Fallout because it had... Oh, shit. Fucking... Thanks, YouTube. Thanks, I wanted to read that. Fallout 4 is the best Fallout because it has 16 times more details. You can go to settlements, shoot green orcs and ghouls from Half-Life and stuff. Wow, that's so many fucking things mixed in together. Jesus.
All right, let's continue.
It might have been if things had turned out differently.
But you're actually complaining about random assertions when your dumbass came in here and made an assertive statement before? Okay, you fucking hypocrite.
Well, you called him fake. He was clearly stating if he makes videos, he gets attacked from either side, but the older fans are more prominent.
He never said the older fans are more prominent. He said entirely.
The entire premise of his video is, oh, both sides are bad. Both sides are making these horrible, toxic comments. And he doesn't actually give examples of Bethesda fans doing that. The entire video, pretty much, is, oh, New Vegas fans bad.
Yep. Like, holy shit, dude. Come on.
This seems like someone who might have had the stream on in the background and wasn't paying attention while they're playing a game or something. And they just...
Probably.
Took everything the wrong way. I don't know what else it could be, because this is just insanity at this point.
We actually have proof of that happening with Pagan. When Pagan was... Back in the day, when Pagan watched Miniature Nerds video, he thought it was okay because he had it on the side and wasn't really listening and paying attention. And it happens all the time with people when you just have something on the side screen just for some noise while you're playing something else, and you're not really paying attention to it.
Yep.
It had been, it turned out differently, but there's no going back.
There are no sins in Diamond City. Hear me? Oh. You folks, damn.
Look how shitty that looked. The bullet went into him, and there was a delay between that and the head exploding.
Yeah.
Also, that scene in Diamond City I fucking hate so much because it's just so obviously scripted. Oh god, I hate it.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you could do to resolve the situation either. It always ends the same way.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the when you go to Markarth for the first time, and then the guy kills the lady for the Forsworn and everything like that. It just doesn't...
Pretty much...
It's so hardcore scripted that it loses everything on it. It doesn't feel natural. It doesn't feel like it's a living city. Because do people keep talking about it, or does it change anybody's daily lives? No. Do they even move the fucking body as it's laying there? Both bodies that are laying there in the fucking open? No.
Nope.
They don't even pay attention to it. If you step back away from the scene and then come back, you'll even see NPCs literally walking and kicking the body around as they're moving.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked considering the brother's right there and he could just be like he doesn't do anything. As soon as it's over, he's just like, all right, well that sucks, and walks away. And it's like,
oh,
bruh,
by the way,
fucking dead brother.
By the way, the surviving brother despawns.
Yeah,
that's you can.
So rather than doing anything with him as a character, he just evaporates out of the world.
here's my point. You can stop him, but you wouldn't know that the first time through. But when you first get there and you see it happen, all of a sudden it just happens, and then it's like, oh, it's a big deal, and oh, did you see that? Forsworn, there's nothing about that, and oh, hey, you dropped this note, blah blah, and it's just so artificial and fake all the way through. Because the city doesn't change, they don't get more guards, you don't see them trying to actually investigate anything, they don't move the bodies. Like, even his body, if you kill the guy, they don't even move his body.
Yeah, and that's the issue with these things happening. It's not so much that they're scripted, it's that they're presented in the most artificial fucking way possible. And that is very irritating. Because it's almost like... It's almost like watching a play, I guess, where it's like, oh yeah, now they need to move the cardboard wooden sets around because we're changing scenes. Because you could tell that's artificial, but you know it's still there for the illusion in a play. I've actually seen a couple. I saw a Lord of the Rings one when I was like 8 or 10 or something. It was really good. But point is, it works for something like that. For a video game, it feels really artificial, it feels really fake, and it takes me out of the experience. Dude, he does not need to prove that Bethesda fans can be bad. Just look on Reddit and YouTube comments, for God's sake. You're missing the point, you fucking brainlet! The point of his video is, oh, both sides are bad. And he doesn't provide any proof for that.
He actually does need to prove that. He does need to prove that. He does need to point it out. That is the entire point of his video.
Yeah, because if your video is, hey, both sides of this discussion are bad, but I'm only going to spend the entire runtime talking about one side, then that's no longer a, oh, both sides are bad video. It's, yeah, this one side is really fucking bad video.
So,
how do you not get this?
G. No, here's the best part. Sacred G, do you believe everything everyone tells you just right off the bat? No proof given, no evidence needed? Do you honestly believe that way? Because, oh, he said it was so it must be true. Oh, well, they said it so it must be true.
Which, by the way, his whole argument that New Vegas fans are terrible seems extra pathetic with the examples he gives. Again, they were hardly toxic examples, any of them.
Yeah, and they actually seemed more reasonable and jokey. It made New Vegas fans seem more lighthearted and more depressed that things are going the way they're going. Not toxic.
Which is understandable when you take a long-running RPG series and turn it into Fallout 76.
Yeah. And it's just annoying because it's like, the burden of proof falls on him. He's the one who made the video and made the claim. Back it up with some fucking evidence. Secondly, it's annoying when we know for a fact that, you know, when he's sitting here shitting on New Vegas fans wholesale, that's all the evidence he's trying to provide, which isn't even good evidence. It's just him saying, oh, look at all these toxic New Vegas fans. And it's like, okay, well, why don't you go into our fucking chats every once in a while? Look at our comments in here and look how many toxic fucking Bethesda fans there are. Yeah, there are people bad on both sides, but you certainly aren't fucking showing it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
€5 super chat from Walter B. Gaiman. Thank you very much. Wait, but I play Factorio while I watch STAG.
Yeah, that's fine.
Again, you can do everything on the side screen and everything, but it's one of those things of like, did you actually listen and pay attention to every little detail? Did you see the things that they were showing on screen, or were you focused on your game?
Yeah,
it's another thing of bias that happens. It's totally human.
Yeah, and we're not saying that you have to pay 100% attention to our stream. We're not saying that at all. It's more that if people are going to be commenting on parts of the stream and getting stuff wrong, then that's going to be an issue.
Yes.
Because we have had people call us out for saying things we've never said. But in my original Miniature Nerd response for his Fallout 3 video, some guy came on and commented complaining that I said, oh, if you don't like the length, then get the fuck out of here, which is not something I said in the video. So I fucking called him out for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an insane take, too, to think that we would care about length. We're going to be mad about something being long. Like,
well, no, his take was...
His take was that Creetosis said that if your only thing is, like, the video's too long for you, then fuck off. It's like... Yeah. Which is not something Creetosis ever said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Again, as we have always maintained, the video will be as long as is needed to get across the points that are needed to be made.
Yep.
And again, as part of getting that point, you make a point, then you provide your evidence to back up your claim. That's how it works.
We only care about girth.
Now, I don't know about you. I don't want no pancake, dick. Fuck that.
Ryan for $5. Thank you. What's the stupidest way someone has died in Fallout lore that you know of?
That's easy. The main player character in Fallout 3, when you have somebody who... You have multiple party members that are fucking immune to radiation. They're like, no, you have to commit suicide, bruh.
Here's a funny thing I just thought of. No, it is your destiny to go in there and die. Well, okay, I'm not going to tell anyone the password, and I'm not going to put it in myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, what now, Fox, you fucking cunt?
€2 super chat from Enclave Emily. Such likes BLM because I heard him say BLM. Oh yeah, I love burn, loot, murder. And there you go, chat.
Holy shit! I was not expecting that.
Yeah, so by me giving them their actual true name, you could probably understand my feelings on their entire movement.
Anyways.
If you haven't noticed, the country has gone to heck in a handbasket. The big kaboom it's inevitable, I'm afraid.
I think that's a good jam.
Oh god. Why copyrighted music?
I don't know. Do you want to, if you...
I'll mute. It'll probably only go
Yeah.
for a few seconds before he comes in with his commentary, but still.
Yeah, here we go. Still going.
How many intros do you need?
Still going. There we go. Alright.
Okay.
He just started with 4 mini.
He did his gamer channel intro thing. Then he did a I don't know why I'm forgetting the word. He did a sequence of clips from the game, and now he's doing this. Like, seriously, how many intros do you need?
Yeah.
We're about a minute in, and he still hasn't started.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the third, that was the third little intro vignette, because he had his gamers thing at the start. Then he had a thing as a sizzle reel for Fallout 4, and now he started it again with a great song. Dude, it's fucking amazing. The music choice. Oh.
Yeah. That is one thing I actually really like about Fallout 3 is that they picked that song in particular. Because it's one interplay wanted to use for Fallout 1 and they just couldn't get the rights for it. So that does seem like a nod in that direction. It's just too bad they fucked everything else up for Fallout 3.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't mind the sequence of clips thing and like the quotes and stuff. I don't mind that stuff. It's just it's better when it's in a longer video and you also don't have the the fucking text thing at the beginning of like whatever that shit was.
Or just do like what GameSpot, I don't know if they still do it, but GameSpot and everything used to do, where they had their logo and everything like that, and they had like a little intro vignette, and then they were right into it. Just have that, and then go right into it.
Yeah.
Uncle Emily, fair enough. No one expected such to be that based. Oh, you knew! You knew I was that based. If you have watched us for any length of time,
yeah,
you
no.
knew.
If you've seen the previous stags, you know me and Such's view on that shit.
Yeah, especially in our fucking state, where what they do, fucking nothing, and shot at people and fucking shut down things for literally nothing.
Yep.
Oh god, what a loser.
Fucking attack the people that they said that they were fucking supporting and shit, and then complain when those people stop supporting them. Oh, that shit pissed me off so much.
$2 from Ryan. Huh?
Go ahead.
$2 from Ryan. Thank you. BLM. Nah, I prefer BLTs. Would a
Hey,
BLM
a good BLT is real good, let me tell you.
would a BLM be bacon, lettuce, mayonnaise?
Sure. That could work. And then Senator Abby Strong said such as pronouns are base/red pilled.
$2 for pizza's never an option. Thank you. Wait, you didn't realize such was this based? Broforce installed, boys. I'm gonna game. It's been a long time since I played that game. I've only played it for a bit. That's one I need to play again.
I want to get these two into Unfortunate Spacemen. That's my goal.
Yeah.
You
I'm
have
glad
a
nobody
goal to get us
remembers
into
my
a
little...
different game every month.
No, well, this is a game I had played a fuck ton of. I have it's a social deduction game. I have over 100 hours in it already. So I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll see if Creetosis, I can get Creetosis and Pagan into it.
Alright. We still need to play more Forewarned, by the way. I fucking love that game.
No, don't. Okay. Shush says, based like a turkey on Thanksgiving. No. Don't baste your turkeys. Okay? What you do is you do mayonnaise. Okay? Mayonnaise crust your turkeys. Trust me.
What?
You take your mayonnaise, you get your salt, your pepper, your garlic, a little bit of lemon into the mayonnaise, mix it all together, and then hand massage the mayonnaise all over the turkey. Put it in the oven, put your foil on it and everything like that, and you cook it on super high heat for 30 minutes. So like 450 for 30 minutes, then knock it down to 375 and let that go for like 2 hours. Check it to make sure that it's come up. It's cooked within the legal specs, so you don't get yourself food poisoning. And then bring it out. Let it sit for at least an hour. Oh my god! It is the best, juiciest turkey you will ever have.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It keeps all. You get rid of the entire mayonnaise flavor. The entire mayonnaise flavor goes away. But it keeps all of the other flavors that you've mixed in with it, and it keeps the turkey juicy.
Yeah,
it is
it's really
completely
good.
juicy.
Oh, I love it. It's so good.
At Creetosis, what do you think of Hideo Kojima? I think he's a talented filmmaker.
He was the on-ramp to a classic post-apocalyptic...
Okay, I want to talk about how funny that was.
What?
I think he's a very talented filmmaker. Start the video. Quick. Don't allow everything to go.
No shade to Hideo Kojima. I've never played any of his games. I do want to try out the Metal Gear games. I've heard a lot of things about them. I've heard they're some of the best games ever made. I've heard they're really bad in terms of story.
I will always fall. Yes. I always fall that Hideo Kojima... you mo. Hideo Kojima is a terrible, terrible writer, but the Metal Gear games have really good gameplay. Like, the gameplay really, really carries the Metal Gear games. Not so much Metal Gear Solid 5, though. Holy shit, no, that game was awful. That game was awful all the way around. The story was awful. The gameplay was awful. No, it was just bad.
Kojumbo. Genius Konjumbo, yeah.
Hidongo Komodo.
Yeah, a few years ago on one of Vinesauce's stream, he was playing garbage phone games. And one of them was Deadly Stranding, which came out like several months or a year before Death Stranding. And it was titled, it was said to be made by Genius Kojumbo. It was just like this empty wasteland with giant random creatures. It was so fucking garbage.
As Shade says, Metal Gear Revengeance is a good game. Yeah, but that wasn't Kojima that made it.
I've actually been meaning to play that too.
Nanomachines, son.
Yeah, that game is fun. I play it like once every couple of years.
Playing franchise. Bethesda is a developer that, for the longest time, found its fame exclusively in the dens of PC gamers. Achieving incredible success by bringing their Elder Scrolls games to consoles, Bethesda made Fallout their own, and brought its brand of Cold War post-nuclear terror to millions of new gamers.
And we were all lesser for it.
Yeah.
They did a real shit job at it.
Yeah, like, holy cow. What was awful about Metal Gear Solid 5's gameplay? It was fine when I played it. Nothing excellent. Definitely much better than the story of that game. Haven't played it in a while now, though. Well, the story was super, super dog shit. But no, the gameplay was really bad because once you even remotely realized you could just recruit everybody, the game was over. Like, at first it was, oh, well, I only want to recruit the best of the best. And it's like, well, then that it doesn't actually fucking matter. Because, hey, you don't need to leave a body around or for somebody to find. Just literally just put them on the Fulton device that doesn't actually work like a Fulton device in any reality. Holy shit. The joke with that game was that Hideo Kojima read what the Fulton recovery device was, but he only read the first sentence and was like, brilliant, put it in the game, and then didn't bother to look up how it actually works.
Yeah. Yeah, the fact that he thinks that a balloon just lifts things up into the air. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if you want to see how the recovery device actually works, you can, weirdly enough, The Dark Knight has it correctly working. Yeah. The plane actually has a hook catch on the front end of the plane. It shoots out a balloon that has a long, very, very long line because you don't want your plane to get near the ground. Like, are you crazy? And it has lights that go up to it so the plane can see it. And the plane actually aims its nose at it and hooks it like it's hooking a fish. So, and just drags you away.
That's another game I played about 2 hours of and never touched again. I remember attaching random people to the Fulton device, and they just fucking launched up into the sky like, holy shit, every bone in your body is broken. At the speed you just...
It's also funny because it does the Wile E. Coyote, like you put it on, they lift up the ground gently, and it's like, and then they start lowering, and then it goes whoosh.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what always got me. That's why we laugh so much. It's just like this gentle rise and then settle, and then woof.
Woof, he's gone.
$2 for peace was never an option. Thank you. You mean the kidnapping balloon? Yes.
Yes, the kidnapping balloon. 100%. It's the kidnapping balloon.
Even if it's a bit bullshit the way it works, it's hilarious that it works that way, and I would genuinely like to see that in a more comedic war game. Like, imagine something like that in Bulletstorm or something, you know?
Or in Bad Company before, EA the fuck out of it. That'd be fun. It'd be funny in Battlefield Bad Company. That'd just be great.
20 Danish krona from Gangwin47. Thank you. Buff Cree. Nanotaps, son. Yes. Yes.
$2 from Ryan. Thank you very much. Alec Baldwin got her with the big iron on his hip. Oh, yeah, dude.
I know...
A ghost pulled the trigger. It just went off on its own. It's like, that's not how that, especially not that gun in particular, works.
Yeah.
I know Pagan has heard this song already. I don't know if anyone else has. Someone made a parody of Big Iron called, There's a Live Round in That Prop. They completely rewrote the song to be about Baldwin shooting that director.
There's a live round in that prop. Live round in that prop.
Unironically, though, Big Iron on His Hip is a fucking amazing song. I love it. It is really good.
Is.
Yeah, it is good.
We even got to use it during a certain incident that happened in the Discord. So, it was great.
I forgot about that.
But I got a nuclear Holocaust terror train as a kid when my dad introduced me to flicks like Red Dawn, The Day After, and War Games, which placed a bunch of young, white Midwesterners like me on the precipice of a global meltdown.
What does it matter if they're white?
It doesn't matter, like, what their skin color was and where they were from, okay? It was just the entire premise of the American populace rising up against the aggressive, evil communists.
I don't get this obsession with
weird.
people just adding in skin color randomly where it doesn't matter. Like, imagine if in my miniature nerd response I was just like, oh yeah, and as a white gamer responding to this terrible video, like that's so dumb and awkward and just pointless. It has nothing to do with the substance of the content.
it's also just really odd here because it's like, well, so are you saying black people couldn't experience this too? Are you saying I couldn't have experienced this?
Yeah. Deus Volt Infidel points out some evil communists. Is there any other kind? Okay, no, you're right. He specified race. I shouldn't have specified evil because they're one and the same.
That's a U.S. thing. People are obsessed with race here. Yeah, I know that, Bratty Wastelander. It's kind of hard to avoid with media nowadays, but just even in this video, this was made in 2015, and things weren't as bad back then as it is now. It's just really
that was kind of the start of the fall, though. Like, God, remember
sort of.
In 2001 we didn't have these problems. We had a different problem, but in 2005 we didn't have these problems. In 2010 we didn't have these problems.
Well, hold on. I remember seeing the beginnings of it back in like 2011 because there were places on the internet where it was starting to grow. Like, I remember people getting pissy about different race things or ableism.
Oh yeah, that's where the cultural appropriation movement started. And it was like, oh my God, you people are stupid. Oops.
He accidentally hit play.
I pushed the play button.
He's trying to end our tangent early. We must.
Yeah, I would say
we must purge him from this podcast.
Yeah, I would say 2011 is about where it started, and everything else after that is where it started to really go downhill, just exponentially more and more each year.
Yeah, that's when I started noticing it was 2011. 50
Czech crowns.
Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you. Everything is racist. Everything is sexist. And you have to point it all out. Now play the video, damn it. $2 from Ryan. Thank you. The Kenosha Kid got a song too.
Yes,
nice.
he did.
Yeah.
He deserves more than one song.
Really does. And hey, now the fight for the money is over, so they should get paid now, finally.
Oh, that was all solved that day?
No. That was solved recently. It was solved the day of the rifle. Who owned the rifle and where was it going and what was going to be done with the rifle. It was solved the same day.
Yeah, I knew the hearing was going on that day. I didn't know it was completed that day.
Yeah, it was completed because the judge literally threw them out. They're like, this was not sent to this money was specified that it goes to Kyle, not to some law firm. They don't have any stake in this money. You have no claim to this money. I'm throwing you out of this hearing entirely. Wow. So they threw out the people trying to claim it. He literally was like, no, your name isn't anywhere on this. Their name wasn't anywhere on this. Go fuck yourself. Get out.
Yeah.
It's over. It's over with now. The money is now going to Kyle, the attorneys, and everything. So.
Good.
Nice.
I'm very glad to hear that because I remember hearing that this law firm went out of business that got bought up, and the people who bought it up were trying to get
claim
the bail money.
Yes.
But again, I didn't know the details of the situation, but it was my understanding that this money was raised for Kyle, not for the law firm itself to just claim.
Exactly, and it was. That's what it says on the thing. That's what Mark Richards said. Yeah, their name isn't anywhere on it. The law firm that raised it for is not on it as anything other than a trustee of the money. Because they do not get to claim the money. Because if they are holding it for Kyle.
Yeah, because if you take a normal bail situation, like you go to jail and you have, I don't know, $1,000 bail, so your family pays for it. When you get out, or when all is said and done with, and you get that bail money back, it doesn't go to the law firm. It goes back to the people who paid it, essentially.
Yep.
Which in this case would be Kyle, because that money was given to him from the GoFundMe.
Yep. I love how shortly after that happened, like the initial thing with Kyle, people started posting that thing of like that image of him just walking down the street when everyone's like, running away and shit, trying to get to the police, and then they put that fucking song, that Ubisoft song, over it of "Keep Your Rifle by Your Side."
Yeah.
It was so good.
What's even better is the people doing the New Vegas edits of it.
Yeah.
The fucking, and so the courier once more left the wasteland. It's like, oh, dude, good.
Anyways, we barely talked about this video. We've been going for over an hour.
Yeah.
Just joined. How many milliseconds are we in?
Several.
Well, we are 10,180 milliseconds in, I think, because I'm pretty sure milliseconds go in hundreds, I think.
Your Holocaust terror train as a kid when my dad introduced me to flicks like Red Dawn, The Day After, and War Games, which placed a bunch of young, white Midwesterners like me on the precipice of a global meltdown. It instilled in me the notion that we were, and still pretty much are, just a few key twists and button presses away from being annihilated by nuclear hellfire. This sounds like I had a mildly terrifying...
Well, I mean, that's what a lot of people would want you to assume that we are, but regardless of what side of a conflict is on, nobody is insane enough to actually make that happen, except for a certain country, and even the people that are allies of that country are like, dude, if you even joke about that motherfucker, we're gonna slap your ass. But the vast majority of the human race and all the countries, the vast majority of countries that have nukes, know that no, these are things that do not ever get used. No, because we don't want a fallout to happen.
Yeah, because
nobody wins if nobody's alive at the end.
Yeah, we don't want the entire world to be fucking bathed in nuclear hellfire. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to experience the fucking nuclear holocaust.
Yeah. Now, and again, it's that whole fear-mongering thing. The whole, we have now moved 1 minute closer to midnight on the doomsday clock. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I always thought that stuff was super fucking dumb.
It is incredibly dumb because it literally just plays off of fear. It's literal fear-mongering. You should never worry about that kind of thing. That way is a quick way to madness.
Yeah. $5.
Go ahead.
$5 from
there is stuff.
Adeptus Fantasticus. Thank you. Cree, don't you remember your dictator Justin Castro declared 2015 to be current year? So, current year, my guy. God, I fucking hate him so much. We would be better off with a literal fucking cat as our prime minister. Just an actual cat.
Yeah. As Tovers points out, the threat of nuclear war has created the most peaceful era in a long time. Maybe the longest ever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the whole mutually assured destruction thing. It's, I can't destroy you without you destroying me, and I don't want to be destroyed.
Yep.
Yeah. Because most people understand that, yeah, if I launch this thing, everyone else is going to launch theirs at me. Yep. So it will be 100% mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
$5 for peace was never an option. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to single-handedly set the doomsday clock to midnight. Oh, God.
And $5 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Since we got the Cold War on the mind right now, who's looking forward to the new Regiments game? I'm not actually sure what that is.
Oh, I missed Scoopmeister. Oh, it's because my YouTube thing jumped. All right, I see his super chat now. Yeah, my apologies, Scoopmeister. We didn't mean to skip.
Anyways.
I couldn't have been better prepared to enjoy the original Fallout when it shipped in 1997. I was only 13 at the time, so M-rated games weren't really, appropriate. But I'd watch my dad play and then sneak his copy away during the long summer breaks to seek out Vault 13's water chip on my own terms. Fallout wasn't a far-fetched, fantastic role-playing game to me so much as it was a simulation of something that could have really happened. I'm not going to bore you with a timeline of Fallout games I didn't really play, which was most of them, but I will note that after Morrowind swallowed up a huge chunk of...
Hold it.
Yeah.
Hold it in.
All right.
Hold it
in. All right,
in.
chat, just prepare thyself, okay?
I think they know where it's going already, but hold it.
Yep.
Yeah.
$5 from Ryan.
Prepare
Thank you.
thyself.
I wouldn't mind an instant suntan watching the big cities evaporate. Also, fuck Prime Minister, blackface.
Yeah.
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 Honestly, I don't want the big cities to evaporate just because, the loss of life is a horrifying thing.
And there are good people there. It's just, unfortunately, the government tends to...
That's the thing we always say. It's like fuck Russia. Not the people. It's your government.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck China. No, not the people. It's your government.
Yeah. Oh god, there's so many errors there. No. He is playing the game in a perfectly normal way. I do not know what you're talking about.
Oh my
Yes.
god. I still can't fucking believe.
Hold it. Hold it in.
Just wait.
Hold
Just
it
wait.
in.
We're going. We're going.
Of my life a decade and a half ago, my interest in Bethesda's primary Elder Scrolls games diminished, so Fallout 3 was a really big deal to me when it launched in 2008. In the end, even though I put in dozens of hours defeating the Enclave and its robotic president, it didn't quite do it for me as a successor to a teenage favorite. Fallout 4, however, is the Bethesdification of the post-nuclear role-playing game that Fallout 3 should have been 7 years ago. It's also a game that shows its age.
I disagree.
Damn it, pause war. It is funny how it's funny how him saying that has immediately made tons of Bethesda fans just like immediately hate him. How dare you say Fallout 3 didn't do it for you? It's like, oh boy. Yeah, no, Fallout 3 was shit, and unfortunately Fallout 4 was also shit. Yep. So I'll be curious to see why it worked, because he's coming from the same time frame, from the same headspace I was. I played the original Fallouts when they first came out. That was my time frame. When Fallout 1 came out, I played it. When Fallout 2 came out, I played it. Granted, he said he didn't play all of them, so it looks like he skipped Fallout 2.
Maybe.
He said he hadn't played most of. He says he hadn't played most of them. So if he played Fallout 1 and Fallout 4, by logic, that means he wouldn't have played 3, New Vegas, and 2.
Well, no, he did say he played 3.
Oh, no, you're right. So he wouldn't have played New Vegas and 2. He has to, by logic, not have played 2 in New Vegas.
Yeah, he says that later.
Unless he's referring to Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel, which most people haven't played. I'd take a guess at.
Yeah, no, he didn't play those. He specifies later that he did not play 2 and New Vegas.
Okay, so that explains why he didn't call out the Enclave being in Fallout 3 as being bullshit. Because, yeah, the Enclave even existing in Fallout 3 is bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's backtrack a little bit, because we've done lots of pauses without backtracking, so...
Of the post-nuclear role-playing game that Fallout 3 should have been 7 years ago. But it's also a game that shows its age in more ways than one.
Okay.
Bethesda RPGs all seem to follow a 3-act structure that exists outside whatever story they're trying to tell. It's about exploration, expansion, and then retraction.
What?
Huh?
What? Okay. I have never heard... No, that's not how... Well, that's not how the 3-act story goes. And again, there's not just 3-act story. There are 4-act stories. There are 5-act stories. That's not a thing. But the thing I am pointing out as an issue here is Act 1, exploration. Act 2, expansion. Act 3, retraction. What? What?
I think
I get what he's saying. He explains it. I kind of get what he means. It kind of makes sense, but it's
but that is not a 3-act story.
Yeah, it's still stupid.
It sounds like he's trying to create his own version of the 3-act story and saying this is what Bethesda is doing.
Yeah. I would agree Bethesda's games follow a 3-act story. That's just kind of how they write. They just go with the simple 3-act story all the time. And Act 3 is almost always a disappointment, unfortunately.
And the other 2 acts as well.
Yeah. Well, you have potential and promise in the first act. It's hard to fuck up your first act because you're just constantly building up the promise and potential. Act 2 is where you're supposed to start paying off some of that, and that's where things can go.
I mean, you say that, but Skyrim.
Well, Skyrim has potential. They have potential in the first act. They're still building up all that stuff.
No.
It isn't until Act 2 when we realize they're literally going to pay nothing off that all of that is wasted.
I disagree. There are major problems in Act 1 of both Skyrim and Fallout 4. Major problems. Because what would you consider to be the end of Act 1 for Fallout 4? Would that be meeting Sean? Entering the Institute?
No. I think that's too far.
Really?
Yeah. Because Act 1 is still...
Kellogg, then.
Yeah, I would say Kellogg would be more likely. more likely to be the end of Act 1 for it, because Act 2 is more gearing towards the war with the synthetics, the war with the war with the synths, and the Institute being the major big bad. Like Act 1, you were literally first starting to look for Sean, but now the world is setting up that no, what's really important is the Institute in this.
Yeah, but
so that's when Act 2 comes in.
That's why I say the end of Act 1 is probably meeting Sean, because that's where you decide whether you join him or if you're going to fight him. You know?
So but I don't see that. I see that as beginning into the final act. When you accept you accept that you're either going to work with him or you're going to fight against him.
That's a very small Act 2 then, because if we consider killing
Kellogg...
the
acts don't need to be set lengths.
No, I know, but what I know, but what I'm getting at is the end of Act 1 is killing Kellogg. If Act 2 is getting into the Institute and meeting Sean, and that's the end of Act 2, then you've got, like...
No, not the end of Act 2. That's just part of Act 2.
What is the end of Act 2?
God, you know what? I don't know.
Maybe when you're standing on the roof with them and you're like...
Yeah, but you don't get that if you don't go with the Institute.
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I don't know where I would put that then.
Yeah, because what I'm going for more is like what JD is saying, is an exposition climax resolution. So, and I would find when you're actually going into the war, when you're picking the sides, that should be where you're going now into the resolution, because now you've got the climax, you've picked the sides, the war has started, and now you go and you make your choice. You've made your choice, you're going for the resolution now, that you're in the final act.
Creetosis can't comprehend something being short? That's not it at all! See,
you're right. No, he's 100% right, because that's why you have a billion tabs. You can't have a short list of tabs. Nope, you need long list.
My thought process on... Yeah, I'm not sure. There's... Yeah.
The Longoid is stumped about shortness.
Okay, well, let's switch to Skyrim, right? I would say the first act literally is tiny in Skyrim. I'd say it's right after you you meet the Greybeards. I'd say would be the end of Act 1. You meet the Greybeards, and that starts your journey into Act 2, heading into the climax. Because you can't do anything with the Civil War. The Civil War is completely pointless in Skyrim. Like, it literally does not matter to the main story. You could do the entire game without actually completing the Civil War.
Indigo Gaming just sent me an image. I'm going to put it up on screen here. It's going to look similar to what's currently on screen, but there's a bit of a minor change. Let's see if anyone notices.
God damn it, Pagan, I just saw what you posted as well. Yeah, fucking...
That is a good one, Indigo.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I was about to say. I was like, it's still...
That's great.
God.
I mean, this is a perfect summary of Fallout 4's story.
Man, that was a quick edit, too. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not hard. You just have to take the color of it and whoop, whoop, because there's nothing that, like, overlaps or anything.
Yeah. It's so fast. Like, damn.
Yeah. Walter B. Gaiman, I see no change. These are both the same image.
We need you to tell the difference between these two images. They're the same image.
I prefer Act 1 frustration, Act 2 disappointment, Act 3 doomer vibes.
That's fair too.
Yeah, so again, let's do the same thing for Skyrim. What's the 3-act structure in Skyrim? I would say, like I said, I would say Act 1 ends when you meet the Greybeards, because from then on, it's basically, in Bethesda's awful way, their Act 2 is all climax, all Alduin fight, Alduin, bring the dragons back, Alduin fight, Sky Temple, do negotiations for the Civil War, which means the Civil War doesn't even fucking matter. And then Act 3, go to Sovngarde. It's really... Like, Act 1 is incredibly minuscule in Skyrim.
Yeah, it is very short.
It's really fucking weird, too. God, though that whole game is fucking weird. Why is Alduin resurrecting the dragons in a specific order? Why does the order fucking matter? Oh, it doesn't matter? He was just doing it so that Delphine doesn't look like the biggest dumbass retard in existence? Okay.
I also want to point out something M9 said here. Add Indigo roasts someone to the bingo. That might actually be a good addition.
I wouldn't say it's not really a 4X structure. Because what would be... Act 1 would be the journey begins and everything. Act 2 would be the rising tension then. Act 3 would be the climax, and then Act 4 would be the ending. But there isn't really a rising climax because it plateaus. It plateaus immediately after you meet the Greybeards.
Which bingo board is visible on screen? There's a link in the description for your own bingo card. It randomizes for you.
Yes, it'll randomize for you and everything, and you can do your own thing. There isn't really anything yet. Like I can't say please script your video or anything like that, or edit your script or anything, because we don't know. We haven't gotten far enough into it to be like, yeah, you really should have scripted this. Act 1, mod the game. Act 2, never do the main quest. Act 3, play New Vegas instead.
All right, let's see where he goes with this, I guess.
Yeah.
The first act yourself, and really, it's where the game hands you a life preserver and then tosses you into a lake. We'll talk about the game's story more in depth later, but the game begins in the moments before the bombs come falling down on eastern Massachusetts. You, your gender variable spouse, and newborn son Sean are evacuated.
Is it really a gender variable spouse?
No. It's not, because again,
if you're male, the spouse is female. It's not either or.
You physically it has to be male and female. It has to be. That's how you have a baby, for God's sake. Your gender variable. You fucking Jesus Christ.
Which will keep your family safe for hundreds of years. The culture of Fallout is built around these vaults. In the first and third games, the player character protagonist has lived in one their entire lives, and an emergency forces them topside.
Well, okay, as he admitted, well, I think Pagan says he'll admit in a moment, he hasn't played Fallout 2. But yeah, Fallout 2, you do not play from the perspective of a vault dweller. Dude. Being from the perspective of a vault is not important to this at all. Yeah. That is not important to Fallout lore or anything.
Yeah, and that doesn't really work because it's like you're pointing out two examples, but I could point out two other examples. There's Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas. You don't start in a vault.
Yeah, you're not a vault dweller.
So it's 2-2, so you can't even really say that the vault thing is the primary intro to these games.
And by the way, if you haven't played Fallout 2, you could just look it up. I don't know why you would just assume and get it wrong.
And New Vegas, you could do it up there too.
Yeah.
And as Indigo Gaming puts it, easier way to say it, you pick one of two spouses who recently had a baby. Wikipedia is your friend. Yep.
Yeah.
Attack copter sexual.
Evacuated to a nearby vault, which will keep your family safe for hundreds of years. The culture of Fallout is built around these vaults. In the first and third games, the player character protagonist has lived in one their entire lives, and an emergency forces them topside for a solution in a very interesting take on the allegory of the cave.
So he did say the first and third.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, like I'm saying, he made the assertion that these things are vital to the world atmosphere and lore. That being from the vault is vital. It's like, no, it isn't.
Yeah,
it is not vital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long after your family cryotubes, your rest is interrupted, and you witness helplessly as your spouse is murdered and your son kidnapped by a wasteland raider. Before you can bust out of your chamber to save him, you
by a wasteland raider. Oh boy, if only it was a wasteland raider.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish it was.
It seems weird.
It would have actually made more sense than what we got.
It seems weird to word it specifically that way when there's no reason to hide that he's a mercenary. He was in someone in like not a doctor's outfit, but like a almost kind of a hazmat getup.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it's clear that this isn't a random raider.
Suit. He was in a clean suit, not suit. He wasn't in like an environmental suit or anything like that. Anything like that. JD says, Creetosis, are vaults an allegory for the cave? Kind of. In a sense. No, he's not in a hazmat suit. Hazmat suits are different. Hazmat suits have their own built-in environment and everything like that.
Yeah, I was just...
There are specifics for hazmat suits.
Yeah, I was just missing the correct phrase for what I was trying to describe.
Yeah, clean suits are stuff like you would see at a microchip factory. They wear clean suits. Yeah, they don't have gas pressure or anything like that. They just make sure there's no dust, skin flakes, nothing like that coming off of a person.
And a bullet casing falls over a revolver, making a loud and obvious noise. Hey,
dude, wait. Hey, is that something? I hadn't noticed before?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Wait, you didn't know that?
No, I did. I never noticed because the openings of these games always like makes me roll my eyes. I'm like, can I get through it faster, please? I can't believe I never noticed a bullet come out.
Dude, you noticed.
Hold on.
You noticed the slides not moving on the guns of Cowboy Bebop. How did you not notice the obvious casing sound from a revolver?
Third game, the player character protagonist is
it's so fucking stupid.
Lives, and an emergency forces them topside for a solution in a very interesting take on the allegory of the cave.
By the way, we'll talk about the allegory of the cave in a moment too. Hold on.
Long after your family is put to sleep in cryotubes, your rest is interrupted, and you witness
I'm watching you, motherfucker. I'm
watching. Your spouse is murdered, and your son kidnapped by a wasteland raider.
Yeah, did you hear it?
No.
That was actually...
He was speaking over it. I'll have to look at it for my own.
Yeah, if we...
Yeah, no, revolvers don't eject the case.
Hold on. I'm going to get this clip for you, because I need you to see this.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Fucking ridiculous.
All right, so while he's doing that, yeah, so it's kind of an allegory for the cave, but not especially. So the entire point behind the cave is that there are people in a cave, and there's a fire behind them, and it is lighting up shadows on the wall, and they can only see the shadows on the wall from the light behind them. So they think the entire world revolves in these shadows. They think the world is the shadows. And it's kind of what being in a vault is that they don't know anything about the outside world, but the problem is that the people in the cave example, they don't know there's anything else. In the vault example, they know there's another world out there.
All right. I'm going to get you guys to skip to 44 seconds, and we're all going to play this at the same time. Okay. All right?
All right, 1 second.
Let me skip to the thing. There we go.
All right, and when we go through it, shush. Everybody shush.
All right. Are you two at 44 seconds?
I am at 44 seconds. I'm at 44
yeah.
seconds.
All right.
I'm at 44.
All right. So just do 3, 2, 1, play, and then we'll be quiet for a second.
I'll say go instead of play.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let the boy go. I'm only going to tell you once.
I'm not giving you shot.
Oh my god. Yeah, I remember when I first heard that. Now, the first time I played the game, I actually didn't notice it, but like the second time when I did my new playthrough, I was like, wait a minute. He uses a revolver. Was that the sound of a fucking shell casing hitting the ground? And I went back and I was like, oh my god, why?
So I'm going to do a hardcore to be fair here. The introduction to Fallout 4 is so meaningless, you might as well start from the moment you get up out of the vault, because there's no character creation. There's no real, like, choices or anything like that. Even in the fucking opening thing, you have a few stats. That's it. They don't affect anything. So you might as well start after getting out of the vault. That is absolutely incredible. I cannot believe that a revolver.
That just goes to show you how much Bethesda knows about guns.
Dude, they spent an entire thing where they made an entire demo only about guns, and they know so little about guns, they have a fucking ting, 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 ting ejection from a revolver. Jesus Christ.
$5 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Lol. Such missed the gun thing. Hell has frozen over.
Oh, God.
I like how your username says pistol go ping ding, and I just thought of pistol go pling pling plong.
Pling plong. Pling pling plong. Dude, that was the what was it? There was a meme that was just posted. I think it was posted in the Soulsborne channel about that. The differences between it, like one was showing King Vendrick and how stupid his whole thing is, and how convoluted his entire storyline is from Dark Souls 2, and then Dark Souls 1, it just has plin plin plon underneath Gwyn. It's so fucking good. Yeah, right there. Plin plin plon.
$2 from Ryan.
Fire, but my bitch wife stole my kingdom.
$2 from Ryan. Thank you. How do you even hear that shell casing in that thing?
How do you hear anything in a environmentally sealed pod? Because it's the only way a cryo chamber would work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to hear jack shit. It should just be all vibrations. It should literally be the noise sound from Half-Life 1 when you're trying to listen to the G-Man talking to the scientist in the glass and they shut the window on you.
Bingo Square suggestion, pretentious word salad. I'm pretty sure that's already in there. Anyways.
Yeah, word salad I think is in there. Not positive.
Anyways, yeah, the bullet casing sound, because...
Oh, actually, we do have a bingo card spot. No research, because he didn't look up Fallout 2 in New Vegas, obviously.
Anyways, we good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go.
Bust out of your chamber to save him. You succumb.
Okay, you don't bust out of your chamber. It randomly opens up because reasons.
Yeah. And yours only. And they only took the child instead of taking all of the pure, unmutated stock that is currently here in this because reason.
I'm going to say it. It's worse than that. They fucking killed everyone else for no goddamn reason.
That's what I mean. They don't take anyone else. They don't take your wife. They don't take you for literally no reason. They have no reason not to take you. These people don't know about the Institute. They don't know about the Wasteland. Why in the hell are you just killing them?
Yeah.
Also, is it just me or is the clean suit lady, is her leg missing?
It does look like that. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Where's her other leg?
I thought... Oh, no.
I think she's supposed to be stepping into the thing, but I can't see her other leg anywhere stepping in.
Yeah.
I think she does. I just went back to the other video and it had the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, she puts her leg up onto the pod, and it's hidden by her other leg.
Oh, God, that's a very, very specific angle trick then, yeah.
Yeah, wow.
That was very...
I was about to say... Is her leg just fucking... Yeah, okay, yeah, that is very specific perception. Wow.
And since I played that other clip again, chat got to hear the bullet casing again.
Nice.
God. And that is just such... Yeah, it's just such a dumb fucking thing, this intro. It's like, they literally... Like, you could literally play yourself off as, we are Vault staff. Come with us.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are you trying to wrench this baby from this woman? It's like, just take her too!
Literally take everybody!
Yeah,
Nobody has any idea about the outside world.
They don't even need to take everyone. Just take these 3 people. There are spare vault suits in the vault. That there are boxes of them that they could dress up in and use to trick them or explain, hey, the world has gone to shit. Vault tech is done, but we are from this place, this scientific wonderland where You'll be
We are
nice
from
and
the
safe.
Boston Institute of Technology. That's all I had to say.
And you'll be
We
nice.
survived. We survived the nukes. We're gonna take you to shelter. Would you and your family like to go?
Yeah, you'll be safe under our roof for the rest of your lives. You will live
Yeah,
long, happy lives. You won't have to see the
cryo-freeze, no
horrors
nothing.
of the surface.
Yeah.
And there's not even an issue of like, oh, we have to transport them all the way across there to get. No, they have the fucking teleporter. They don't even have to leave the vault to get there. So it makes no fucking sense to kill these people. There is literally, you are not losing any resources by getting them there.
Yeah, it would take. Put Kellogg in a different outfit. Be like, hey, we can't have you wearing this fucking Mad Max gear. Dress up in something more professional looking. So these people who are going to be scared and confused will trust you a bit more. Don't go waving a fucking gun in their face. Just be like, yeah, I'm just a security officer. Just to make sure nothing goes wrong. These scientists here, they want to take care of you. They want to make you have a good life. Blah, 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 blah. There would be literally no issue for the Institute.
Yeah, it's so fucking It's so fucking stupid. Instead of being like, yeah, give us your baby and stay here. It's like, no, just you and your child just come with us. We're gonna. You could just keep holding them. Let's go. Come on, come this way.
Yeah.
But no, it's literally
again,
get that fucking child, you whore.
Yeah. As Indigo Gaming puts it, there's got to be a trope for this, something like unusually and unnecessarily evil. Yeah, it's called For the Eve lulls.
Well, see, that's the thing, too, is I don't even think this is done because, haha, I am evil and I do evil things. I think it's just like, this is simply the result. This is simply the result of the world's most incompetent fucking writer trying to make a plot out of nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the absolute basic amount of logic applied to this would fix everything.
€5 super chat from Walter V Gaming. Thank you very much. Sean's Scientific Winter Wonderland. Yeah.
And £2 from Threadnought. Thank you. That is a fully semiotic assault revolver.
Dude.
I actually want to see that now. I want to see what a fully semi-automatic assault revolver would look like.
There is a general in the United States military.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Who got on CNN to say
of course
that the AR-15 is a fully semi-automatic weapon. Fully semi-automatic weapon.
So rather than being semi-automatic, it's fully semi-automatic. Right?
Yeah. Just dude.
Which I guess in a way, if you kind of like saw that as like it has no option besides semi-automatic, it's fully semi-automatic and nothing else. In that way it would work, but that is not how he meant it at all.
That is no, because he talks about the M4 and he says the M4 is the same thing, which is a fully automatic.
Yeah, so he's just an idiot.
Yeah, dude, that video is so painful. It's like a general, for God's sakes. It literally goes to the trope of that generals are incompetent idiots. It's the colonels that run the actual military.
Yep. Oh,
the moment you get your star, you turn into a brain dead moron.
God, New Vegas was right.
Oh, man.
Helplessly, as your spouse is murdered and your son kidnapped by a wasteland raider. Before you can bust out of your chamber to save him, you succumb to the chill of cryosleep yet again, waking up an untold amount of time later.
And again, you don't succumb, really. Like, you get put to sleep again. You get forcibly put to sleep. It's just weird turn of phrase. It's not as important, but again, I'm noticing that he has a lot of weird turns of phrase that kind of sugarcoat and sweet things. Like, it's just a wasteland raider. No, it isn't. It's very specifically, he's a mercenary for the Institute. There are people wearing clean suits, for God's sakes.
Yeah. Again, a raider would never wear a clean suit. And if they did, it wouldn't be that clean.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for a raider to wear a clean suit. It doesn't offer any protection from knives, guns, explosives, shrapnel, anything. So why would you ever wear a clean suit? As Laura Hunter puts it, that's a French word.
Before you can bust out, thumping uselessly on the glass. Yes.
Oh, dude, trust me, the writing standards have gone downhill extremely. SSF, yeah,
Especially in the last decade.
Star Trek is one of the pinnacle examples of how awful writing has gotten.
We will never have another In the Pale Moonlight or Best of Both Worlds
or The Wire. Dude, The Wire is a great early season episode of Deep Space Nine, because holy fucking shit. That's the if you don't remember, that's the Garrick episode where the thing in his head is malfunctioning and it's killing him. That episode is great. That was kind of the episode that made Garrick a fan favorite.
Yeah, there's very good reason for Garrick to be a fan favorite.
Just because we share lunch together every day, you think you know me? You couldn't fathom the depths of which I have gone to. It's like, oh god, he is so fucking good. And the only thing I have to look forward to is eating lunch with you and staring into your smug, sanctimonious face. I hate you, and I hate this place.
Oh god. Fuck, I need to watch Deep Space. I've kind of been on a bit of a Doctor Who binge myself. I just finished Series 3 yesterday. I think Series 3 might be my favorite out of the revived series, because there's not a bad episode among the bunch. Because Season 1 had a couple episodes that weren't so great. Series. It bugs me that the Brits say series, because that, to me, that means an entire show from beginning to end, not a season. But anyway, Series 2 had a couple stinkers, but Series 3, holy fuck.
Yep.
The Family of Blood was so good. Blink! And the whole reveal of, oh, Dr. Rihanna, you are not alone. Oh, it's so good!
Mm-hmm. And yeah, there's the literal sense of they don't make it like they used to, because they emphasize more on CG and everything like that. They literally don't make it like they used to. But there's also there were standards for writing quality that they don't adhere to anymore, because now it's all about the message. You gotta do the message, which really sucks.
Family of Blood's ending still gives me chills. Yeah, that is a really good ending. The whole conflict with, I guess, John Smith at the end, where it's like, oh, so you're my executioner, and trying to convince him to open the watch. Oh my god, it's such a good episode. Well, it's a two-parter, but you know what I mean.
Well, I just love the ending and how I have no mouth and I must scream. That entire episode is for the ending, you know.
Yes,
he
that
cast
too.
My father in unbreakable chains. As for me, I will watch over the British countryside for all eternity, stuck frozen forever as a scarecrow.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my god, he can only watch. He can't scream, he can't speak, he's only aware of his existence constantly for the rest of eternity.
Yeah.
His only interaction to be birds that will clamber on his limbs.
Well, not just that.
Dude, it's fucking like, Jesus. Tennant knew. The Doctor used to know that you fuck with me. Okay.
Yeah, and the line of, I forget the exact line, so I'm paraphrasing, but we didn't understand that he was being kind and running away.
Yeah, he was being kind to us. And it's like,
and
dude.
The mother gang trapped in the event horizon of a collapsing star to be there fucking forever. The sister being trapped in all mirrors. Whenever you see something move behind you, out of the corner of your eye in a mirror, that's her.
Yep.
Fuck! Everyone, watch Series 3 of Doctor Who with Martha Jones as the companion. It is good. It is really good.
And watch Deep Space Nine.
Yes, watch Deep Space Nine.
I recommend it. Again, there's early installment weirdness, like when they didn't know what to do with Julian Bashir, and so he's a bit of an insufferable horn dog in the first season. They cut that a lot in season 2, and also, my God, the way that they really go about fleshing out Ferengi society and everything like that, and explaining why they have the thoughts they do and everything, and and fucking Nog and Rom and Quark are just amazing characters. Like, holy shit.
Pagan? What the fuck did you just link? All battle music is Big Iron, a mod for fucking New Vegas. That is hilarious.
Wow. Right. Should we get back to the video?
One more comment. Interesting fact. Apparently Marvel movies do the CG first, writing second. They have to write around set pieces. That is not a good idea.
It wouldn't surprise me, but we definitely need a source on that one.
Yeah, we do.
It would, like I said, it wouldn't surprise me at all. But I definitely need to see a source on that.
Runaway Bride is a fun and campy Christmas special. That is a good episode. I like Donna Noble.
Deep Space Nine really came into its own as it went on. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
The Dominion War, as we were just talking, as I just said to Creetosis and Pagan earlier, Homefront and Paradise Lost are great episodes that actually kind of reflect current day goings-ons about what does it mean to literally give up all freedoms in pursuit of security and safety, and how it's actually evil, how it leads to a fascist regime, in this case a coup at Starfleet. Oh, dude, it's really fucking good.
Way out of Vault 111, and as you gaze upon the burnt Boston horizon, you realize you are now completely alone in a strange new world, and just want to get your son back. There's a striking difference between how the Bethesda RPG works and how other popular RPGs work. So it's a bit of this way, that way. You see, that way, in the original Fallout, or in a typical BioWare RPG, or in a Japanese RPG, the game keeps your attention by funneling you from settlement to settlement.
Are you literally going to try and claim that Fallout 4 does not do that?
You'll see. You'll see.
Okay, I definitely need to see where this is going, because, wow, this way, that way thing. You need to very much emphasize the difference.
It very much feels like he's going for these games are a linear argument.
Yeah,
so read out a couple more comments quickly, just because it's hitting my Doctor Who. Hi. Hey, who turned out the lights? Best villains right there, man. Living Shadows. That is a fucking amazing two-parter. I love the Vashta Narada episodes. What was the gas mask?
Too.
Huh?
Very morbid, too. The fact that it literally keeps the last remnants of their soul alive.
Oh, yeah, that is terrifying.
Dude,
I love it.
Fucking, ooh.
What was the Gas Mask Kid episodes called? Those are my favorite. The Empty Child and The Doctor Dances.
Yes.
Very good episodes, too.
Just this once. Everybody lives, Rose.
Yes.
And that has one of my favorite lines, too, of great storytelling and witty dialogue. It's like, what do you have? Oh, I have this sonic... I forget what Jack says specifically. A sonic blaster or whatever from the factories. Yeah, from the factories on blah-de-blah. And he goes, oh, I've been there. I visited once. And then Jack Harkness goes, yeah, well, they aren't there anymore. There was a big disaster. The whole factory's gone. Like I said, I visited once. And he doesn't need to spell it out. He literally just told Jack and the audience, yeah, he's the one that destroyed the factory, without actually having to awkwardly stop and say, yeah, I'm the one that blew it up.
Yeah. And then he said something else that, there's like a banana orchard there now.
Mm. The Empty Child is the scariest Doctor Who episode. It's definitely disturbing to think of, like, nanomachines rewriting people's DNA because they got the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Like, that is pretty fucking freaky. Oh, Mrs. Whatever, you're doing so much better. Yes, Doctor, but I came in missing a leg. And he looks down at her leg. Hey, wait a tick. Yeah, I don't know how I can explain that.
Oh, damn, the Gas Mask Kids go of the Sierra Madre again. Do you think part of those, the ghost people and Dead Money were inspired by that episode?
Maybe. I could see it tangentially related, but
Well, gas masks are
I would
creepy
need
on their own, but yeah.
Yeah, I would need somebody to come out and say that because, again, you've had gas masks are creepy all the places. Like the Stalker games have the
Yeah.
snorks, is what they're called, because it's jokingly referred to being like a snorkel, and oh my god, they are the freakiest fucking things.
Yeah, the snorks
Crawling-
are fucked. Ugh, I
Crawling
hate
around
them.
on the ground and that.
Oh god.
Their fucking spine, dude. That's the worst part,
Yeah.
is that their fucking spine protrudes from their back. I'm just like, why? Why do you have to have that?
Yeah, and they jump at you, and they usually are in areas that have like tall
Oh.
grass and everything.
Yeah.
Wild Wasteland gets Doctor Who references in the Madre. I think I remember that. I think one of the walls in one of the mandatory areas is there's graffiti of "Are you my mommy?" on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
so there you go. There's more evidence that suggests it would be, but we can't say absolutely for sure that's where they got it from. It could literally just be gas masks are creepy.
I do know there's a very obvious reference to the Vashta Narada episode in Old World Blues, because you know those suits that have the skeletons in them? With
Yes.
Wild Wasteland, sometimes they'll say, "Hey, who turned out the lights?"
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I knew
I
that one.
forgot about that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Ooh.
Man, I'm so fucking happy to be watching Doctor Who again. Oh my
No,
god.
not the cartoon Snorks, the discount Smurfs. No. The knockoff Smurfs. Not those.
We're getting way off track here. $2 from Scoopmeister, thank you. I only came in with a leg. Only a flesh wound.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, we keep getting really off track with this video.
Yep. Okay.
Settlement. This allows developers to focus on story by building up and then resolving local conflicts one by one, making each location memorable. Even if you have the option to go back, why would you want to? There's nothing there. Those games work hard to keep you moving forward from set piece to set piece. In that same spirit, Fallout 4 still offers you a guiding hand early on, so it's not long before you're introduced to your new best friend, Dog Meat, and pick up a gun to help out the beleaguered Minutemen. Unfortunately, the
That's all you've got to say about that section of the game. You pick
Wait.
up a gun to help the Minutemen.
And then he's getting into unfortunately. I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between this way, that way. You need to give me the big difference between them.
Yeah.
He said it's that away is the way all the old ones do it, but it's not necessarily true. You have situations that happen. You know an end goal, sure, but you have things that can happen along the way that divert you from your path, but your main path is still the same. So, I don't know. I need to see how he's going to argue that there's any difference between a Bethesda RPG and this typical style, because Bethesda RPGs are very commonly criticized for holding you by the nose and pointing you in the direction you need to go.
$2 from Ryan. Stop edging the video.
Oh, but edging makes the eventual climax all the better.
Ah.
What do you think the act? What do you think the build up from Act 1 to Act 2 is? It's just edging. $5 super chat from Kitten Pyro Meow. Another
Thank you.
stream. I was deciding if I wanted to continue my binge of Adeptus Ridiculous or you guys. I shall now flip a coin. Oh boy. Well, that'll be a hard call for sure. All right, let us continue.
precious early hours to dump an
Oh shit! Now I gotta look at something because Indigo Gaming pointed something out.
Uh-oh.
Was that minigun footage showing poor terrain hitboxes?
I think it was.
to focus on story by building up and then resolving local conflicts one by one, making each location.
Well, is it either poor terrain hitboxes or is it because of Bethesda's completely fucked random RNG bullet fly system? So I guess we'll see.
Memorable. Even if you have the option to go back, why would you want to? There's nothing there. Those games work hard to keep you moving forward from set piece to set piece. In that same spirit, Fallout 4 still offers you a guiding hand early on, so it's not long before you're introduced to your new best friend, Dog Meat, and pick up a gun to help out.
Oh, yeah.
100% poor world geometry hitboxes. Wow.
So I'm gonna guess most people in chat don't understand maybe not don't understand, but aren't aware of how this works. So when you make a 3D model, like the buildings you're seeing on screen right here, you have to make
no
a
collision.
Huh?
Yeah. When you just make a 3D model, there's no collision. There's no other parameters to it. You have literally just made a 3D object.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any physics to it. Doesn't have any collision. It has no pathing systems or anything. There's literally nothing. You have literally just made a model.
Yeah, so you need to define what area is going to have collision or not, and it's usually better on resources if you don't model in every nook and cranny. So the hitboxes for these buildings end up going to be very blocky looking. I don't know how they fucked it up this badly here, where you're firing clearly above the model and you're still hitting it somehow, but you know.
Because I could tell you how they did it. Look at the bricks on the left side. Notice how they're up a lot higher.
You mean on the right?
No. Left side. Because on the right, that would literally just be a slope plane down to this new plane. And to make it so that they don't have a slope down to a lower plane to a slope up, they just have it slope down to a plane. And to get the hitbox, they just use those higher bricks on the left there. So even though it dips down, it has like a little U-shaped valley. So it's kind of like a check mark. Is what the hitbox should be. There should be go down, have a small plane, and then go back up for the hitbox for this geometry. However, they literally just lazied it, and they just have those higher bricks there on the left be the thing that does. So it literally just goes from your height plane over to your angle down to your height plane. So they didn't want to put in the extra work it would have taken to just have it go down a little bit further, go across, and then go back up a little bit. So that's obviously what they did, because you can see those bricks on the left are higher than the bricks where the minigun barrel is.
Yeah, but they're only slightly higher. They aren't that high.
They are high enough to where if you see where the barrel is actually pointing, because Bethesda does have the bullet come from the gun. A lot of problems with a lot of games is that they will have the bullet come from the camera view, so you're shooting bullets out of your eyes. It's why Gears of War has this issue where you can shoot people behind you. It's a BM move in multiplayer where you take a shotgun and you turn your back to somebody and aim upwards because they're on the cover behind you and fire up. And because the bullets come from your camera, it blows their head off or blows them away, even though you're literally shooting in the sky, because the bullets come from your camera, then go through the gun model and out. So yeah, it is laziness, but it's an understandable laziness because you're trying to reduce the complexities. Again, if you look at the model on the right, you can see if they had actually carved it in where every weave of brick and everything, that's just more complexities being added and more things that need to be rendered. So it's an understandable laziness. However, it's just unfortunate that it's only two more plane changes, guys. Really, it's not that much of a difference. Come on, man.
Yeah, and it's the annoying thing is you could get away with this in the older games, the older Fallout games. Even New Vegas had this problem, but it's like, come on, this is fucking Fallout 4. You've had so many years to improve everything and a much larger budget, and you still are doing shit like this. Like, come on, this should have been fixed.
Yeah. And again, there are obvious reasons to have weapons fire from the eyes instead of from the gun model. There are obvious reasons. Daniel Survivor even says, Heavy from TF2 also shoots from his eyes, not his gun. And if you think about it, where is the Heavy's gun compared to everyone else? Everyone else has their gun up near their shoulder, up near their face, so it makes sense that it can come from the gun model. The Heavy, by his own model, is carrying it way down by his hip.
Yeah.
So imagine if you actually had to have it fire from the hip, the Heavy would be useless in 99% of maps, because even a small little terrain dip would suddenly he's shooting the dirt entirely. It would ruin the feel of things.
Yeah.
Oh, Hearts, you should actually do it. There's tons of montages back in the day. I was one of those try-hard little fuckers back in the day that would do do it with sniper rifles because it did the same thing. Sniper rifles came from your camera, not from the gun. So I would wall slide to somebody, turn the camera real quick, aim up at the sky and fire, and I'd blow their head off, even though my sniper rifle's aiming up into the sky like a telephone pole.
Anyways.
Yeah.
About the beleaguered men. Fortunately, the game also uses these precious early hours to dump an irresponsibly large amount of info on you regarding game mechanics that won't really coalesce until later. We'll get to those. And then there's this way, the Bethesda way. When you're standing atop that failed vault experiment, the world that stretches out before you is a massive canvas for you to paint your influence. The amount
What?
What?
That's some flowery fucking language. Holy shit.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The world is a massive canvas to paint your influence. Okay, in which ways? Please tell me what I could do with this world aside from building shacks, picking one of 4 factions for the story, and killing characters that are able to be killed.
Yeah. Also, again, he says the world stretches out before you, but notice how his video he's using, the world stretches out before you. Let me
when
do
you're
this real
standing
quick.
atop that failed vault experiment,
I need that
the world
enter,
stretches out
I need
before
the
you is
achievement to
a
go
ma-
away. Boom, right there, look. The game is literally telling you, go here.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so again, what is the difference to you between this way versus that way? Because I'm going to tell you something, dude. The marker's literally saying that way.
Yeah.
I think what he's saying is older games, older RPGs like the BioWare KOTOR game is linear, and then Fallout 4 is an open world.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he gets to the linear argument. Right now, he's just currently doing this way versus that way, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna need you to explain the differences more than that, my dude. Because you saying that, oh, you can go anywhere. Well, there's lots of games you can go anywhere. New Vegas does the you can go anywhere, but they'll still give you the go that way. You know?
Yeah.
So I need to understand what his difference between this way and that way is.
Well, hopefully it explains it.
$5 super chat from Johnny Aw 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You make it a canvas by painting it with the blood of your enemies, of course. That's why all you can do in this game is kill bad guys. Yeah, pretty much.
If we do that hard enough, then we'll paint the entire canvas red.
Brady, sorry, Mega Mike 15 says KOTOR is more hub-based. I agree. You go from hub to hub to hub, basically.
Yeah. I need to play
even
KOTOR again.
Even just killing fucking people, you don't really influence that much because a lot of the times, especially in the random encounters, you could kill someone and they'll pop up again later. Like you could get the same random encounters multiple times even after you kill someone.
The art encounter where you find 2 guys named Art, that can happen multiple times even though that encounter ends with one of them dying.
Yeah. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah. Pagan might get a kick out of this too. Senator Abby Strong says, Setch, if Fallout 4 is a canvas to paint your influence, does that mean Fallout 4 is the painted world of Ariandel? Yes.
Yeah. The painted world of Ariandel.
I don't actually get the reference.
It is for Dark Souls 3.
You will. Yeah, you will get it eventually.
Alright. Not all red, there are still white spots of the essential NPCs you can't kill. You just paint them red too. With the blood of others.
Yeah.
Massive canvas. The amount of freedom you have from these first moments can be paralytic. When Fallout 4 does finally release you from...
The amount of freedom you have from these first moments can be paralytic. What freedom? Just that you can go anywhere on the map? So how does this not apply to New Vegas, or Fallout 3, or Skyrim, or Oblivion, or Morrowind?
2. You literally don't have to go the way that they tell you to go in Fallout 2. You don't have to.
Same with Fallout 1. You can go anywhere on the... People have gone straight to the Mariposa military base. Straight out of Vault 13 in Fallout 1.
Yeah. This is fucking stupid. You can walk, guys. That makes it free.
Here we go.
From its free to do virtually anything. Those first few steps might seem disappointing here because the foothills surrounding your old neighborhood are littered with little more than abandoned factories and barns. It's genuinely easy to get discouraged in these first few hours, which is kind of a shame. Bethesda RPGs are all about their wide open spaces. They're not about hugging.
Not really. Again, Rockstar with like Red Dead Redemption 2 is far more about the entire world space. But notice the amount of effort that something like Rockstar put into Red Dead Redemption 2's fucking open world. It is insanity. Now, there's a lot of problems Red Dead Redemption 2 has, a lot of fucking problems, but Red Dead Redemption 2 actually feels like it should have been an open world game, whereas Fallout 3 and 4 feel like they should have just been a linear story progression thing. It should have been more of a Metro game instead. Like, the fact that you have all this territory to explore in Fallout 3 and 4 is completely meaningless and pointless. It might as well have been a Metro series guided experience.
Yeah, especially with 3, it just feels like there's nothing to do outside of the main story. There is fucking nothing. There's no reason to go to these places.
Yeah.
There's a whole ass military bunkers in the hills near Sanctuary and a farm and raider bases.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am saying Rockstar in general. I'm not saying like modern Rockstar or anything like that, where they're much more obsessed with like making you pay for features and card sharks and oh Jesus Christ.
Hello,
because Take-Two's greed.
Hello, fellow Spurgs. Retards rise up. Yep, retards rise up.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh man, speaking of Metro, it'd be awesome if they did do a Metro spinoff that is an open world RPG. It was originally planned to be open world. That could be interesting. More so, I haven't played Exodus because I don't know. Them going exclusive to Epic really burned their bridge with me because I like the Metro series. So I still haven't touched Metro Exodus, even though now it's been on Steam for a long time now.
I watched it, but I haven't played it, and it didn't look all that great. There were definitely some good moments, but overall I felt like
the concept could have been really good because it could have worked with an open world experience, having the whole train system and everything. That could have been an interesting thing of like, well, we can go anywhere we want. Like, you need to go to that rail yard ahead of us, stuff like that, and switch the tracks. We can go this way or that way or whatever. Still, it could have been an interesting experience. That could have lended credence to it being an open world game.
Oh God, what are you saying, Pagan? You can collect Nuka-Cola merchandise. Yeah, that's totally a fucking valid reason to fucking trek all the way across the goddamn wasteland. Oh my God.
RPR says, effort. This is Bethesda. Yeah, and as Emil's speech, God, that speech was a goldmine for how shit Bethesda is. Emil's speech, effort is a dirty word at Bethesda. It is crazy. I cannot believe it.
I'm not trying to defend Fallout 4. Again, I'm just surprised how little the people who try to defend it fucking know about it. That seems strangely common, where someone trying to defend something doesn't know as much as they should about it to defend it.
Yep.
Yeah. It's weird. It feels like they play it for a short period of time and then become super obsessed with it, but then don't actually play it anymore. Which is weird because I don't even like the game, and I played it extensively, like for years. So I don't know. It's just weird that people who claim to like it this much wouldn't know this stuff. It's very strange.
Hugging a storyline, the illusion of freedom. They're all about letting you do whatever you want at any.
I need to hear the beginning of that sentence again.
Yeah, he's talking about the illusion of freedom, so I definitely need to hear this.
Bethesda RPGs are all about their wide open spaces. They're not about hugging a storyline tight and granting you the illusion of freedom. They're all about
Oh! So you're saying that it isn't the illusion of freedom. You're totally free to do whatever you want in a Bethesda title. No, you're not.
No.
So this is that thing that happens quite often with these videos where people are confusing freedom to go anywhere for freedom of choice in dealing with situations.
which you definitely are not free in this game to do.
Yeah.
Like 1/3 of the fucking choices you get in dialogue all lead like 3 of the options all lead to the exact same thing, and then 1 might lead you to getting just straight up attacked.
Yeah. And any other choice you have in the rest of the game is extremely superficial and doesn't lead to much of anything.
JD said, such the Exodus exclusive wasn't 4A's fault. Wasn't it their publisher who forced them? To an extent, yes, but then they also tried to double down and say, like, oh, well, when going Epic, we got a lot more sales with Epic than we did on Steam before. But then, as got noted, they were also including all console sales in it versus only Steam sales. So it was a bit of a go fuck yourself moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
They actually, in fact, they did so poorly on Epic Games that every time somebody tried to get actual sales numbers, they would try to steer the conversation away from the actual sales numbers, or they would just deflect or pretend they didn't hear the question. Because, yeah, as it turns out, Epic Games Store does not earn you money. You only get your initial investment, which is a lot of money. A lot of money, to be fair. It's that literal, do you want all the money right up front, or do you want to put your product out there and get it to play by more people? So, yeah.
I think Pagan is slowly corrupting our chat.
I mean, maybe.
What? Well, I wasn't paying attention.
I'm seeing them mention the name of the character from that Pony Fallout story.
Oh, they're talking about Lil Pip or something?
Yeah, there's a few comments mentioning that.
Ah.
All right.
I knew
Little Pip is better than Piper. Hell yeah, she is.
Well, apparently the pre-order exclusives, I don't know, I think they backed away from pre-order exclusives with the DLC stuff now in Stalker 2, and they got rid of the NFTs. Thank fuck. Jesus Christ, there's so many problems.
I gave you $1. This is a binding contract, and now you owe me $5 trillion. Are you going to pay, Stag? No.
Yeah, oh my god, that was so
God, I can't believe he actually tried to pull that shit.
Yeah. Again, what happens when you have a disingenuous piece of shit that doesn't actually know the law at all? Yeah, welcome. Anyways, back to the video.
Yeah.
Letting you do what time. This means that Bethesda scatters your attention to the backcountry. Exploration is key in a Bethesda RPG, and walking a quarter of a mile...
Is it? Wow, I've heard more arguments that dungeon crawling is key to Bethesda things, or the junk economy is key.
Well, that's the thing with Miniature Nerds video. He kind of mixed exploration and doing dungeons as both exploration.
Yeah, which they're not, but, you know...
Yeah, even then, that's just an entirely new concept to me, that Bethesda games are all about the exploration, and it's like, well, sure, you can explore to find some neat things, but I wouldn't say that's the core of the game. It's just a byproduct of being an open world, because couldn't you say the same thing about Morrowind, that, oh, it's this big world with lots of locations, so of course the primary gameplay is exploration, which it never was, for Morrowind at least.
Okay. Pagan, Little Pip is unconscious. Every pony disliked that. Alright, here we go.
In any direction, range, new attraction, or hotspot. The downside to this...
Okay, this is me being pedantic as shit, but you should never say that. Going any direction will land you at some new attraction or hotspot. I'm in the corner of the map. I'm gonna go... Oh, it's the corner of the map. I'm gonna go east. Oh, it's the corner of the map. Again... that's just me being pedantic as shit. But again, don't say things like that. That's literally just there as somebody being like, "Oh yeah, you totally go south from the southern border of the map." It's literally just there'll be pedantic assholes that will say that. Like, again, I am entirely admitting that that is an entirely pedantic argument. I fully admit that, but still, just don't say things like that.
Yeah, but it is also really stupid to be like, "Oh, but it'll land you somewhere interesting," and it's like, most of the time it just lands you in an empty settlement with some ghouls in it or something and nothing else. It's like, I wouldn't consider that interesting.
Well, that's the thing too, is the idea that every single dungeon or location you might encounter is interesting. I have gone into random dungeons, literally random dungeons in Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and some of them have just been a hole in the ground with enemies and loot.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends on what
your
your definition of interesting is.
$10 from the Reaper Enjoyer. Thank you very
you.
much. These are just my opinions. Lord of the Rings is bad because it has too many gunfights, and New Vegas is bad because it takes place in Colorado. If you disagree and are aggressively negative and a furry. And if you disagree, you are aggressively negative and a furry.
Yeah, and it's examples like that I use to try and prove to people that, hey, there is such a thing as objective. A lot of people don't like that. A lot of people...
Yeah.
See, here's the thing, too, is you never hear, oh, well, it's just your subjective opinion when you say something is good. It's always used as a defense when something is said to be bad.
Yeah. Again, there are statements of fact. Blank is good. Blank is great. Blank is bad. Blank is terrible. These are statements of fact. They aren't opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I like how their name is the Reaper Enjoyer, and they have a fucking user. They have a profile picture of Callie.
Who?
That's great. That's great. It's a VTuber who... Yeah, it's a VTuber.
Did you know you can explore the caves in Fallout 2? I did not know that, Senator Abby Strong.
EFAP is releasing their next part to the reaction to the Book of Bob Feet. Well, time to end the stream so I can watch that. Not really. I do want to watch that, though. I'll probably watch it as soon as we end the stream. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Oh no, Anakin became a subjectoid.
Alright, here we go.
It's distributed. A lot of these little sideshows and baddie hideouts aren't very enticing by themselves.
Wait. So, you just said that you can go in any direction and you'll find something interesting and cool. And now you've said that because of this, not everything is actually interesting and cool. Because a lot of them are pretty lame and kind of mediocre. Because they're just
backing up what I just
hideouts.
said. Oh my god, dude. Fucking goddamn.
Yeah, Jesus, okay.
So, is that it then? It's just, oh, there's a thing there. Interesting. Is that how it works for some of these
is this
people?
literally a cinema wins? Oh, a thing! Bing! Another thing! Bing! Oh, that's a thing! Bing! Dude, holy shit.
Yeah, I think that was a joke EFAP made when they covered...
They did. They called it cinema... They said they should rename to Cinema Things.
Yeah, Cinema Things. Oh, look,
Yeah.
a thing. Ding.
Chat keeps asking what we think of KOTOR 2. I've never played any of the KOTOR games.
I
so
loved
don't-
KOTOR 2. I really did.
never
All right.
played.
We need to strap Pagan in and make him play KOTOR 1 and 2 Clockwork Orange style.
You're right.
I need to play KOTOR 2 at some point, because I
We
still
need to
haven't played
strap him in and force him to play Dark Souls so we can get to the fucking Dark Souls video. Oh, wait, that's Kree.
it. Anyways, we've got a video to watch here. Because we have been going on for quite a while. Let's try and get this video over and done with.
And walking a quarter of a mile in any direction will land you at some strange new attraction or hotspot. The downside to this distributed attention is that a lot of these little sideshows and baddie hideouts aren't very enticing by themselves. As you explore, your map reveals what looks like a uniform scatterplot of attention with a few small hubs. It's not that Bethesda misunderstands the point of using geography to channel the gamer's attention, though. In Fallout 3, they placed Megaton, a large mission and commerce hub, just outside your vault. This gave you plentiful access to characters and quests to motivate you to build your skills and venture deeper into the wasteland. Despite the well-intended introduction, Minutemen quests simply can't make up for Fallout 4's missing narrative thrust early on. Still,
Missing narrative. Your narrative thrust is you're trying to find your child, which again doesn't make any sense, but the thrust is there. It's not a missing narrative thrust. It's just a really stupid narrative thrust.
Well, it's also handled really poorly, just in general, because it starts off with this urgency. My son was just kidnapped. I need to find them. Even though you're refrozen, it makes sense that your character would be like, I need to find him as soon as possible. This is my top priority. Then you talk to your robot, and he's just like, "Oh, well, let's search around town to see if they're hiding." Like, you know for a fact.
Why the fuck?
And you can't tell him no. Like, if
when you tell him no, you can't be like, no, that's stupid.
That's what I was trying to explain. You can tell him no, but then that's just a dead end as far as the quest. If you've never played Fallout 4 and you tell him no, he will not give you any information to continue your quest. You have to do a shitty little bullshit for him to say, oh yeah, you could go to Concord. Which you'll probably end up there anyways if you just follow the road out of town. But the point is, if you're following the quest, if you're completing each part of the quest, then you have to do a stupid bullshit going around town for no reason.
And then becoming the leader of the Minutemen somehow.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have a leader, and you're brand new. You're.
Yeah. I just met you, person who is from a vault and from 200 years in the past. I don't know anything about you. I don't know what your morals are. I don't know how much you care about the rest of the world. Or if
you don't even know what's
anyone,
going on.
Yeah.
We're going to have to fill you in on literally everything because you have no concept of anything that's going on out here. But yeah, you should totally be our leader.
You just learned of the existence of Deathclaws like 2.5 minutes ago. You've never seen a super mutant. You've probably never seen a ghoul at this point. You don't know what horrors exist in the wasteland. You don't know what our main enemy faction is. You don't know what the Institute is, but you should be our leader.
God, imagine if it was like, if they actually made it even semi-realistic of like making decisions for your faction and stuff and being like, okay, well, we need to move like a quarter of our men to and then like, if it gave you the option to put them somewhere, you could be like, oh, well, this looks like a good area. This doesn't seem to be, like infested with a lot of like, with our enemies and stuff. How about here? This seems like a good place. And then Preston just looks at you and is like, sir, that's the glowing sea. We would all instantly die if we walked in there. Okay. Well, what about here? Sir, that's a Deathclaw sanctuary. We can't go anywhere near there. It's just like, the fuck? How is this guy your leader?
Yeah.
Well, you know what would be a good idea? What if we just move our entire group into the core of Boston? You know the core of Boston is full of super mutants and raiders, right?
Well, fuck it then. Just forget it. We won't do anything. How about we all just fucking die? How about that? You happy now?
Yeah.
You're the general, but you still follow Preston Garvey's orders like a good private. Yeah?
Yeah.
That's probably the worst part. The leader who takes orders from his subordinates.
Yep. Oh, God.
Still, if you can get over the lumpy your skills up a little, wandering around the Commonwealth shooting things can be really fun. Oh, and don't forget, this wasteland is harsh. The game conditions you to scavenge.
Is it?
Yeah, I would say no, it's painfully easy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I've really
they emphasize how easy it is because they literally give you a suit of power armor and you kill off what's supposed to be the most feared thing in the wasteland, the Deathclaw, in the first. Okay, can't say 5 minutes because that's the introduction, but let's say the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. He also says that, well, I don't know if he said it yet, but he says that there's so little ammunition everywhere. And I'm just like, no, I had to install mods that actually lessen the amount of ammunition that spawns because there was so much of it in my playthroughs.
Yeah.
No matter what difficulty I put it on in survival mode and all that, there was always way too much ammo everywhere. So I don't know where he gets that from.
Yeah, who knows?
Despite the well-intended introduction, Minutemen Quest simply can't make up for Fallout 4's missing narrative thrust early on. Still, if you can get over the lumpy opening and get your skills up a little, wandering around the Commonwealth shooting things can be really fun. Oh,
also, I want to stop on that too. Wandering around and shooting things can be really fun. So how does that not apply to other games? Is it just shoot thing fun?
Yeah, remember, we're still on this. The Bethesda RPGs are different. It's this way versus that way. It's like, okay, you still haven't explained what the difference actually is. They seem to be the exact same thing. And your whole thing of like, well, you have choices to go anywhere and stuff like that. You claimed that the original Fallouts were a that way game, but you can do the same thing and go anywhere you want in those games as well if you so choose. There's nothing that forces you to go do it.
It's also pretty bad when this is what your takeaway for this is for a fucking Fallout game is it's fun to shoot things, guys. For a Fallout game.
Yeah.
When shooting should not be the main point of a fucking Fallout game. Okay. Let's get.
And don't forget, it's harsh. The game conditions you to scavenge because healing stim packs and ammo, without access to a local merchant early on, are both essential and scarce.
No,
That's
no,
just not true at all.
no, not at all. You
Yeah, they
find
are not
ammo and
scarce.
meds everywhere. I am always overcumbered with how much fucking ammo and stim packs I have. I am constantly selling my stim packs because I have so many.
You can hardly walk 5 steps without tripping over a goddamn stim pack in this game.
Exactly. So for him to be like, oh, it's hard, it's difficult because this stuff is scarce. No, it's not. You literally have to download a fucking mod to make this stuff scarce.
Yep.
Shooting-
Also, I just want to bring this up. Admiral Tony Dawning, it can be really fun. He's not wrong. I'm not saying that he's making a good point, but he technically isn't wrong. Yeah, no, again, that's
What?
an opinion thing. It can be fun. Is like, yeah, that's just an opinion thing, but it can also be mindless, boring, and tedious. Like, it's because it is such a subjective thing, there's no point in bringing it up.
The thing I like to compare is, shooting enemies is fun. Okay. Open Gmod and spawn 30 Combine soldiers on any map you've got downloaded for Gmod, then shoot them dead. Then spawn 30 more and shoot them dead. And then spawn 30 more and shoot them dead. How long is that going to last?
That's my issue. That's my issue with this stuff is just play any other game. Do you know how many games there are where literally the entire point is to just shoot things? There are so many other games you could play. Why do you need to turn Fallout into that when you have all these other options? Why can't we have something different? It's a lot like when I see people talk about Dark Souls and they want to like remove invasions and stuff. And it's like, how many other games can you play that doesn't have invasions, but then the one game that has it, you're like, well, that needs to be removed.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the one thing this game has that's different, and you want it gone?
That's why I'm so happy with the Miyazaki interview about Elden Ring and coming to difficulty. They're not reducing the difficulty at all. They're just saying it being an open world game naturally will allow players to come at it from different sides. So there's already a built-in way to make the game easier or harder depending on what you want. Yes. So we're not gonna make an easy difficulty. It's like, thank you, Miyazaki. Praise
please
Miyazaki.
Do not ever make an easy fucking setting for these games. Again, just play something else. There are a million other games that give you an easy setting in these type of genres and stuff. Dark Souls doesn't need that.
Yep.
Let it be different. Let it be its own thing. Stop trying to make it like everything else. That's my issue with this stuff is why does Fallout need to be like 80% of every other game ever made? Why do we need that? Why can't we have something else?
Hey, do you want to know the sick and disgusting reason why?
Because mainstream sells better?
Yeah, exactly. That's the most insufferable part about it.
Yeah.
The more watered down, the less obstacles, the less challenge it offers, the more people play it. And the more money they make, and money looks good to investors. It is painful. Again, a niche can make you a lot of money. Fucking Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov. Nobody, at least I haven't heard anybody that would claim that has general audience or mass market appeal. No, that is about as hardcore of a game as you can fucking get. And look how well that's doing. And look how many sales that's getting. And look how much that is being streamed. Niches work. There is literally nothing wrong with a niche. It's just that these companies want more money than God.
Yeah. Shooting is a tool to be used for the achieving of objectives, not the be-all, end-all. Yeah, I agree. It should be one of the options. It should be a tool in a tool bag of dealing with situations where there's numerous tools to solve the same problem.
Yeah.
$5 from Kitten Pyro now. Thank you. Gmod is 1,000+ games in one. There are Fallout RP servers that could be fun. Well, yeah,
Yep,
but I was just talking like load up GM Flatgrass and then like 30 Combine soldiers, start shooting them down. Like, at what point is, oh, hey, I could shoot things. This is fun. Does it become repetitive and boring?
It's kind of tedious, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of tedious. It's kind of annoying. It's like, yeah.
You're going to ways you didn't anticipate, which will also condition you to use the quick save feature. My biggest issue with Fallout 3's landscape was how dry and lifeless the world felt. Fallout 3 worked hard to portray an ugly world, and it succeeded in large part because the game didn't look that great. Much of the landscape looked like a sea of melted, malformed plastic. The lack of vegetation or character made a lot of the capital wasteland feel not just dingy, but fake too. The Commonwealth...
I don't know if I would say fake. One thing I will say about Fallout 3 is I do like the design of the architecture, the buildings and stuff, and the ruins
I would say
decent.
I would say he's referring to fake the way we would, that it's completely unbelievable that anybody would live in this world because there's literally nothing to sustain people in this world.
I think that problem could be easily fixed by just adding plants, though.
Yeah, it could.
Like, that's the thing.
His whole thing was the fact that there weren't plants, that it was
I know.
barren, dull. It's like, yeah.
But he went beyond just the issue of plants. He said everything looks fake and plasticky, which I don't fully agree with.
I don't know if I agree with that either.
Fallout 4 is definitely more plasticky look.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
That's kind of the common criticism of Fallout 4 is that everything looks plasticky and like not real, like it's Barbie dolls and everything.
Yeah, well, that's part of the Boston City. Some of those buildings look like they should be in the Jetsons or something. The post-apocalyptic Jetsons.
Yeah.
I like 3's aesthetic. It's just they didn't do a good job with it. They made it completely unreasonable.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I think you can make a Fallout game where that area is very desolate. Like I would believe that in a nuclear world, there would be areas where it's mostly desolate with almost nothing there. But I still feel if you're gonna put people there, if you're gonna make life there, there needs to be some kind of sustainable resource there as well.
Yeah.
First time I've caught a STAG live. Can you guys react to Let's Talk About Megaton by Beyond XP? One point was Megaton gets its food from trading water with caravans. I've heard an argument similar to that before. There's a couple problems though. Number one,
that is never shown at any point in the game.
We don't actually even need to see a trader coming out of Morrowind to talk to... Did I say Morrowind? We don't need to see a trader coming out of Megaton to talk to the caravans. All we need is a character to say, yeah, we do this, or have it like on a note somewhere, like, oh, shipment of 200 bottles of water to the Canterbury caravan or fucking whatever.
Yeah. Which again, like I said, that's stuff that we would have seen. We literally see nothing in Fallout 3. There's literally no evidence whatsoever that they trade with caravans.
And it would be as simple as literally when you talk to them, because you have the option of saying, like, what do you specialize in? What do you do? And they could literally...
We run food and water between Rivet City and Megaton. That's our biggest trade route. It's like, oh, bam, right there, done.
Yeah,
exactly.
Although such a caravan should have at least fucking 6 guards on it.
Yes, there should actually be a caravan, not one guard, one merchant, and one pack Brahmin.
Yeah. But where do the caravans get their food was my issue. I agree with that.
Yes.
Rivet City is the only place to have its own food source that I can remember off the top of my head. And even then, you don't actually see this food source. It's just mentioned on a terminal that they have a hydroponics lab, which they grow fresh food, which you can only find the fresh food items in the lab, not for sale anywhere.
Yep. So they don't even trade it or anything. And nobody in Rivet City has fresh food.
Yeah.
So it's a bit weird.
Yeah, literally the guy, like the diner. There's no fresh food from the guy from the stuff you could buy from the guy at the diner. Like, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yep. $2 from Boreman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't forget about the 3 flowers, LMAO. Yeah, the 3 flowers in the grave. Oh god.
Yeah, the guy who made that argument made a lot of dumb arguments.
Yep.
He tried saying that because a terminal said that they trade their food, then that's an explanation for why all the other towns have their food, even though none of those towns actually have those items in there.
Oh, dude, there's some knowledge we got to drop on this. SSF High Command John,
Thank you.
$10 super chat. Thank you very much. I've heard somewhere once that Fallout 3 was going to take place sometime around Fallout 1, which would explain why the swampy Potomac River area was still dead. Also, the architecture of DC works. Yeah, the architecture works, but you want to know something else? Todd himself said that originally Fallout 3 was going to be set on the West Coast, and it was going to take place after Fallout 2 properly. It was actually going to be a proper sequel, and it was a mill. No, we should do DC, because who can blow up DC better than us?
Yeah, ML pestered Todd Howard into...
constantly harassed him to get him to change it to DC, because we can blow up our own backyard.
Yeah, this was a confirmed thing.
Yeah, from the horse's mouth itself, Emil and Todd both confirmed that this happened.
Yep,
which
it's
is
fucking bad.
God, that should have been the first sign of get Emil out of the company, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's crap. That's really bad. Also, you want to know something really funny about the flower thing?
Yeah.
When I played Fallout 3 and I saw those flowers on the thing, I assumed, like, literally, this is what came to my mind. And this was back when I still liked the game. I just thought, oh, plastic flowers, that makes sense, because they're not going to wither away and die. Like, it would make sense that they would use plastic flowers on these graves, because you would get to see them still.
Someone actually commented the other day that they're probably plastic.
Exactly. Yeah. That was the first thing I thought of. I never once thought that they were real flowers. I never thought that, ever. I never once thought that these were real flowers. I was like, those are plastic. They have to be. There's no other way.
Well, again, in hindsight, Alex Kristallin says, thank God he did that, though. Yeah, in hindsight, thank God he did, so it didn't fuck up the West Coast lore as much as, East Coast is a complete shit show, and not what Fallout actually is.
Oh,
but
man.
It's just depressing that Emil has this power at Bethesda when he is such a terrible writer. And again, the insanity of it is how many bad decisions, damn near every single one of them, can be traced right back to Emil himself.
All of them?
Yeah, I said damn near all. It's almost all of them. There are some that obviously came from other sources and everything. And some from Todd being Todd the Liar Howard because he's a hype man. But yeah, the vast majority of bad decisions come directly from Emil himself. And dude, he is proud of how awful his thing... When he talks about how shit the Fallout 4 conversation system was, and he was like, it was bad because people couldn't come up with 4 different... You had to always have 4 different things. How much 4 ways to say no? It was like, doesn't make any sense. How 4 ways to leave a merchant? It's like, so we kept it anyways. It's like, oh, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's...
Even 4 ways to say no would be good if they were 4 different ways that impacted your standing with a NPC, for example. Like, you could say, oh, fuck off, which makes them like you less.
Yeah.
Because at least that's something. At least it gives a bit of personality to your character that you can direct. Like, oh yeah, I want my character to be a selfish asshole who hates everyone. So, I'm always going to pick the rude options. And that's going to make everyone like me less, which makes sense, but no, we can't have that in a video game. We can't have players making bad decisions that might lead into things they might not like happening, So we're just going to strip choice out of the game.
Yeah, I hate
Yeah.
that they straight up just admit that they knew it was bad from the outset, but kept it anyway, because effort is a bad word here at Bethesda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Design
Fuck off.
documents require effort, and effort is just not needed. You know, we'd rather great games are played, not made. It's like, Emil, you do not want that to be the hill you die on, because we're going to have a lot of questions for who the fuck thought Kid in a Fridge was a great play experience, or telling a cat to go home was a great play experience. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's fucking
Are you
laughably
telling me
awful.
telling a cat to go home wasn't the most fun you ever had in a video game?
Yeah.
You're telling me that's not biblical writing?
No. Also, Admiral Tony Dawning says, I think I read an interview where Troika wanted to put Fallout in space, but Bethesda outbid them. I don't know about the in-space part, but yes, Troika was trying to get the Fallout license, and Bethesda outbid them. So, again, it just goes to that whole Bethesda did not save the Fallout franchise. No, other companies were interested in it. Bethesda just outbid them, and they delivered shit.
Yeah. God, could you imagine if we got a fucking direct sequel to Fallout 2 written by Emil?
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, God.
That is pain.
He really should write linear games, not RPGs, because again, he almost pulled off good writing when it came to the Dark Brotherhood and Oblivion, and then he fucked it up
Yeah.
because you couldn't point out the obvious differences in the notes. But yeah.
Yeah, that... Oh, God. See, the Dark Brotherhood should have been a very easy thing to do, too, because the first more than half of that faction was really good. It's just, oh, here's a small little story. You need to kill this character in a specific way. You know?
Yeah.
But then they did this whole conspiracy thing and just, yeah, the note thing, which... And, like, how did this guy even figure out where the next dead drop would be so he could replace it?
Again, because it's kind of the point of dead drops. Only the person doing the drop and the person receiving the drop would even remotely know where it is. It's kind of the entire point. So you can't see them in the same area at all. So you can't put them together.
So at least explain how this guy was able to trail LeChance and figure out, oh, hey, this is where the dead drop is going to be. I'm going to replace it after he does it and leave. And then not leave myself, but stay and watch to make sure LeChance didn't catch on to me and replace it or whatever. You know?
Yeah, or get rid of my new dead drop that's there.
$20 from Dominic the Donkey. Thank you. Hey, I gotta go. Hope you three in chat have a great stream. Don't really gotta say this out loud, but check out Smiling Friends if you haven't. It's an Adult Swim animated series by Psychic Pebbles. Really recommend. Smiling Friends is fucking amazing. Setch, have you seen Smiling Friends?
No, I haven't.
Fucking watch it.
You need to watch it.
Oh my God.
It's so good.
I am currently going back through all of Deep Space Nine. I'm sorry, it's going to be on the back burner.
Setch, they're 10-minute episodes.
It's going to be on the back burner. I don't care.
You
I can
need
actually
to
link you. I can link you all of the episodes right now. Like I just watched them through Discord.
Setch, please. You need to.
They are really good.
No, I don't want to.
You don't know what you're missing out on, man.
I will get to it eventually. There's a bunch of other stuff to do. Again, especially because I really need to get through the Dark Souls script. Like I have been procrastinating on that Dark Souls script real bad. I need to do that. All right. Back to this video.
Yep.
I love
lack of mention or character.
Oh, yeah, there's a good one. I will watch them when you finish Dark Souls.
Hey!
Oh, damn, he's never gonna watch them. No!
Hey, that's not fair, Pagan. Tie him down to watch the show. $2 from Kitten Pyro now. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna have to make Setch watch Smiling Friends Clockwork Orange style.
No, again, like I said, I will do it after you beat Dark Souls.
Ah.
All right.
Ooh, I know. Every time Kree does an episode of, like, when he actually streams Dark Souls, we make you watch one episode.
I can agree to that. I will agree to that.
Yeah, that's a
Alrighty
good
then.
idea.
All right. There we go. Oh, by the way, the stream has to be an actual effort stream. Don't just start the stream and be like, here's Dark Souls. Well, see you later, everybody.
Well, I would never do that. I don't want to trick the audience or waste the audience's time like that.
Yeah, I'm just doing it so no, there's no straw manning. Well, that was Dark Souls. Now we're switching to Factorio. No, we're not doing that. All right.
Character made a lot, not just dingy, but fake too. The Commonwealth, on the other hand, is a beautifully destroyed world, from its lush backcountry to its historic inner-city sites. Considering the Boston setting, I'm surprised the game didn't push the patriotic heritage angle as hard as Fallout 3 did in Washington, D.C.
What?
What do you mean? What do you think the Minutemen are?
Yeah, what the fuck? Do you not know history at all?
The first faction you meet is literally this
hyper-patriotic concept about the Minutemen who helped create this country. Like, what the fuck, dude? Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man.
Dude, this... Oh my god, just what the fuck? We haven't even gotten to the worst part yet. Ugh. We haven't even gotten to the part.
Yeah, we haven't even got to the part where everybody's going to clap. We haven't gotten there yet. So, alright, here we go.
Oh boy.
The Commonwealth is a really big place, and once you get your whole lot to do. The game was promoted as something a bit too complex to fit on older console platforms. You're pretty daft if you can't go back to Fallout 3, New Vegas, or Skyrim and say that this isn't a huge step up in a whole lot of ways. But one of the big...
What? You're pretty daft if you can't go back to Fallout 3, New Vegas, and say that this isn't a huge step up in a lot of ways. It's a massive regression in a lot of ways, my dude.
I mean, if you're talking about
in
just
things that don't matter,
graphics.
like graphics, yeah, sure, it's a step up. But in things that actually matter, like story, lore, writing, characterizations, the actual drama, the plots, it's a huge downgrade.
I think the engine is able to handle more NPCs on screen at once than Oblivion or Fallout 3 were able to. I mean, I guess that's a sort of a step up, but just not the step up most people mean.
It's basically meaningless.
Yeah. Like I said, things that don't matter, superficial shit that doesn't matter to the story of the Fallout game.
Yeah, this is one of those points he's going to have to elaborate on. How is it a step up? Why
Again,
is it
he
a
still
step up?
hasn't fucking done the this way, that way thing, and that's the thing I'm still waiting for.
Oh, you're not going to get it at this point.
Oh, that's over. That's done.
Yeah. So, again, there is no fucking difference. It was all a bunch of fluff and nothing. Got it.
Yep.
Alright.
It was promoted a bit too complex to fit on older console platforms. You're pretty daft.
God, those fucking pipe guns, by the way, trigger the shit out of me.
Yeah, I
hate
fucking
them
hate the
so
pipe
much.
guns. Ugh.
I'm not even a gun... Look, I'm not a gun guy. I don't know much about guns. I can barely remember the name of manufacturers. I know Smith & Wesson. I know... Smith & Wesson. I'm not a gun guy, but I do like...
He doesn't even know Springfield Armory. You're not from North America, motherfucker. I'm just kidding.
But I do like a really good-looking gun. I like... Yeah, just a good-looking gun, you know?
Yeah, the 7 Days to Die pipe guns are a lot better.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They're really good. Again, they actually look usable and functional as pipe guns. Like, how do you keep the pressure of a shotgun shell? Well, you make it an entire manifold that actually has to wrench in place. It's like, yeah, okay, that actually works. Yep, 7 Days to Die has pipe guns now.
Yeah, they're
And
pretty
they are
good
complete
too.
garbage.
Yeah, the machine gun is really good. All the other ones are a bit meh, but the machine gun is ooh. Yeah, you can use that all the way into late game.
Well, the shotgun too. I mean, you just have to take into account that it's going to take you 3.5 seconds to reload. But
yeah, I'm not a fan of the of the pistol or the shotgun. I think they're pretty worthless.
that's fair.
But yeah, the pipe weapons in Fallout 4 are fucking ugly as shit. You can make them not look garbage. Again, 7 Days to Die did it. But these are just... I hate them in every way. They don't feel good to shoot. They're obviously not good to look at. And the game just fucking plagues you with them. You could be level fucking 900, and you'll still be getting pipe weapons as drops commonly.
They look like those fucking, like, jury-rigged, put-together things that you see that, like, inmates make in prison where it gets, like, one shot before it breaks.
Yeah.
Just so they could kill the guy in the next cell from them or something.
Yeah. The 7 Days still have the blunderbuss. Love that thing. I liked the blunderbuss too in 7 Days. Apparently they've removed it.
Yeah, no, they replaced it with the pipe shotgun.
Pipe shotgun. Yep.
That is sad.
Yeah.
Yep, zip guns basically, Rottbar. All right.
If you can't do Vegas or Skyrim and say that this isn't a huge step up in a whole lot of ways. But one of the biggest advantages of being on new hardware, aside from the graphical leap, is the fact that many buildings and cities don't need to be hidden behind load zones anymore, which makes the game feel more open and organic. In fact, that sense of open...
That's not a big deal. That's not a huge, like, thing. Again, there are ways... It all comes down to your competency when it comes to how you... Oh, what's it called? Damn it, brain. It's your competency on how you do culling and level of detail and render distances and everything like that. You could totally get away with doing stuff like this. Easy peasy.
Not just that, but there were areas in Fallout 3 that they weren't huge buildings, but there's areas like that in Fallout 3 that had no load zones. Like, you could find diners and stuff where you could just go in. The Temple of the Union was another one where it was a building where there were a couple individual rooms for characters, like their bedrooms, which were closed off areas that had a load screen, but the majority of the building was open.
God damn it.
What?
JD at such. Behold, Mike, the Mataba Model 6 Unica. What?
What?
Behold! Yes.
Oh,
it is a revolver, and it is called, and its creator said it is called unique.
I want one so bad. I love them.
See, from the Behold at the start, that made me think it was a Dr. Weird thing.
Behold! Yeah, I did too. Yeah, behold! The Mataba Model 6 Unica! What's it do? It kills things really good!
Yeah, it's like... So if you'll notice, it fires from the bottom cylinder instead of the top cylinder. That's dumb. Why would you do that? Well, it actually prevents flip-up. So whenever you fire a Magnum, there's a really good chance of causing your wrist to wrench. Oh, then why don't all revolvers do that? Well, it's because it's kind of expensive, and you got to kind of shuffle things around a lot to get it to fire from the bottom of the bottom cylinder instead of the top cylinder. So it just makes the thing ludicrously more expensive and complex.
I just want to say, that was a good impression, Pagan.
Dude, I used to watch that show religiously when I was a kid. I used to do that impression all the time. Behold!
Behold!
Corn!
Behold! My ass has eaten my hand!
It hungers for more!
Oh, God.
Do you like it, Steve?
I was going to read that one out.
Yeah, though, good God. It fucking reminded me of Bebop flicks and the fucking revolver that's firing 9 shots. It's like, God damn you.
Yeah, that was awful.
Behold, my copy of Fallout New Vegas!
The stream should just be an impression stream now. We still have too much video to go through. We haven't even made it 10 minutes in yet.
Behold, the Shake Suba, the Mike Mover. Gonna bring it to you.
RTR says, the Mataba Model 6 Unica is the only gun that makes me horny, other than a certain German automatic weapon. So this Prime Such, which you prefer, 5.56 or 5.45? Both of them have their plus and minuses. I would prefer 5.56 just because, you know, I like ARs. I really do.
Yeah, same. I would choose 5.56.
I know there's the big AR versus AK thing. Both of them are fantastic gun platforms, but they have their strengths and weaknesses, just like everything does. There is no magical unicorn gun that's great at everything.
Yeah.
$2 from Scootmeister. Thank you. What has science done? All right, we should probably get back to the video.
Yep.
Sense of openness remains apparent when you do need to dive into an insect's hive or an old military fort, because the game takes a few notes from Skyrim on flexible level design. Dungeons, or really just any enclosed space in the game, no longer feel like graph sheet mazes of yore, which makes them far more memorable and a whole lot more fun to scavenge.
What?
They no longer feel like graph sheet mazes of yore. Yeah, they do. Fucking hell, they feel more like it, because there's a lot of these things that make no sense. It's like, oh, now we're just in the underbelly works of a factory, an American factory, mind you, not like we're not talking like Eastern European or Russian or Slav fucking factories that have those like, well, we needed to get to all the pipes and plumbing, so instead of doing normal gratings and stuff like that so you can lift the grate off and get to it, we just built an entire underground network of tunnels. It's like, what? But why? It's easier. Is it?
I don't know about easier. Definitely not cheaper.
Oh, I think it is cheaper because they wouldn't have to manufacture all the gratings and stuff like that with abilities to get tools to lift and unhook them and everything. I think it's technically cheap.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I didn't think of that. Yeah, I guess technically that would be cheaper.
And if you ever want to know what I'm talking about, if you ever play the game Escape from Tarkov, play the factory level, and you'll see what I mean when I talk about Eastern European, Slav, Russian design of, like, we got to get to all the pipes into the factory, so we just built a giant rat's maze of fucking tunnels everywhere. I don't know if it's an American thing, but why are there so many military installations around one city? It's just for redundancy's sake. You don't want all of your military fortifications get taken out at once, so you'll have multiple military fortifications, and a lot of them can be broken down based off of branch. So some of them are Marine Corps bases, some of them are Marine Corps / Navy bases, some of them are Air Force bases, some of them are Army bases. In Indiana, we have Fort Henderson, which I think is the second largest military installation in the U.S. outside of the Pentagon. So, yeah, you could have Fort Polk, which is a mistake. Yes.
Yeah, we don't really want a Japan sort of thing where it's like, oh, we lost 2 of our bases. Better surrender.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't realize that was a thing.
The Slav factory.
What, a factory where you make Slavs?
No, it's just there's a very particular design of factories depending on country and stuff. It is, and Slav factories are what I'm talking about. The ones where they have lots of levels and then they have tons of tunnels everywhere. Just everywhere. Marine bait? You mean a box of crayons? Nah.
Anyways, back to the video. Yeah, the dungeons in Skyrim and Fallout 4 in particular felt very formulaic to me. Especially how they have to loop in on themselves to drop you off at the entrance, or that they have a back exit.
God damn it.
Not all of them did, of course, but most absolutely did.
As American Pride puts it, behold, communism!
I could just imagine the Dr. Weird sketch, and you just open the door, and it's a bunch of starving people.
Yes. Behold, communism!
That's great. Oh my god.
Oh god. Yeah, holy shit.
You know, last time we talked about Dr. Weird on stream, after stream I ended up watching a compilation of all of Season 1 appearances.
No, No, take that back right now, Admiral Tony Donnie. Such, are you implying Acer is a Marine? No. The Marines actually have standards.
Oh my god, I just thought of something. He turns on the news and he just sees the fucking riots from 2020. Behold, Twitter!
Oh, god damn it.
That's a good one.
Yeah, dude. The Air Force is... The woke military, the people that have started pushing for woke agenda and ideology in the military, it's been fucking embarrassing. You can now do your PT runs in the Air Force by walking. Oh, well, now you can do it with a bicycle. Dude, the Air Force and the Army have lost a lot of people for good reason, and the Marine Corps is still like, nah, fuck you. We're sticking with our traditions and principles, assholes. It's like, God, as all the complaints I have for the Marine Corps, thank God we are the most up our own ass about our traditions and core values. Thank God.
Isn't the Marines the one, like, where that clip comes from of the, I don't know what he is exactly, but he's like, they're talking about, like, female recruits and stuff. And they're like, well, how come you expect them to do all this stuff? It's like, well, when you put a 500-pound rucksack on a woman, they crumble like a sack of croutons.
Dude, yeah, that woke recruitment video from a year ago that completely destroyed Army recruitment. It is glorious. It's like, oh yeah, you didn't think that one through, did you? You fucking morons.
Oh, is that the My Two Moms one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something.
Oh God, it's great.
Oh, yep, it is Marine Corps. I just looked it up. Here's the clip.
Well, I can't play it on stream, so... Actually, this probably isn't copyrighted. How long is it?
It's 13 seconds.
13 seconds. You know what? I'll play this on stream. Let me just do that. Go over here. I won't open a new tab. Instead, I'll use one that was already open.
It's fucking great.
She crumbles like a fucking crouton.
This is what standards are. This is why I never understood the whole, like, well, there aren't enough females in this branch of the military.
Why the fuck does it keep playing when I rewind it? Alright, hold on. I'm going to play it so chat can see it.
Okay.
There's a reason why 26 of the most physically fit women in the Marine Corps have failed out of this course. That reason is simple. When you put 120 pounds on the back of a woman, she crumbles like a fucking crouton.
I wasn't expecting the volume change. That got me.
Dude, but seriously, it's like, how much more... This is the thing I never understood. With these people are like, oh, well, we need more women in, like, the Navy SEALs, so we need to have lower standards so we can get women in. Why would that be empowering of women? Oh, you couldn't make the cut, so we had to set the bar lower for you. Wouldn't that be demotivating?
Also, chat might be getting us into trouble, but behold, women! Behold, lesbians! Behold, standards!
Yeah.
Look, we're not sexist, I promise you. It's just there are different facts of life that exist that you have to consider.
Yes, and my God, that thing is great. I am liking that right now. It is so fucking good.
We call them SEAL Team Suicide. You get to behold women. All right, let's get back on track. Holy shit, this might be our tangentiest episode yet.
Yep. All right.
Managing is a whole lot more fun, as you no longer need to open each individual locker or desk. Just hover over it and pick out as you please. It's fantastic.
But it's the same system. It's just you've eliminated the fact you have to click on it first. You still have to click on it, though, to grab the thing. you're still looking at the thing. You've literally just moved one button press. That isn't revolutionary.
Yeah, you just made it faster
Yeah.
to do the thing you were already doing.
But you
It's
know
a
how much
small-
more annoying you actually made the system when stuff is piled up on top of each other? Good fucking luck. Ah, dude. Just fucking wow.
Yeah, it's just a small quality of life improvement. A very small one.
And people treat it like it's fucking this revolutionary thing when it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really not. I like it. I literally use a
Yes.
mod that does the same thing in New Vegas, but
So,
it's not
okay.
revolutionary.
If we actually want to talk about entire wastes of time, as JD puts out, at such, you see the video of Russian soldiers throwing tomahawks upside down while flying through the air? Yes. So there's training in Russian military where they will run at a trampoline, jump on it, flip themselves upside down, and throw a tomahawk, and they have to hit a target as they're flying through the air upside down.
Yeah.
It's like, talk about completely pointless waste of time in training. It's like, yeah, it looks... oh, that's an interesting technique, but it is so...
How many
it's such a
trampolines are you
waste.
going to be able to jump off of during war?
Or how you think you're going to get thrown through the air and have enough cognition to then pull the tomahawk and throw it?
Yeah, but you know why they do it? They do it because they're like, look how badass we are. Look what we can do.
Exactly. It
And
is
you
a
know
flex.
it gets people to fucking sign up. You know people are going like, there's people
Oh,
in
I
Russia being
know
like,
it.
fuck yeah, I want to do
know
that. Spetsnaz, 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 Spetsnaz.
Suka bliat!
Suka bliat!
Dude, no, it's that same thing where people are doing like high kicking pottery vases off of people's heads. It's like, that is so impractical and such a waste of time, but it'll get a bunch of idiots to sign up.
I didn't realize kicking pottery was such a hobby.
Oh,
It was such
dude,
a desirable goal.
Have you ever seen it? There's a guy. He's a former Marine, who watches these videos stuff like that, and it's funny to listen to him because he comes from the good old days. He comes, he's an old school Marine, and it's funny to just hear him laugh and be like, "What a jackass!" and stuff like that. It's flat out like, "What a fucking retard!" It's like, yeah.
Kicking pottery is only cool in karate.
Dude, they did this at one of those military dictatorships. They had a bunch of guys that were like kicking pottery, show how cool they were, and they kept fucking it up, just over and over in front of the dictators. Like, and then the Marine stops the video and goes, "What a bunch of retards! You know, those two were put against the wall after this was over." It's like, god damn. All right, here we go.
There's a valid argument that wonders why Bethesda's East Coast cities in Fallout 3 and 4 are still so backwards and demolished compared to the civilization that rebuilt on the West Coast in the older games.
Wait. Did he take that footage from something or someone else? Hold on. Did you hear somebody talking in his Fallout 2 footage?
That did sound like there was someone talking in the background.
Because, wait, he had to have taken it from somewhere, because as Pagan says, he'll later say he never played Fallout 2. And he emphasized that he played Fallout 1 and 3.
Alright, hold on a second. Don't play it yet. I'm going to close the tab that's open and open a new tab with this video in it to see if he has any credit for it in the description. And I guess at the end of the video we'll have to check for credits to see if that was properly sourced.
Please.
No, pause, goddammit!
There's a valid...
God, I hate that shit. No. The description is, boom. In Bethesda's new post-nuclear role-playing game, it's not a role-playing game. It's our job to take the Vault Dweller upwards into the wasteland. This isn't the Vault Dweller, this is the sole survivor. To save his son, his or her, from nefarious raiders. They're not raiders. Your description is 7 kinds of fucked already. Join in as he levels up his special ratings, picks out a few perks, then gathers more duct tape and pre-war money than you could shake a flaming shish kebab at. The shish kebab isn't in this game, as far as I'm aware. In this newest episode of the Nth Review, View gamertype.com for more awesome original content. There's a bunch of links. Gamertype on Facebook and Twitter. Nth Review on Facebook and Twitter. N Pfeiffer on Twitter. Graphic Napkin on Twitter. So,
the shish kebab is in Fallout 4.
It is?
Yeah, it's literally just a katana with like this weird attachment on the back of it.
I'm not sure I've ever run into that.
It's really, you literally get it as a quest reward for so you know the fire.
That's
fire
right.
raiders?
I forgot the forged.
Yeah.
I
You get it as a
completely
reward
forgot
from
about
the,
that.
Yeah, that's one of the ways you can get it.
I completely forgot about that. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean it's a piece of shit, so it's not a surprise that you wouldn't remember it.
Okay. All right, are we ready?
Yeah, hopefully there's credits at the end that say where he got that footage from.
It's fantastic. There's a valid argument that wonders why Bethesda's East Coast cities in Fallout 3 and 4 are still so backwards and demolished compared to the civilization that rebuilt on them. Or what about how so many of the most organized settlements in this game are still cluttered with trash and scrap? Does no one perform common household chores anymore? Honestly, though, I chalk that up to creative direction. I think the despair...
Okay, no, that's not an excuse.
That is not an excuse. Again,
yeah, no,
we're not talking about people like painting their houses or doing anything ridiculous. But people will just, hey, I don't want to sleep next to a dead body. Let me just shuffle that off. You know, I'll just kick it off the railing here or something like that. You know,
it's my creative direction that this character is going to have his head blown off, but he's still going to be alive and walking around in a world where having your head blown off will fucking kill you every single time.
Yeah.
God damn, I hate this shit. Like, you could just excuse everything as creative direction at this point. Kellogg being a retard and killing your spouse, that's just creative direction. All the plot holes, that's just creative direction. So what does that not cover for then? Is that just an excuse for everything? Because it seems like an excuse for everything. Because it seems like it could be an excuse for everything. If you're at the point of saying, oh yeah, these people live in garbage, but that's fine. These places haven't rebuilt anything in any significant way, but that's fine. It's creative direction. No, the lore of the world is what matters. There has to be a reason for these things to be the way they were. Fucking goddamn.
Okay.
Disparity and cruelty, despite being set later than the original Interplay games, ratchets up the isolation and flavor by...
How does it ratchet up the isolation flavor? You don't need to have it where nobody does basic menial things at all, and nobody survives, and nobody's farming or anything like that. It ratchets up the isolation and flavor. No, it doesn't.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, no, that doesn't do anything. That's so fucking stupid. It doesn't heighten anything.
Oh, God. You know what? I'm going to trigger off Video Contradicts Points because there's been multiple things he's shown on screen that go against this thing, like not having ammo and stim packs, and he shows he has fuck tons of ammo and stim packs.
When he literally said, "Oh yeah, when you explore, you always run into interesting things." Except a lot of these places, due to the way that the game is designed, like that, are not actually interesting.
Yeah. His point is saying that the East rebuilt less than the West is a creative discretion. But again, it doesn't make sense. His whole thing is, people don't clean up and do basic things because they're not as developed. No, human beings will still, clean their immediate vicinity. Again, the amount will differ. I'm sure a certain troglodyte we know will clean his desk at least.
I don't know.
Again,
he might not even do that.
It's like that whole thing in problem in Bethesda games is, oh, there's a dead body in here. It's literally a skeleton, but I'm gonna sleep next to it anyways.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna roll it off my bed.
Yeah.
Which, how do you even manage to do that? You're literally sleeping with it. How do you not accidentally hit it with your hand and cause it to roll off the bed? Like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Obviously, you mean like Vault City, etc. stuff. Again, the Vault City is actually how a lot more of these vaults should actually function. they should start reestablishing themselves slowly over time and using their generators and power sources to pull out turrets and everything. Actually, expand themselves. Each vault should have become its own faction with its own ideology and everything.
Yeah. Especially if, a good amount of them had fucking Gex. Like, Jesus Christ. You should absolutely be going out and planting those things and getting them fucking in use.
Deus Voltivital says, it's a body pillow.
Oh my god. It's my wife. I sleep with it for company.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Cities can get pretty bad without proper infrastructure, but when individual houses have trash in them, it's pretty bad. Yeah. Again, it's just so weird. Like I said, we're not saying why don't these people paint their houses or things like that. Again, because that's ridiculous. That it's a luxury. Basic things like, hey, I don't want dead bodies in the same room I sleep in or I eat in. That's not a basic luxury. It's more of like a necessity. That's more of like a need.
Oh, you know what's also really annoying? Whenever you see fucking NPCs doing their standard fucking animations of sweeping the floor and stuff, but nothing ever gets fucking cleaned. Oh.
Yeah. When they do the generic I'm sweeping the floor animation, and then you look around the very room they're doing the sweeping in, it's like there's a dead body there, there's blood all over there, there's trash there. Why are you even bothering to sweep?
Yeah, exactly. Like, for fuck's sake, you're literally showing NPCs trying to do menial tasks, but literally none of it is ever shown that they do it. Oh, I hate it. God, but yeah, there's a reason that not everywhere in the US looks like fucking California.
We'll wait for Cree back on that one, Nadaka. I like living and sleeping in a pile of insect-ridden trash. Ugh.
No, I didn't know we were talking about him again.
You missed it when I was talking about our troglodyte friend.
Oh boy.
$2 from Adako the Tricky. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gonna call bullshit on people cleaning. Look at Cree's tabs.
Hey!
Yeah, we were waiting for you to come back on that one.
You don't fuck with the tabs. The tabs are holy and eternal.
It's been a while since playing 1 and 2, but were the vaults nearly so set up to be failures? No. Vault Tech wasn't as insane in Fallout 1 and 2 to be like, oh, we'll do social experiments on people in these vaults as well. For what reason? Who is going to be left alive if these vaults actually need to be used to get this data for anything useful?
Actually, it was established in Fallout 2 that they were doing the experiments.
I know, but it wasn't as absurdist. Because again, they mentioned that there were tons of control vaults, which was the vaults that the Enclave was specifically targeting. They had a list of which one were the control vaults, because there were a lot of control vaults.
Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like there should have been more places than just Vault City, just the one. There should be more than that.
Well, 13 was supposed to eventually go out and do that too. They were one of the control vaults.
Yeah.
They just never expanded out. They didn't want to leave their home, unlike the people of Vault City. The people of Vault City, they opened up the vault and started expanding. And like I said, again, you have all this built in. You have water filtration, you have power, you have hydroponics and everything. You have the basic necessities. You are way better off than anyone else. So yeah, slowly expand, which is what Vault City did.
Yeah. Yeah, but unfortunately, Bethesda cranked that shit up to 11, and it's like, but basically every single vault was a fucking test. There was no control vaults.
Yeah,
they were all
a ludicrous tests too. Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
There wasn't any interesting tests like what happens if you turn democracy on its head and you're voting for who needs to die each year. Like that. Whoa, that's fucking dark.
Yeah, I loved New Vegas's vaults. I love their test. The whole like the sacrificing thing, the one like the red and blue side, like of like when you basically split a vault in half between their ideologies, but make them live together in a confined space anyway.
Yep.
And how will that turn out? It's like, yeah, this is really interesting shit.
Vault City with their 1,000 plus water chips. Well, yeah, that was the routing error. Like, because Vault 13 was supposed to get water chips and everything like that and be totally fine. It was a complete fluke that the shipment went to the wrong place.
Hmm.
All right.
Being backward and believable. Realistically, if you just follow the trajectory of those older games, these newer games would probably just look like Borderlands, and I think it's probably okay that they don't.
What?
What?
How would they look like Borderlands?
Because...
How? Look how well established Vault City is. Look how it has actual...
Does no one perform common household chores anymore? Honestly, though, I chalk that up to creative direction. I think the disparity and cruelty of Bethesda's worlds, despite being set later than the original Interplay games, ratchets up the isolation and flavor. By being backwards, it feels more lived in and...
No, it doesn't. It does not feel more lived in and believable. It feels way less believable. It is unbelievable how awful these places are. It is completely unbelievable how these people live.
Again, Paradise Falls, the place has been established and people living in it for at least a century. The main building still has burned up skeletons in it for some reason.
Yeah, it feels like a Twilight Zone episode of like the last man alive on Earth. Like it feels like you're the only person left anywhere, but then you randomly come across settlements with people in them, and it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, how the fuck are there people here? But yet we are clearly in a Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah. And then his next argument here, which is fucking insane logic. Here we go.
Believable. Follow the trajectory of those old...
Look at how well established this is. They're still weathering on it, so this building has been here for a while, but they have actual architecture. They have a uniform to their guards. They have iconography and symbolism. They have central I don't know, I couldn't see what it said before that, but look, they actually have a sign, a properly built sign. This is society as it's starting to reassert itself.
I think that says Central Council or something, but the other thing too is... The other thing too is...
Oh, hey, he actually gave credit this time.
Yeah, I was about to say, he gave credit Closet Yeti.
Yeah.
But...
So he is using other people's footage.
Even with this image on screen here, you could justify, like, you know, a couple pieces of garbage on the ground, like a piece of paper or a wrapper or something. If this was in Fallout 3 or 4, there would be garbage littered all over the place. Like... see where these two guards are? See the corners where the wall meets the floor? There would be, like, piles of shit over there. This corner up here, there would be garbage everywhere. There'd be garbage in this alley. The streets would be strewn with shit.
Yeah, there would literally be, like, entire streets blocked off with rubble. Like, there would be trash stacked so high, you could literally use it as, like, a ramp to get on top of these buildings.
Yeah, but listen, not only that, think about this. This is an actual unique building. These are not building types or structures that were there before the war.
Yeah.
So
these were built after.
They actually built these. They learned glass blowing again. They learned masonry again.
Same with Shady Sands and what that eventually turned into the NCR in Fallout 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is why the worlds feel like alive and lived in. It's because, hey, people living in the post-apocalypse are building new things. They're not just nailing fucking scrap together.
Exactly. It's not just metal scrap huts everywhere. If this was actually... If Bethesda actually made Fallout 2, this wouldn't be a normal... This would be a half-blown-up old-world building, and then they would have scrap huts everywhere instead of normal huts.
I think I see what you're reacting to.
The West Coast is good at rebuilding, considering they burn down twice a year.
Oh my god.
Oh God. But yeah, this fucking insanity logic.
Yeah.
If they did follow that, it would look like Borderlands. No, it'd look more like Fallout 2. You fucking idiot.
I think that's
Yeah,
another
that's
problem a lot of
insane.
these people have trouble with is they think you can't do Fallout 1 and 2 with the graphics of Fallout 3 and 4, but you absolutely
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
It's not a difference between isometric and 3D, it's a difference in art style and world design where, oh hey, this world is clearly rebuilding and this one isn't.
Yep.
Yeah. Like these Adobe structures and stuff would totally fit in Fallout New Vegas. There are literally mods that add them and they fit really well.
That is
Yeah.
one thing I will say about New Vegas. I wish buildings like this existed more. I understand
I'll
why
give
they
them
kind
time
of don't.
limit credits.
Huh?
Yeah, I'll give them the caveat of their time limit. How little time they had.
Not just that, but the way New Vegas is designed is you don't really need to build new buildings, but
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you consider the whole like
most
New
of
Vegas
everything was
has-
untouched. So
Yeah, like most everything was untouched, and they want to rebuild New Vegas as it was. So fiery but mostly peaceful.
God.
that line will never not be funny.
Yeah, that will never not be funny. That news broadcast was insane. Literally standing there, with a fucking burning building behind him. Fiery but mostly peaceful.
Oh hey, I just realized the time code. I know what we're coming up on.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
yeah, here we go. It's not too much farther.
Yeah, chat, prepare to brace yourself for
Well-
a thing we didn't expect, but actually came up somehow.
But with the rate we're going, there'll probably be another hour before we get to it.
Maybe.
Oh,
I mean, we'll
It
see.
might be.
We'll see what other insanity happens.
9:52 was my.
Older games, these might just look like Borderlands, and I think it's probably okay that
And again, would probably look like Borderlands. No, they'd look like Fallout 1 and 2. Like, come
Yeah.
on, dude.
That's
I
insane.
can't believe you're actually trying to make this insane argument.
Well, here's the thing too: is these buildings in Borderlands look better than the buildings in Fallout 3 and 4 for people
By a country
building in an
mile,
area.
yes.
Yeah, they do. They look way better.
Alright.
they how well that universe has been mined already. So let's talk about combat.
How well the universe has been mined already. The thing that came out after Fallout 1 and 2? What the fuck? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
what?
Alright.
Most impressive upgrade from Fallout 3 or New Vegas, and no, it's not quite as polished as Titanfall.
What?
You're
fuck
actually going to talk about the gunplay is so much better. He's actually, I guarantee he's going gunplay.
Yep, he is.
There we go.
He does.
Okay,
Fucking,
that they've
alright,
done,
I'm getting,
considering
I
how
called
well
it.
That universe has been mined already. So let's talk about combat. The most impressive upgrade from Fallout 3 or New Vegas, and no, it's not quite as polished as Titanfall, Call of Duty, or Destiny, but it's an incredible step up from what we had. In order to
No, it is
contextualize
not
how-
really. It is
No.
not. It is not an incredible step up. Okay,
No.
it is an improvement. I will say it is an improvement, but it is not an incredible step up. Like holy shit.
Yeah, no, Fallout 3 was already behind the times with its combat, so this isn't much of an improvement.
Yeah.
I have to talk about VATS. When you fought bad guys in the early Fallout games, you switched to a turn-based tactical battle mode. When Bethesda migrated from a dimetric perspective to the first person for Fallout 3, it came up with the VAT system, which allowed you to freeze time and target enemies for critical damage in a way that both paid homage to those games.
Okay, so they didn't come up with the VAT system, they changed it.
Yeah.
Because
VATS
the different-
existed.
Yeah.
VATS was the thing before.
Yes, the originals had VATs. They just allowed you to target more specific body parts than, oh, I'm going to stab this rat with my knife, or am I going to stab this rat in the face with my knife, or in the left front left leg with my knife, or whatever.
Or his right testicle. Yeah.
Or his eye. You could choose to shoot at people's eyes in Fallout 1 and 2.
God, I wish I could
Bethesda
still do
took that concept and adapted it for a 3D open world real-time combat, I guess. And yeah, they just freeze the game and let you pick. So, again, they didn't come up with it, they adapted it.
But also provide specific gun skills around. That's worked really well on the console versions of Fallout 3 because combat in Bethesda games has always really, really sucked.
Yeah, chat,
There
we
it
get
is!
No stamina, Iron Dagger, spamming the attack button.
I can't believe we somehow managed to get that in this video. What the fuck?
Yeah.
We should actually put it on the bingo.
Like
Well,
I
see,
said, it was
that's what I was-
originally going to be the free space slot, but yeah,
That's
we didn't expect that this would happen this often.
Yeah, but that's part of what I was saying earlier is we can't really have it on the bingo because how often are we going to cover bingo or videos where this comes up? Like when we cover Cinema Wins and Cinema Sins doing Dune, there's a 0% chance that we'll get an Iron Dagger 0 stamina.
I wouldn't say it's a 0% chance because I can imagine some crazy fucking Rube Goldberg contraption of, yeah, and it reminds me of my days playing Morrowind and it's awful combat. And he just shows something like this and it's like, what? Why? How? How did that happen?
You know what? I can actually imagine.
The knife fight is like the knife fighting is so bad in this movie. It reminds me of Morrowind. And
Well, no,
shows him doing the dagger. It's like no.
The idea that came to mind for me was, oh, not being able to hit this guy with my weapon because of his shield reminds me of Morrowind. And then this exact clip.
Yeah, like I said, I can just imagine some Rube Goldberg's fucking nightmare scenario where this happens, and I'm just like, how?
And this is proof that it keeps coming up. Like it just randomly happens over and over. This keeps happening.
You know what we should add to the bingo card, though?
What?
It's a thing, so that's good.
I can't believe this. Yeah, when I was previewing this and I was just like, oh my god, they actually do this. And I was like, I sent you guys the timestamp that fucking Cree's reaction.
Yeah,
oh god,
Cree put up a hollow image just
Hold on, let me see if I can find that emote. There we go. I'm actually going to screen cap that.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you should just screen cap that part of our conversation and just be like, like, wait, really? And I give you the timestamp and then just that fucking.
Hold on. Hold on. Oh god, I gotta aim this. There we go. And I'll bring this over here.
Yeah, as Wobbuffet points out, 0 stamina, Iron Dagger fighting a Scrib. Yeah.
So you know what he did? He just loaded up a new game of Morrowind and ran straight there.
Yeah, it is literally all the memes. It is the literal full meme, just all in one.
Copy link.
Brown game.
Oh, and he still hasn't gone into his whole Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 thing yet.
Yeah. Dude,
That's
you're right.
long gone.
And yeah, and he still hasn't done his this way, that way thing. And as we said, that's long gone already.
Oh my god, he does it. Are you kidding me? Sorry, he fucking does it. Are you kidding me? Does what? Maybe Iron Dagger, no stamina should be on the bingo. Why does it keep happening? How the fuck does he even do this? Do that? This is a Fallout video. Does he really Iron Dagger, no stamina? Skip the time code emote. I actually added that emote to the server for the sole purpose of using it there.
We are at the 10-minute mark, basically. 9:59 technically. We're at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah. We're a quarter of the way through.
Yep.
If I recall correctly, he says something very stupid after this. Oh no.
Oh no. Alright, well, here we go. I'm gonna back it up a bit just so chat can go through the amusement of seeing it in the wild again. So alright, here we go.
To keep specific gun skills around. That's worked really well on the console versions of Fallout 3 because combat in Bethesda games has always really, really sucked. Even if you managed to get pixel perfect aim on your foe, there was yet another skill check each time you pulled the trigger to see if you'd actually hit the target. For Fallout 4...
Okay. I'm just going to say this now. Morrowind had the best combat of every Bethesda game since Morrowind.
Yeah, because again, it was the idea of your skills. Your skills mattered. Your level of proficiency with the weapon mattered. It actually made a difference in, oh, well, here's a braggart who's talking about how well he's going to beat you, and then he fights like some little scrub lord, and you can tell he has really low skills, and then you fucking wham, bam, knock him on his ass and stab him. And it's just like, yeah, you're obviously the more skilled. You could actually tell the difference. Dude.
Yeah, it's so annoying seeing people bitch about it.
What was that video we covered recently where a guy was a super high level and he was killing low level enemies to talk about how easy the combat was?
I don't remember.
I know there was a Skyrim one that we did. That one where
Yeah, that was the one where we had it was also a bunch of mods at the end too. He was showing the mods. Was that White Light?
Yeah, that was White Light.
That was White Light, yeah.
Yeah.
It was White Light that showed a bunch of mods and talked about Skyrim is great because of these mods existing. It's like, no, not at fucking all. Okay. Let's see how we're going to continue down this pain train.
But the blackboard to make combat a whole lot better. Equipping a gun and shooting things is now incredibly fun. If you aim at a Deathclaw or Rad Scorpion and fire, you'll hit it.
But you just showed footage of you missing.
I think he was saying that the same Morrowind system was in Fallout 3, where even if you shoot at
it,
which it's not, but that seems to be the mistake he's making. Also, I was just eating and I forgot to mute, so sorry for everyone in chat who heard that. But that seemed to be the argument he was making is, oh, even if you shoot an enemy, it's still doing a check to see if you actually hit the enemy or not, which that's not how it worked in Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
no.
I just love the fact that he's saying when you pull the trigger and shoot, you will hit the thing, and he shows footage of him missing. It's like, dude, come on.
At least
you have control. You have control of this video. This should have been what you were talking about when you pull the trigger. You hit because this is a shot where you actually vaporize a raider. Like, come on, man.
Fallout 4 still has the spread percentage thing. It's just not as bad as Fallout 3's.
They didn't allow it to do 90-degree fucking angles anymore.
Yeah, but it's still there. You can still miss even when you're aiming directly at somebody.
I'm not sure if it's... I don't think it's actual 90-degree angles, but the bullets do go far off target in Fallout 3 if your skill is low.
To be more honest with what it is, 90-degree is obviously hyperbole, but it's more like it's a 70-degree cone.
Yeah, it's really bad. Very big cone.
Yeah, it's a very big cone. It can get really ridiculous, especially with like hunting rifles. Like, what the fuck?
That was that in New Vegas when it was a mod. He had a modded weapon, and they had that same awful cone that is in Fallout 3. And he's trying to shoot that radio. Zach's trying to shoot the radio, and he's like, "What the fuck, man? I need to go get this barrel replaced. The rifling on it's mad fucked." Well, he can't hit the radio that's literally like 4 feet away from him, and he's aiming down the sights and everything. He's like, Jesus.
In my really Fallout 3 response to Miniature Nerd, I did use one mod for the minigun, where I increased the spread to an absurd degree, but I also increased the bullets coming out of the gun per bullet, which it sounds stupid, the amount of bullets per bullet, but that's actually how the system works, where each shot...
So what you're saying is you're Cave Johnson.
Huh?
You're saying you're Cave Johnson.
Sure.
You're firing out 80% bullet per bullet.
Yes. But that is actually how the system works. That's how the shotgun works, and because of that system built into the game, that's why you have mods where you can shoot like 20 mini nukes from one mini nuke. So that's what I did with the minigun for that little mod I did, where it increases the spread to an absurd degree, and it increases the bullet, so everything in front of me is just a fucking mist of death.
Shotgun minigun.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, here we go.
To the blackboard to make combat a whole lot better. Equipping a gun and shooting things is now incredibly
Boom,
fun.
misses.
If you aim at a death claw,
Boom, misses.
Fire.
See? That's what I'm talking about. Oh. That's why I said it's amusing. He says, when you aim the gun and fire, you'll hit the target. And it's like, dude, you just showed us with you missing twice.
Now, obviously, that's him fucking up the gameplay, but then you don't use that footage when you're saying, hey, when you shoot, you hit.
Like I said, the footage literally right before that of him blasting the raider in the face with the laser musket. Yeah, that would have been way better to use.
Also, I just realized what his issue might be with the, you could shoot someone in Fallout 3 and not do damage to them. It's the way the health bar works, how instead of just a bar that slowly goes down, it's the ticks that go down. And they probably only go down because, you've reached a certain point where it can remove that tick and still be accurate. Because you're not... If an enemy has 300 health points, there aren't going to be 300 ticks there. So, he probably just shoots an enemy, sees the tick doesn't go away, and assumes there's no damage done.
Yeah.
Because that's the only reason I can think that he believes that you don't do damage in Fallout 3 due to your skill, even though the bullet hit.
Senator Abby Strong, can we just talk about how Fallout 4's hunting rifle is left-handed and you're using it with your right?
Oh my God.
Dude,
yeah, that always bugged the hell out of me.
There are so many fucking issues.
How much would it be to hire just, like, a gun guy to be like, hey, yeah, your gun is fucked?
Dude, I don't even fucking know. It is crazy. It's crazy how fucked all this is.
Yeah, it's not hard either. You could literally just like pay some guy, like a friend of a friend who knows this stuff, and be like, "Hey, we will give you $50 to come down here for like a day and just go over. Like, we'll show you the weapons at our game, and just point out."
Dude, just hire him as a contractor.
Well, what I was gonna say is just go down to your local gun range or gun store and be like, "Hey, you behind the counter, you know a lot about guns? Okay, we'll pay you $100 to consult us on these fictional guns."
Yeah.
Yeah. God,
probably more than $100, but you know what I mean. Like, it's not gonna be too much out of Bethesda's pocket to be like, okay, buddy, here's $500. Do some consulting for us for our gun designs.
But here's like, if a game company literally came to me and was like, "Hey, we know you like guns. Will you come down for a day and just look at our stuff? We will pay you $50 if you do it." I would say yes to that.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who would.
Yeah, I'd be like, $50 to tell you that your game is shit because of the guns? Fuck yeah.
Dude, I would be like, $50 and my name in the credits? As a special thank you or like a consultant? Yeah. That'd be my only thing. Is like just naming the credits stuff too. Like, yeah, okay, fuck it.
Yeah, hell yeah, I'd ask for that.
All right, here we go.
So easy, just do it.
Better. Equipping a gun and shooting things is now incredibly.
So, this is what people are talking about when they're talking about left-handed rifle. By the way, if you notice, the bolt and the bolt action, the bolt throw, and everything like that is on the left side of the gun, and it's so that your hand. The hand never leaves the trigger. It's incredibly stupid. That's not what you should do. You always want your dominant hand to be the thing that is actually trying to ratchet operate the bolt. Because, hey, bolts are different. There's a lot of different bolt techniques, different bolt throws. Some of them require a hard slam up to get it out of the locking lugs and then jank it back. Others require a somewhat of a weird, like, small throw up, then back, straight. Others are straight pulls. There's all different kinds of ways. So you want your dominant hand to be the thing that's doing it. Bethesda did it so that, presumably, they wouldn't have to animate the right hand moving at all, which makes no fucking sense, because all you gotta do is actually do an even simpler animation of tilting the gun slightly, like 20 degrees to the left, and then the right hand comes back and...
Yeah. It's also a lot faster.
Yeah,
like it's a lot easier to move your hand from the trigger to the bolt and then back to the trigger again than it is to lift the gun up.
Yeah,
from the front of the gun where you're holding it, bring it all the way back, ratchet the fucking bolt, and then put your hand all the way back to the front again, and then realign the sights. That is so much more effort than just moving your hand from the trigger, pulling the bolt back, and then going back down to the trigger again.
What? You don't hold the sharp edge? What?
Go
You
ahead.
don't hold the sharp edge of the knife too?
No. Metal Murder, as such, what if I'm left-handed but right-eye dominant? Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to go with your handedness. Trust me, trying to shoot goofy-handed or off-handed is not as pleasant. You can do it, obviously, but it all comes down to what do you want. When it comes to, like, hunting rifles, you want good cycle times so that you have more time back in scope to actually line up your shot. Now the French do a really interesting thing. So, all right, this is a tangent, thankfully, but it'll be a short one. But if you notice the hunting scope here, again, it's left-sided. So you see there's a dial on the left of the scope here, and there's a dial on the top of the scope. And those are for your various different things. For American-style rifles, the left side, in this case, it would be on the right for right-handed shots, but the left side would be your windage, and the top would be your elevation. What the French do is something way more practical, and it is weird that they do it, but other countries don't. And it's that the dial on the side is actually your elevation, and then the top is windage. And that makes more logical sense, doesn't it? If I want
that makes way more sense.
Wind to the left, wind to the right. If I want elevation, now I don't have to come up, eye out of scope, up over the top of the rifle, look at the elevation, and then watch myself dial it in, and then go back down. On French guns, you fire, you look slightly to the side, you literally move off to the side, and then you adjust the dial right there. Your eye is literally in line with the dial. It is way more practical and makes way more sense. So your right hand is constantly manipulating the elevation, which is more important than the windage. The windage, you can Kentucky windage it easy peasy. The French do build really, really good guns, guys. They do build incredibly good guns.
Yeah, they do.
Now there are some weird jank that they try, but they always try to be unique, which is what makes their gun so interesting. It's why the MR73 Mannerheim revolver is the best revolver in the world.
I was about to say that revolver is a good example of like French engineering.
There's a reason that revolver costs $3,000. All right.
Yeah.
So the Mannerheim MR73, what it makes it such an amazing fucking gun is the fact that when you're pulling it in double action or single action mode, it has the exact same trigger pull at all times. There is no added weight to a double action where it's cocking it and fire and moving the trigger at the same time, where it has to do both actions at once. That doesn't happen because the way they do it is it's a rounded system that works with it. So you have a rounded nub that's pushed against rollers, and the rollers push it back to help cock the hammer, which keeps the weight the exact same. So you do not get any increased trigger pressure at all. It is fucking insanely amazing. It is an amazing invention. And we've got the sniper rifles. The FRF1 and the FRF2 are amazing sniper rifles. These are the sniper rifles I'm talking about, where you'll be in scope and then you can look slightly to the right. You can just move your eyes slightly off and you can do your adjustments for your elevation right there. And so your time in scope and on target is way, way faster than anything like a normal American sniper rifle or Western European sniper rifles. This is just a French design. It is fucking fantastic. You then have the FAMAS, which is still one of the best bullpups in the world, especially the F2 variant of the FAMAS. And it is such a good bullpup design that you even have stuff like the Hellion, which is copying a lot of the FAMAS designs. Seriously, the French make incredibly good firearms. They seem goofy at first, but then when you use them, they have great usability and accuracy and reliability. It is weird.
Guns.
Yeah.
$5 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. Just finished the original Fallout while listening to you guys. I enjoyed it a ton. About to start Fallout 2. Any tips?
Pay attention to what people say. Dialogue is very important in Fallout 2.
Yeah.
So pay attention to what people say and what you say to them in turn.
if you want to break the game, take gambling. I'm not going to direct you to the power armor because it's a nice little treat when you get it naturally. One thing I will say is you could get a companion fairly early on named Solik, and he's looking for a sister who was sold into slavery. She's not actually in the game, so don't bother trying to find her. It's something that was cut, unfortunately, and yeah, you'll just waste your time if you try looking for her. $10 from Adeptus Fantasticus. Thank you. I love how a Bethesda fan would rag on you for complaining about the goodsmanship being purposely bad, while also complaining the game is becoming a shooter. Means they are missing both points. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But have French guns won any war such? Yes, multiple wars.
Yeah.
Again,
Ooh,
the French...
The FAL. I forgot about the FAL. Ooh,
yeah,
that's a good one.
French guns won World War I. They won their Revolutionary Wars. They won the wars with Napoleon against the alliances multiple times, in fact. Again, the French are very competent, very good soldiers. And they get a bad rap because of World War II. But to be fair, France collapsing shocked everybody. Because nobody realized that there was going to be an upstart general named Rommel who would completely revolutionize the entire idea of Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg was used against the Poles, and it just didn't work very well. Poland actually held out ridiculously well against the Blitzkrieg, which is why they delayed the invasion of France. Like, hey, if this little nothing of a country, Poland, Poland, I'm not saying you're a little nothing of a country, but it was military doctrine thinking of the time that you were a nothing country. That this little nothing country, Poland, can hold back our entire army for days and days and days with barely any resources and barely any defensive fortifications. How the hell are we ever going to fight France? Well, and again, the fall of France has tons of other factors, but one of the factors is the fact that Rommel completely disregarded orders and blitzed past all of the enemy lines to the point where his own side had no idea where he was. The French had no idea where he was. The British had no idea where he was. He would just show up, but way behind enemy lines and get entire French divisions to surrender because if there's a German armored column, an entire armored group here, then we must have lost the front. And they're here already. We must have gotten our asses kicked. Even though they don't realize that the Maginot Line is actually holding the Germans back quite successfully. Again, there's just all kinds of insanity, and that's the whole thing about Holland, or not Holland. God damn it! That's the whole thing about Belgium also being persnickety little assholes of why the Maginot Line didn't work as well as it could have, because Belgium started complaining when the French started continuing the Maginot Lines up to the sea. They're like, or up to the Channel. They're like, hey, well, you're supposed to be our ally. Why are you walling us in with them? You bunch of fucking, you French pieces of shit. And France is like, because we don't think you can hold. But then the French politicians were like, no, you can't do that. So the French army then had to try to hurry and make mobile defenses, which are nowhere near as good as all of their bunker systems. The few German divisions that actually attacked the Maginot Line itself got absolutely steamrolled. They couldn't do anything to the actual Maginot Line. Yeah, Rommel literally, he bull rushed them and bluffed his way into history. Yeah, into victory and history. Because, again, he realized that he was way behind enemy lines, and he was like, he had multiple French armies that were between his unit and the German line, so he actually had to tell his command car to turn around, hey, the rest of you, set up defenses here, dig in, I'll be back, and he had to drive at full speed all the way back towards the Germans to let the Germans know where the hell he was.
Wow. Video, by the way. Yes, we haven't forgotten about the video.
Yeah, I know.
$2.
I do want to correct myself, though. I said the FAL. Technically, no. I was wrong about that. The FAL is Belgian. It's just the FAL is a French name. It's a French acronym, but they never actually fully adopted it. They stuck with the FAMAS.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, but whatever.
Oh, I mean, the FAMAS is a really fucking good weapon.
It's good. I just wish they had also adopted the FAL as well.
$2 from Peace was never an option. Thank you. The French may be competent, but that's not funny.
Yeah. No, callback, that did happen. There's a great channel, The Chieftain talks about the French armored doctrine, and especially the battle against the Blitzkrieg and everything like that, when he talks about their tanks and everything, because French politicians were actually afraid that there'd be a military coup. So they didn't let the politicians of France didn't allow the French military to have tanks, because they were afraid the French generals would have a military coup and overthrow the government. So they weren't allowed tanks. What they had to do instead was they called them cavalry supplements, so that they could only have them in cavalry divisions. Then they had to be light armored tankettes and mini tanks and light tanks instead. That's what they were allowed. But they weren't allowed to call them tanks. And when they made the bigger tanks, they were like, well, these aren't tanks. Massive air quotes. These are actually mobile defenses things.
They're APCs. They're not tanks. They're different.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shenanigans that happen. But I highly recommend the Chieftain's video about our French armored doctrine and the fall of France. It's really good. Also, 1 second, guys. I'm going to knock on the door.
All right. So something else I wanted to point out here, too, in this clip is the guy was saying, oh, yeah, it makes changing weapons and shooting fun. It makes changing weapons fun?
What?
Yeah. We'll hear it when we rewind. We're going to rewind a few seconds so we can hear it again, but it's just a weird statement to me that, oh yeah, this thing, it's fun to change weapons. And shooting is a bit more fun in Fallout 4, I will give it that, at least for me. But yeah, we are right before the very stupid thing said, by the way. We haven't reached it yet. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The pain never ends.
I know. I will say that Fallout 4's gunplay is more fun than 3's.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But that's about all I'll give it, because... Well, I mean, okay, I will say that it's also better than base game New Vegas, but I think there are mods for New Vegas that make the gameplay, the shooting gameplay, better than standard Fallout 4, so... And I would rather do that with a game that actually has the core important bits that are actually good than one that has nothing else going for it other than slightly improved gun mechanics.
Yeah.
You know, I just realized how funny it is that the two hardcore gun guys who are obsessed with shooting are praising the games that are like the least gun competent.
It does bug me, though, that they get these guns so fucked up. Like, you could easily just get a gun guy to come in and be like, hey, check out these designs for our fictional weapons. What do you think? It's like, okay, this is done for this reason, this is done for that reason. The way this gun is designed, the shell casings are going to be flying out and hitting you in the face. This gun would probably explode if you fired it. Shit like that.
Oh, you know what the dumb thing is? They actually do this. Like, they will take the devs will go to gun ranges and stuff and talk to professionals.
Yeah.
But instead of like asking questions about like, oh, this is how this should be, and you know, all that kind of stuff, they just go, oh, well, this gun sounds like this, so we need to record that.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
That they will record actual like gun sounds and stuff. But that's all they'll do. They won't look any further than that. They'll just be like, okay, well, we got the sound. We got the general overall look of the gun. That's all we need. We don't really need to go any more in depth with it than that. And then they fuck up everything else. And it's like, oh, but that stuff's not important. All that matters is the sound.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate when they do that.
I agree. I hate it so much. Like, if you've got the gun there anyways, just record the actual weapon and everything. Why are we going back and back and back and back?
Sorry, I tried rewinding it a few seconds and went back farther than I intended.
Okay.
But we do get to see him shooting the robot brain again, so I could see if it takes no ticks off.
All right.
If you manage to get pixel perfect
No, that did a lot of fucking
there's
damage.
yet another skill check each time you pull.
Yeah, it took 3 ticks off. That one he missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went over the shoulder.
So yeah, that's not the game calculating your skill and saying you missed. That's you physically missing your shot.
Yeah, that's just you sucking.
The other thing is, I was talking to the Pagan about this while you were gone. The part where we paused where he was shooting the Deathclaw and missing, He also says changing weapons is fun now. Which, just what?
Yeah, what? I don't get that.
Actually hit the target. Before, Bethesda went back to the blackboard to make combat a whole lot better. Equipping a gun and shooting things is now incredibly fun. If you aim at a Deathclaw or Rad Scorpion and fire, you'll hit it, excluding the spread factor or whatever.
Oh my god, and then you missed multiple times there too. Why are you trying to shoot its tail? For God's sakes.
Yeah, that's really dumb. Its eyes are right there. Shoot it in the face.
Yeah, don't stop aiming up. Aim down at where its head is.
$5 from Adeptus Fantasticus. Thank you. Fallout 4 gunplay is worse than Call of Duty. For trying to be better at gun mechanics, they are still off. At least in New Vegas, you hit where you aimed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Creetosis, having the guns eject to the left is usually a decision made to display the shell casing in a cinematic way. Not saying it's a good decision, but it goes back to games like Battlefield Bad Company. Yeah, again, though, as I said, all you do is you show it, you tilt the gun at a 20-degree angle, and then rack the bolt. You work the bolt, and you'll see the shell eject out. And it'll actually look more cinematic because the shell will be coming up closer towards the person.
Yeah. It's also just not retarded as well.
Yeah.
Because I mean, call me a stingy person for this, but I kind of prefer practicality over these things. Not getting my face burnt by hot brass tends to be something I lean more towards.
It lends believability into the world. Like, sure, there's going to be people like me who are gun illiterate and aren't going to notice these things as a problem. But for anyone who does, it's going to take them out of the experience. It's going to... For people like Pagan and Sedge here, it's going to fucking annoy them seeing the shell casing fucking bouncing off your nose.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so annoying.
It's just weird. It's not like you don't win a victory for people's like, oh man, that shell going that way is so cool. It's like, I'm sure there's probably some weirdo out there who's like, yeah, I clapped when that happened. But for the vast majority, that doesn't do anything. And then for those of us that know guns, it just annoys us.
Yeah.
So it's only a lose situation. So that's why I don't know why you would do it.
Yeah, I don't either. And it makes me appreciate New Vegas so much more, the detail that they put. Like, the fucking 9mm machine gun, when you reload it, you jam your finger into the hole and push the fucking thing back like you do in real life. I was like, holy shit, they actually animated that. Holy fuck, I love that. Mm-hmm. I love that they actually show you jamming your finger into the hole.
And see, if you do have that detail, that's the kind of thing people are going to appreciate. Which is why the Fallout 4 version of doing it, like Setch was saying, is a worst of both worlds situation.
Yeah.
People aren't going to care, or they're going to notice and get pissed off.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to do weird gun shit, at least do the joke reload animations from that one game, where you're like, one of the reload animations is you cough up bullets and start putting them into your revolver, or you take the clip out and it's like 30 feet long, or you take the spent shells out of a shotgun and they're like 10 feet long. Shit like that.
Yeah.
You're gonna fuck shit up, do it in a funny way.
Stuff when, I don't even mind the really over the top stuff when it's done well. Like, I fucking love the type of shit where like it makes no fucking sense, but like where they'll open up the like a revolver and then they'll thumb the bullets into it, like they'll flick them up into the air, like dook 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 into the fucking revolver. I love that kind of shit. That's hilarious.
One of the animations I forgot about, I just remembered, is the guy takes the clip out of his gun, throws the gun away, pulls a new gun out, and puts the clip into that for the reload animation.
Yeah, takes an empty fucking magazine and reloads the gun with the fucking empty magazine. Yeah, I fucking love that. It's so stupid.
See, shit like that is fucking hilarious.
Oh, I fucking love
when
the
it's
shotgun.
So obviously over the top. It's great.
Yeah. I fucking love the one where it's the shotgun of like the over-under or even a double barrel, and they open it and they go to take the shell out, and the shell is like the same length as the barrel.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, I fucking love that.
Oh god, I love that shit.
There's an animation with a double barrel shotgun that I loved, which was where the guy fired it and he kicks it open and the shells go flying up, and then he just
He has
takes 2 shells and they're magically in his hand, and he's like, "Whoa!" They grow green. They glow green, and they fly over to the barrel and go.
Okay, that's not the one I thought you were going to say. The one I thought you were going for there is similar. The guy has the double barrel. He opens and ejects the old casings, and he just raises up his hand with a handful of shells and slaps them at the barrel, and then it closes. the extra shells just fucking fly all over the place.
Oh my god, I would love to see somebody just be like, where they do that, like where they, you know, they pop open the shotgun, the things come out, and then they just take like a handful of 9mm bullets and just jam them into the back of the gun and close it.
1 second, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Right. Oh god. There's just some fantastic. Again, when it's obviously way over the top and silly, that fucking works. It's great.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what else is great? What's one of the key aspects that people remember Far Cry 2 for the most?
I don't know. I never played it.
It's a healing system. Its healing system, incredibly brutal and painful.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, where like you yank the wire out of your fucking leg and shit, and all that kind of.
Or the one where there's literally a screw like in between the fingers and the webbing and everything like that, and he's like grabbing and unscrewing. He's like It's like
yeah,
dude.
Those are fucking brutal. Ugh.
Dude.
Also, I like the fact that they had like the guns break in your hand after they reach like a certain thing. Like, I like that. I really wish New Vegas had done something like that, where when your gun breaks,
it's a bit too extreme though, because your weapon degradation goes down really fast.
Yeah. I disagree with that part. I don't think it should go down that fast, but I do think if like, you know, once you've used it up to the point where it, you know, reasonably would break, I do wish it had like an animation that would show that it's like broken.
Oh, dude, the broken. There are videos of them jamming the stuff back into the body. They're worse. Yeah, the broken bones and stuff like that ones are some of the most like brutal animations, where like he'll look at his thumb and his thumb is like twisted backwards, stuff like that. So he'll grab it and you'll hear just
yeah,
and then he holds it there for a second, and then he just does a quick snap, and you just hear it go crunch. And he's like,
those are fucking oof.
Ah.
Ugh. Yeah, I got a mod for Fallout New Vegas that does something similar to that. Obviously, the animations are not as great as that, but you do similar stuff like that, where like you'll grab your arm and like if it's broken, you'll like twist it and then like wrench your wrist back around into the proper place, and then and like it shows like it animates like the tourniquet, like putting on the tourniquets and stuff and all that. It's really nice.
Far Cry 2 taught me standing in water in Africa results in nails getting lodged into your body. True.
Yeah.
I meant there's videos playing it in reverse healing. Oh, that would be horrible.
Yeah, that would suck. Imagine the wire one. He just like feeds the wire into his kneecap.
Yes. Well, gotta go get some food. Hope everyone has fun.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Dude, Vaz was a great antagonist in Far Cry 3, which is why they keep trying to redo Vaz over and over again. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
He was lightning in a bottle. Yeah, he had genuinely interesting philosophy, too. His speech is iconic. His thing about, the definition of insanity is fucking great. God, that entire thing. Have I ever told you the definition of insanity? Oh, so good.
Talking about Far Cry 3?
Yeah. Well, we were talking about Far Cry 2, and what it's most known for is, like, when you're injured and you have the healing system, so you have to, like, pull rusty nails out of your, like, finger and stuff like that, and a wire out of your knee, and snap your broken thumb back into position and things. Yeah. Far Cry 2's healing system is brutal.
I've actually been meaning to play Far Cry 3 and Blood Dragon for quite a while.
Play Far Cry 2. Far Cry 2 is really good. Blood Dragon is great. I love the fact that he's like, my body just stopped moving. What the hell's happening? A tutorial? What the fuck? and he's actually like talking shit about the whole time. If you want to jump, press the A button. If you want to jump, press the A button.
That sounds funny.
Oh, dude, it's great. Because, again, Blood Dragon just does not take itself seriously at all. It's fucking... It doesn't take itself seriously at all, but then it takes itself hyper seriously, which is so fucking... What makes it so good.
Yeah, it's great. I fucking love watching people play that shit.
$5 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a Battlefield game, I believe. One of my favorites is when a hand from off-screen hands you a new magazine. I've seen that before.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
and then the guy like pans around looking for the guy. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. You eject the magazine. The guy holds up like the empty mag and drops it, and then a hand reaches over with a new magazine, like dangles it in front of me, grabs it, he sticks it in, and he's like, "Wait a minute." Where the hand come?
Yeah, that sounds fucking hilarious. Anyways, let's get back to this video.
Yeah.
All right.
Now incredibly fun. If you aim at a Deathclaw or Rad Scorpion and fire, you'll hit it, excluding the spread factor of whatever weapon you're using, of course. The trade-off, as everyone
of what weapon you're using, of course. Yeah, so he doesn't even say, or he sucks.
I mean, it also helps if you aim at the enemy and not at the dirt behind the enemy.
Yeah.
Or the sky behind the enemy.
I love how he shoots the shotgun and it's pointed directly at its legs, and every single pellet just happens to miss the legs. It goes between them. It's like, wow, dude, that is some fucking shit luck and some shit aim.
Yep. All right.
Has been deprecated to the point that the game doesn't even teach you how to use it. I actually forgot it existed until I was being swarmed by a gaggle of mutant insects. I tapped a bumper and time froze. It works in a pinch when you need to take a breath and assess a swarm of bugs or the critical hit points of a massive Deathclaw, and while there are a few perks that encourage you to roll out the VAT system more often, in the end a little left trigger, right trigger action is all you need to demolish the freakiest of monstrosities out here. So, you begin to ask, how do you build your character? What are these perks you mention? Well, let me introduce the perks chart. What used to be a special counter, an army of skills, and a toolbox of perks has been consolidated.
Those are traits. You get perks every 4 levels in Fallout 1. Those are your starting traits. It says right there, optional traits!
Oh my god.
How did you do that, man?
Dude, come the fuck on. This coming from the guy who literally says that Fallout 1 was his first Fallout game.
How do you not know what traits are? Fallout 1 was your first... How the fuck... How? Explain how.
Fuck? And are you really going to argue that taking this shit away is better? Are you fucking kidding me? In an RPG? Come the fuck on.
Well,
I'm
actually,
so tired of this argument.
This is one of the parts of the video I previewed, and I think I've realized the stupid thing that someone's been referring to in chat that this guy says.
Oh no.
It into one large streamlines and clarifies a variety of legacy skills from previous Fallout games. It's really not too dissimilar.
It consolidates and streamlines them.
Streamlines.
No?
No, not at all. Oh my god. It is not streamlined at all. And now you're saying it's like the Elder Skyrim thing? No, it's actually way worse than the Skyrim thing. I would have preferred the Skyrim system to this.
Well, the Skyrim system... This is just the next step in what the Skyrim system is.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally stripping out the minute good things in the Skyrim system. Like, trust me, there's not much good things in the Skyrim level up system. It's actually taking that away as well. It's like, my fucking god.
Yeah, I didn't quite realize it until the Skyrim video we did, but the Skyrim system is the precursor to the Fallout 4 system. Because in Skyrim, skills were dumbed down to the point where the skill level on their own wasn't going to do much for you one way or the other. What mattered was the perks, because that's what did the bulk of your damage increases, and the increases to the potency of your enchantments and potions and spell damage and all that sort of thing. So the skill level essentially acted as a gate for each perk. It was an arbitrary number you had to hit to be able to unlock the next perk. So with that being the system for Skyrim, they took a look at it and said, oh, hey, skills are pretty fucking useless, aren't they? Why don't we just put a level gate on the perks instead? And that's what Fallout 4 is. It's worse than Skyrim. How can you be worse than Skyrim? Jesus. Yeah. That's what Fallout 4 is. It's worse than Skyrim, which is pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, way, way worse, in fact.
And a toolbox of perks has been consolidated into one large perk system that both streamlines and clarifies a variety of legacy skills from
Streamlines and clarifies.
Games.
Okay, in what way does it clarify?
Yeah.
Because
sorry, dude, you're gonna have to explain.
If anything, it makes things more complicated than before. Because let's take small guns and big guns from Fallout 3 and guns from New Vegas. So by raising the skill, by raising these skills, you raise your efficiency in using these weapons. So if you've got a 10mm handgun in Fallout 3 in New Vegas, and you raise your small gun skill in 3 and your gun skill in New Vegas, you get better at all guns, including your 10mm. You get better at rifles, you get better at shotguns, stuff like that. In Fallout 4, there's a perk for automatic weapons and rifles and handguns and I think shotguns. Point is, what raising one or two skills before used to do now takes numerous perks.
Yep.
And that's not adding more depth to the system, that's needlessly complicating it for bullshit reasons.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucked, to say the least.
Okay.
From how to redesign the Elder Scrolls skills system. The perks chart works by removing and consolidating your skills into more discrete abilities, allowing you to build your character in a way that gets results quicker and easier.
Absolutely fucking untrue. Results quicker and easier? Let me disprove that using a single fucking skill. By level 3 or 4 of New Vegas or Fallout 3, I can pick Master Locks. I have to wait until level 18 in Fallout 4 to pick Master level locks. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they lock that shit behind fucking...
level
requirements, so that's a fucking lie.
Yeah, that's just blatantly untrue. And this applies to pretty much every perk in Fallout 4 as well. If you want to reach the maximum skill to mod your weapons, or to build shit in your settlement, or to get damage, higher damage from weapons, or to get better healing from stim packs, or to do pretty much goddamn fucking anything, there are level gates. So you can't do such and such a thing until level 28, 38, 48, 58. Well, I don't think they go as high as 58, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There are constant arbitrary blocks to your progress because they said, oh, you need to be level 27 to be able to do this thing, even though that has no bearing on anything. It's just a completely 100% arbitrary block. Whereas in New Vegas, if you want to do a skill check in speech, and let's say you need level 30 guns to do this skill check and you have level 29, that is a result of your character's ability in that skill to pass a check or not. They don't have the knowledge to do the thing. It's not, oh, I'm not level 27, so I can't do the thing. It's my character physically does not know enough about this subject to convince the person he's talking to.
Yep.
Fucking goddamn, I hate this shit.
Okay. Come on. Come on. We're not even halfway. Come on, we can do it.
No, I know.
Like being able to mod up, sneak around sketchy situations. Unfortunately, these new perks can obfuscate where some of those old talents went. Since Fallout 4
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
Did you see that?
Yes, I saw that at the last second. Setch, did you see it?
And
Did...
Yes, I saw it.
The fuck?
The gun sticking through the
guns,
dog's head or
sneak
whatever.
around
Wasn't a
tricky
gun?
situations.
What was
Unfortunately,
it?
It's a fucking rocket launcher.
It is. No, it's a. Yeah, look, it's a fucking.
Dogmeat, what
my
are you
God.
doing?
Dogmeat trying to commit suicide. But also, listen to what he says here. This new system that clarifies obfuscates instead. Like, what the fuck? Those are mutually exclusive. It either clarifies or it obfuscates. Pick one.
Perks chart works by removing and consolidating your skills into more discrete abilities, allowing you to build your character in a way that gets results quicker and easier, like being able to modify guns or sneak around sketchy situations. Unfortunately, these new perks can obfuscate where some of those old talents went.
Dogmeat tilts his head and the rocket goes up.
You fucking idiot. You can't have it both ways.
It obfuscates where some of those old skills went.
Yeah. How does it clarify if it obfuscates? Man, come on.
This is some fucking absolute mental gymnastics. Like, I can't believe this shit.
You know, when we started the stream, someone commented something to the effect of, you guys will want to kill yourselves by the end. I think I could see why.
Yeah, I'm starting to see why.
Alright, here we go.
Yeah.
Since Fallout 4 Smooth Talker perk and the speech skill from previous games, which were always my favorite abilities to pick up early on,
Oh, well, many a true nerd say he would hate you, sir. Since you're playing it to be overpowered, how dare you?
Yeah, don't you know speech is super overpowered because you can convince people of things that are reasonable to convince them of?
Yep.
Like, you can't convince Lanius to go dress up in a pink frilly skirt and play with dolls because, man, that's completely unreasonable for him. But telling him that he might ruin his reputation and the Legion will fucking die from taking the Mojave, and the supply lines, something he's had to deal with in the past, are what's going to fuck them over, that is totally unreasonable.
Yeah.
Fucking dumb bullshit.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, the thing that's literally killing the NCR right now and the thing that we're taking advantage of, and that will completely definitely happen to us as well if we do this. Yeah, no, that's fucking unreasonable and overpowered to point that out. Ugh.
Lanius does that in his private time, Cree. Oh. Hold on. Oh, wrong thing there.
What's going on?
Hold on. Alright.
I never quite figured out persuasion checks with other characters.
Paul, put the gun away. Nobody needs to get shot here.
No, screw that. Here we go.
I never even found dialogue.
Wait, why did the other guy turn hostile to you? You saw that, right?
Yeah, I saw it. The guy behind the bar started shooting the player character instead of shooting the guy literally shooting at him.
After you tried talking the other guy down.
Yeah.
The
All right.
fuck?
And now I want to hear what he says about this, so I'm going to go back slightly.
Yeah, sorry. The stupidity of the gameplay keeps distracting me.
Yep, okay, here we go.
Here we go.
I did not do that intentionally, by the way.
What?
I said, okay, here we go. And then the guy behind the bar goes, okay, here we go.
Oh.
Yeah, so listen to that.
Shot here.
No, screw that. Here we go.
I never even found dialogue in nearly 60 hours of gameplay that required science or intelligence checks to sound smart either, an awesome feature of every other Fallout game. At any rate, my favorite...
You know why there were no dialogue options that featured science or medicine or repair or any of that shit in Fallout 4? Because those skills don't exist anymore. Because
Yeah,
they've been
not
consolidated into your little bullshit perk chart.
Yeah. So they didn't have them anymore. They didn't exist. And then he said, of the ones that sounded like they were that way, they didn't even sound smart. It's like, yeah, because there weren't any like that.
Exactly. And what's worse, too, is even with this bullshit perk chart, you could have found ways to still include speech checks with the different perks. Like, say you take the science perk, you could probably work in speech checks for those, though they'd be far more simplistic than the New Vegas ones. You could still probably do it. What fucks the system here is the speech system, where it's only 4 options ever, so you can't have those perk-based dialogue options. Because even Fallout 3 had some perk-based dialogue options. Those just can't exist in Fallout 4 due to the way their dialogue system works.
Yeah. Because nope, we can't have an extra fucking thing on there because we only get 4 options. So we can't add anything else to it.
It's almost like putting a completely arbitrary limit and requirement kind of fucks things over a little bit. Especially in a game about choice.
Yeah. God, it's so fucking dumb. You should have just kept the fucking old system of no, your character doesn't fucking talk, and you just have a fucking box with speech check or with fucking speech options in it. If this isn't fucking complicated.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently it is for Bethesda.
Yeah, apparently it is for Bethesda because they're goddamn.
And they even admitted that it was a terrible system, and they used it anyways.
Yeah.
And this is why Emil should be reassigned to a janitorial position, because clearly he's experienced in dealing with fucking garbage.
Yeah.
SJ Candy Bard at Creetosis, wrong. You only get one option. Yes, yes, but tell me more. No, yes, and or sarcastic yes.
Yep.
No, yes. No. Yeah.
No, but actually yes.
God, that one really pisses me off.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want like the fucking distilled essence of fucking illusion of choice, yeah, right there you fucking go. No, but actually yes.
Yeah,
which
and his
does
whole thing
happen.
was that, as he said, this game doesn't have an illusion of choice. It has just pure choice. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Fucking bullshit.
And just in case anyone in chat thinks the no but actually yes option is hyperbolic or a joke or making fun of the game for all the options being yes, there actually are cases where you say no and your quest journal updates anyways as if you said yes. The one I like to point to is when Preston Garvey and his crew are trapped in the Museum of Freedom or wherever the fuck it is, and they're asking you to go get the power armor, you say no, and they'll beg you several times, and if you keep saying no, they'll just be like, all right, fine, you're leaving these people to die. And then you'll exit out of conversation, and then it'll say, talk to Preston Garvey, checked off because you did. New goals, get the fusion core, enter the power armor. As if you fucking said yes.
Yep. Help them anyway. Or else you don't get any information of where to go. You literally have to do it. At least on your first playthrough, you have to do it.
Yeah. 50 Czech crowns from Karel Svoboda. Thank you. Are you guys ready for Fallout 5 Shadow Legends? It will have NFT and gameplay, and you get a free trial for Atlantis VPN. Just $99 yearly subscription. Buy! I assume that's supposed to be buy now, but yeah. Fucking.
Oh my god, this NFT shit. YouTube is implementing it now. There was
Twitter.
some game. What game was it that they just announced recently that they're going to be doing that shit?
Didn't Ubisoft just do a U-turn on their U-turn of it?
Yeah,
there was that one. Yeah, there was that one, but there was another one. There was a recent one that's like a game that's where I think Nintendo's doing it.
Oh god, I hope not.
Well, I hope all these NFT companies crash and burn and get brought up for, fraud and everything. That'd be great.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking tired of seeing fucking the letters NFT everywhere. I'm so sick of it.
Yeah. I'm so tired of it.
It's the new greed.
Happens to be the column. It's the closest the game has to an experience multiplier, and there's something a little wacky when it stings you during poignant or intense scenes.
Do you know how insanely fucking obnoxious that actually is?
Yeah.
There are mods to remove that dumb laugh thing because it is extremely irritating. I don't know what the fuck Bethesda was thinking putting that in.
That assumes they were thinking to begin with.
you're right. That was a mistake on my part. I take it back.
It really sucks because they were such a good company before a mill came. Really, basically, as we said, damn near everything can be traced back to a mill being the cause of Bethesda's problem.
I think it's just ML getting too much problems, not just the fact that ML exists, because he worked on Blood Moon, and Blood Moon was pretty decent, and the Dark Brotherhood and Oblivion, again, decent before he fucked it up at the end.
Yeah.
I can actually see somebody trying to fucking use this as like an argument of, but what if I want to roleplay as Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie?
Oh, God.
I could actually see somebody trying to make that argument.
Apparently you need power armor perks to roleplay as a Brotherhood of Steel Paladin, so it only makes sense that you need a perk to laugh like a fucking retard to roleplay as a fucking retard.
Yeah.
Not saying that Ed is a bad character, by the way.
No, Ed is fantastic.
Yeah.
The dumb laugh is is representative of the typical Fallout 4 fan. That is.
Yeah.
That's
laugh,
savage.
clap, and consume product. Game good. Shooting mechanics fun.
Yep. All right.
There's no level 4, so you're free to play until you fill out every single perk on the chart. Although without a steady stream of story quests, it may just turn to a grind. Your mileage...
It may?
Son, it absolutely
it's
fucking
guaranteed. Will. You just said because there's no level limit, you can get all the perks you want, but obviously you need EXP to do it. How the fuck do you think you're going to do it without grinding?
Yeah.
You are literally forced to grind.
And by the way, this is coming from the person who said, oh yeah, going out into the world and shooting stuff is fun. So, again, at what point does going out and shooting stuff become not fun anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because obviously that point exists, this guy just admitted it.
Yeah. Like, oh, are you saying that the game, that kind of gameplay can actually get tedious? But I thought you said that just shooting things and nothing else is just pure fun. How could it possibly be tedious?
Of course, will vary. Also, just a nitpick. It'd be super cool if the chart darkened out abilities you don't have access to based on your special rating, rather than forcing you to rely on some microtext below each perk. Just saying. Okay, so now that we're getting a handle...
It'd be even better if they didn't do any of that at all, and it was just the old fucking perk system and everything again. And this entire system was completely removed, and we went back to the better system.
Yeah, the system from New Vegas would have worked fine. This wasn't something that needed to be changed.
This is reinventing the wheel just so you can say you reinvented the wheel.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. I would much rather just be able to level up my skill and then put the perks that I want because I have the appropriate skill level. That is so much better than being like, oh, but you're not this arbitrary fucking rank yet. You're not level 28 yet. You can't get this perk yet. Yeah. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Would contradicting himself count as a double standard for the sake of bingo? Don't we have a contradiction slot on the bingo?
We have the video contradicts point, which we already selected, because he said don't get stim packs and ammo, and he was showing he had a bunch of ammo and stim packs.
We should have a slot on there for someone just straight up fucking contradicting themselves, too. Not so much a double standard thing, because that's different from... A double standard is like, it's bad that New Vegas does this, but good that Fallout 3 does that. Contradiction would be...
well, no, he actually did do double standards, though. Think about it. His this way versus that way.
Yeah.
Where there's literally no difference whatsoever. They were the exact same thing, but for some reason, the this way is better than the that way. It's like, how?
Yeah, he didn't fucking go into that at all.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a space we should add. Like, that person in chat can check off their double standard slot. But we should have one for an actual contradiction where the shooting in this game is good, but the shooting in this game is bad, you know?
Yeah.
Or, there's lots of places. You'll always find an interesting place to find if you just go to the corner of the map. However, because of the way that the map is designed, you'll typically find a lot of places that aren't very interesting.
Mm.
Yeah.
You fucking idiot.
Alrighty then.
We can move on to Act 2. But before we do that, we need to talk about Fallout 4's biggest contribution to the Bethesda.
Okay,
My God,
first of
that
all-
was all exploration for you? For Act 1, that was all exploration.
But that didn't even cover any of the story. How can that be Act 1?
Yeah, I said now we're move on to Act 2, and it's like, what?
My guy. I mean, I guess to be fair, he didn't clarify story. He said,
Well, he did say we'll talk about story later, but how do you talk about Act 1 of the game when Act 1 of the game has literally zero to do with the story?
yeah, but remember, he also didn't say anything about the story. He said it was all about like expansion and retraction and shit. That has nothing to do with story.
He said exploration, expansion, retraction were the 3 acts.
Yeah, but then
He
how
didn't even mention story?
Then how are those acts of the game though? Because
I don't know. I think he's just making up shit to make it sound like he's smart, but he actually has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
So it's ludonarrative harmony.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Junk economy.
Yep.
A 3-act structure for gameplay. Fucking what?
Yeah, it sounds like bullshit someone's making up because...
Yeah, that is insane.
All right, here we go.
The RPG.
What? Did
Crafting?
you just say crafting?
Are
Hold
you
on,
fucking
hold on, hold on.
kidding? He did say crafting, but what the fuck?
Yeah. That Fallout 4 added to these RPGs. Yeah,
Based
hold
your
on.
special rating, rather than forcing you to rely on some microtext below each perk. Just saying. Okay, so now that we're getting a handle on this strange new world, we can move on to Act 2. But before we do that, we need to talk about Fallout 4's biggest contribution to the Bethesda RPG, and that's crafting.
Fallout 4 isn't the thing that made crafting. What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, sorry, my dude.
So-
They had that way before Fallout 4.
New Vegas had fucking crafting, you goddamn moron.
But he said to the Bethesda RPG. He specified. He got very specific to Bethesda RPG.
Yeah,
Bethesda
but
RPGs had crafting before
But
that.
New Vegas is a Bethesda-styled RPG. It's in their engine. It has the same type of gameplay as their games.
They also published it. For fuck's sake. This is so stupid.
Well, if we want to
Wait,
get...
But 3 had crafting as well. It was shit.
Yeah.
But it also had crafting. It was just very limited.
Yeah. And people are saying in chat, crafting was in Morrowind. Technically,
Yep.
because you could make potions and enchant items, which is an aspect of crafting. Sure, you
Skyrim
couldn't-
definitely had crafting.
Huh?
Yeah, before Skyrim had
Oh,
it
yeah.
before Fallout 4. It's just like this just doesn't work on any level.
Yeah, this makes no fucking sense.
All right, here we go.
Before we do, $5 from High Speed Tacos. Thank you. I swear, 90% of arguments in these types of videos could be rebutted by, okay, and? A lot of them could be, yeah.
Yeah.
If only.
In any role-playing game, you're going to spend a lot of time gathering...
Why are you not showing a role-playing game though? This isn't a role-playing game, okay? I'm pretty positive this is Torchlight. I think. Yeah, because I think that's the pet icon there for Torchlight. Torchlight's not it's not a role-playing game. Okay? It's a Diablo-style looter. That's what they wanted. It's an ARPG.
But that's probably what he thinks RPGs are. I mean, he likes Fallout 4.
Yeah,
He
this
probably
is
thinks
like,
that's what an RPG is. A looter
This is a
means
loot
RPG.
But he didn't. But he started with Fallout 1 when it came out. This
Look,
is
man.
the part that doesn't make any sense.
Bethesda games turn you into a fucking retard. This is confirmed. Okay?
I mean,
it
that's
doesn't matter
true.
how
I
matter
mean-
how smart you were before. Once you've started playing Bethesda games, your fucking mind just goes straight down the toilet.
Yeah. This is more like this is a horde looter. Like I call it an ARPG because you have level up systems. There's very minimal RPG mechanics in Torchlight. Yeah, this is a This is a like horde looter game. This is not an RPG. All right, backing up a bit. Rebuild the world. Yeah.
But you don't.
Yeah, you really don't in fucking Fallout 4. So here we go.
No, not at all.
A lot of time gathering items of varying value from the world, and then either equipping them or disposing them. This is exacerbated in a Bethesda RPG because you can pick up and sell pretty much everything that isn't nailed down, from aluminum cans and ceiling fans to board games and dinner forks. But being able to gather every object in the game and hold it on your person becomes cumbersome and, well, unrealistic. As a simple and sloppy compromise, not only does Bethesda force an encumbrance based on your character's strength that limits how much you carry, but like some kind of strange Federal Reserve, they also limit how much money the game's merchants have available at any time.
That's just stupid.
No.
There's always going to be a limit on what kind of gold merchants have. Whether that's 400 gold or caps or 20,000 gold or caps or whatever fucking current. What the fuck are you talking about?
You just complained about realism. It's not very realistic. How? So you think it's realistic for somebody to carry around 200,000, 2 million, or 5 trillion caps on them?
Which, by the way, you can literally do in all these games. Caps are weightless. It's actually very easy to get money in Fallout 4. Like, go to Sanctuary. Go to the river. Build, like, fucking 40 water purifiers. Take the purified water and sell them to every vendor you can. Set up vendors in your settlements. Go to Bunker Hill and Diamond City. Go to every merchant that will buy water and sell it to them. You're fucking swimming in caps. Game over.
There's literally a perk that causes enemies to explode into bottle caps when they die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is insane already. All right, especially now this is a hardcore double standard because he's talking about realism and then complains about something that is actually more realistic.
Yeah, but not just that. I just get extremely annoyed by these arguments. It's like, oh, well, the merchant has a cap on how much money they have. Of course there's going to be a fucking limit. Like, what is the alternative to putting a limit on how much money a vendor has? Is it just like there is no vendor gold, they just can buy infinitely? Because not too many games do that.
Yeah.
At least not too many games like this. I know, like, if you go play Pokemon, you could sell all of your items and the store will never run out of money. But, like, that seems to be the exception to me.
Difficult to offload a lot of inventory, but high-value items become difficult to dispose of as well. As a thief in Morrowind, Oblivion, or even Fallout 3, this sometimes meant slowly marching to a merchant carrying 10 times my weight in stolen goods, then spending days or weeks in-game selling...
You could not do that in Morrowind or Oblivion. If you're over your weight limit, you simply could not move.
Yeah.
I've had times in Oblivion where I'd clear out a dungeon and loot all the glass and Daedric armor from enemies, and I'd pile them at the entrance, and I'd make several trips to take them and sell them to vendors.
Selling them off bit by day as their money replenished. It's been a big dumb problem for a long time. But Fallout 4 fixes this in a huge way by allowing you...
It also isn't a problem.
Yeah, you haven't emphasized how it's a problem. You stating what it is does not inherently mean it's a problem. You need to state how it's a problem, why it's a problem, and yeah, fucking Fallout 4 fixes this in a great way. Please enlighten us how it fixes this not issue.
It fixes this issue because everything can be used to build stuff now.
Yeah, which is fucking dumb.
Don't merchants in Oblivion have infinite gold or an infinite set amount of gold? Yes. If a vendor has 527 gold, you can only sell that much to them in a single transaction. So if you have Alchemy is like one of the best ways to make money in Oblivion because a lot of ingredients are 2 gold and you can make them into a potion that's worth like 30 gold. If you make enough potions to pass their gold cap, you have to sell a lesser amount of those potions, but the gold isn't actually removed from their inventory. They still have that 527 gold in their inventory, and you could sell the rest of your potions immediately. In Morrowind, you had to wait 24 hours for a vendor to restock on their gold, but it would restock to the amount they had before. And this was a trick I used, not a trick, but it's what I used with Creeper when I was playing on the Xbox. I got over 1,000,000 gold on Morrowind on the original Xbox by taking all my shit to Creeper, selling as much of it as I could within his gold limit. If I had any item that was worth more than his gold cap, like 2,000, let's say I had a sword that was worth 20,000 gold. I think one of the Daedric swords is worth that much. In order to get the full value from it, I had to sell it to him while during the same transaction buying back 15,000 gold worth of items, and then selling those items back to him over the next few days. And keep in mind, resting in Morrowind was a lot faster too. Oblivion onwards, you have to watch it tick down. 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour. In Morrowind, you could rest 24 hours, and that would go by in like 2 seconds.
Yep.
From the Commonwealth's crap without needing to find a merchant at all. Everything in the Wasteland can now be broken down into components, which can then be used to create new items like healing stim packs, or upgrade current ones like your weaponry. Remember in my Destiny review how I wished...
No, because
I don't remember your Destiny review. Again, don't... this is just general advice. Don't, call attention to other videos you've done. You want your video to stand on its own. Don't, be like, and then we're going to stream after this, or... Well, remember that stream I did yesterday? It's like, no, don't do that.
It's not so much that you can't refer to your other videos. You can. Just don't do... Remember in this video that you probably haven't watched if you're a new viewer?
Yeah.
If you want to refer to your other videos, say, this is similar to such and such a thing in this other video I did, and explain the whole thing that's relevant to the thing you're saying, so new viewers who haven't seen that video can understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
So much that you could take your tutorial rifle and upgrade it through to the endgame? Well, you could do pretty much just that in Fallout 4. Crafting means you're not only going to be more choosy about what you pick up, but you'll also be making trips to vendors to buy their crap as well.
Wait. Didn't you just say you shouldn't be choosy because you can pick up literally everything and scrap it before, and now you're saying now this system forces you to be more choosy?
Yep, that is an actual contradiction. So we should absolutely have that on the bingo card. Let's wind it back. Fucking goddamn it.
Without needing to find a merchant at all. Everything in the Wasteland can now be broken down into components, which can then be used to create new items like healing stim packs, or upgrade current ones like your weaponry. Remember in my Destiny review how I wished so much that you could take your tutorial rifle and upgrade it through to the endgame? Well, you could do pretty much just that in Fallout 4. Crafting means you're not only going to be more choosy about what you pick up, but you'll also be making trips to...
Yeah, that's literally not the case. Because everything has value for crafting now, that means everything is something you should pick up for your crafting if you're going to be engaging with that system.
Yep.
What channel is the bingo card in? It's the top link in the description. So, how are you going to be more choosier about the items you pick up? Again, this is something you really need to substantiate because people can and have made the argument then, well, loot everything.
Yep.
So, especially since Fallout 4 you can get a perk that lets you fast travel with a full inventory, because Bethesda knew this kind of thing would happen.
The vendors to buy well. It's a solution so simple and elegant that I wonder why they didn't implement it here.
Fuck! I wish we could ban that word from videos. So a solution to what? To the fact that there's junk items in the game that you can pick up? Like,
yeah, the problem that Bethesda introduced.
It's not a problem, though. Like, all the forks and plates and cups and pitchers and all that fucking garbage in Morrowind, that's not a problem. That stuff exists as items.
I know.
Like, I hate this. I despise this idea that set
his issue
items...
was that it was a problem. That's what I'm getting at. No. He stated that it was a problem in Morrowind.
I know.
And
I know.
Games 4.
And this is the same thing Many a True Nerd did. These items, like, would it simply stop being a problem if these items didn't... If these objects weren't items? Like, oh, here's a plate of Morrowind and you can pick it up, and this is a problem, but here's a plate of Morrowind and you can't pick it up because it's no longer an item, and that's not a problem. Like, oh, God. I really hate this argument. It's so fucking nonsensical. That items are just a problem because they exist as items that you can pick up.
Years ago. But the moment to change how Fallout's power armor works as well. What was once just another thicker set of defense now transforms you into a mobile tank. One that not only buffers you against gunfire better, but renders you impervious to the constant threat of radiation.
So he sort of had a decent point there. I do agree with the power armor being a vehicle. It maybe shouldn't render you immune to radiation, especially since in the previously made Bethesda game, power armor soldiers died due to radiation.
Yeah,
a little bit of a contradiction there. A little bit of a fuck up there.
Yeah, so is it an entirely self-sealed system with pressurization to keep radioactive particles and stuff out of the suit?
Well, we know that isn't the case, because what happens if your power armor arm gets destroyed? Oh, that's some exposed framing right there.
Yeah. And even better, your power armor can be this really shitty junk thrown together bullshit.
Oh, God.
And it's like, does that protect against radiation? Yeah. Well, why? How?
Here's a question, actually. Can you wear just a frame without armor pieces and still be immune to radiation?
I don't know without armor pieces. That'll be something we'll have to test sometime.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I don't mind the whole vehicle styled power armor. I just don't think it should have had the fucking fusion core shit. Like, I don't think it should have a replaceable fusion core, I should say.
Yeah.
I think it should... The power supply should just be infinite.
Yeah.
Well, it was pretty much said before in previous games that the power supply for power armor was extremely long-lasting.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you shouldn't be running out of power every 5 minutes and then needing to replace it. That's insane. Especially
considering power cores can run for over 200 years straight and not lose any charge. But you plop them into a power armor and they deplete in 5 minutes. It kind of ruins the whole, hey, there's an energy crisis when we have batteries that last fucking forever.
Yeah.
On the flip side, of any body of water, you'll need a constant supply of fusion cores to keep it powered, you'll be making constant repairs, and boy, will you need to hop in and out of that thing frequently. And then there's...
Not really. Like, there are some points in the game where you have to get out, but besides those few rare points, you could just stay in it forever.
And there's no point, like... And unless you are physically required to get out, there really isn't a point of leaving the power arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're playing on like survival and you have to sleep, and then in which case, you have to.
That's what I mean. When you're forced to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're playing survival, you'll have to get out of it a lot. But if you're just playing normally, then I know you have to get out for the memory den. I'm not sure if there's any other part of the main story that requires you to get out. I have completed all 4 paths on the main story. I just can't remember if there were any other instances of having to get out.
Yep. And yeah, as Alex Crystalline points out, if Power Armor has a battery now that barely lasts 30 minutes, why do Brotherhood of Steel soldiers wear it 24/7? Isn't that a huge waste? It would be if there was any consistency.
Here's another question. Where are the Raiders getting their Power Armor cores for their Power Armor?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, obviously, they just wait for the fucking fusion core or the fusion generator in the basement to restock. Magically pop out its new fucking fusion core so that they can keep it going.
Yep.
It's just such a dumb fucking thing. Why did they do that? Why does it need a fucking replaceable battery? Just don't do that. Like, you can literally keep the fusion core idea, just don't make it need to be replaced.
Yeah.
Because if you still say, well, it's there, you could still do the thing of like, oh, well, I overcharged my my suit and it exploded. You know, that's how they can have that one thing with the quest where the one guy blows his suit and whatever. I don't remember how the quest goes exactly, but basically, like, you could still do that, but you don't need to replace it.
Better yet, why is Power Armor just standing around in random areas? Yeah, it's something I talked about in the Fallout 4 analysis. This is, like, super rare stuff that a lot of people want because it's so good, it's so protective. And yet, you wonder about the map. Sure, there's some locked in cages. I'm sure people would find ways into those cages if something so valuable is in there, and they just haven't. But worse than that, there's areas of the game where they're literally just standing out in the open. Sometimes with even nothing guarding them. Just Power Armor right there, free for the taking. And no one has taken it. It is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane.
The settlements that almost was. Building on the custom manners in Skyrim's Hearthfire expansion, you'll fight for and eventually manage a variety of settlements across the Commonwealth. To attract...
Wait. So you know Skyrim has crafting before Fallout 4. We said Fallout 4 was the thing that had crafting in... What the fuck, dude?
This video is just getting worse and worse. Who the fuck recommended this to us?
It was Versus 22 and then someone else afterward.
Why would you curse us with this pain?
This is definitely a please script your video fucking moment. Because good God, man.
It always gets worse every time we cover these people. It starts out somewhat okay, and then it just gets progressively worse and worse and worse and worse. I don't get how it's possible.
Hold on. Who's the one who recommended it the other time? I need to know who cursed us with this pain.
I need
Roy San from the server. Do you realize the amount of pain you've put on us today? This incredibly shitty fucking video. This... God.
Alright.
God, we're only on Act 2.
We're not even halfway through the video.
We're almost halfway through. We're almost halfway through. We could do this.
Alright, come on.
Each base's food and water supply while also providing beds and defense. You can go through and scrap just about everything that exists in each settlement, shaping them, by and large, to your own desires. That sink? Gone. That entire house? Gone.
Gone.
Oh, okay, so that sink, you can't move anywhere, you can't, I'm pretty sure you can't move that sink.
You can't just fix up these houses that actually look decent because they actually have the same base as the fucking base on the ground that you can never get rid of. And you can't snap anything to, and there's literally nothing that fits nicely on said base.
Look at this crappy metal shack he's got here. Look how much of that base is being unused at the side there, where if it was actually designed with this system in mind, you could have had it the correct size so stuff would fit on it nicer.
Yep.
This entire house you could scrap is fucking bullshit because you can scrap. Well, why wouldn't you scrap it? It's collapsed in on yourself. You can't do fucking anything with it. All the other houses you can't scrap because you could still walk inside them. So you have to deal with these shitty hoses that is hard to do anything with because they're so fucking garbage.
20 Czech crowns from Carol Svoboda. Thank you very much. Wow, so much hate towards small creators. Oh, dude.
I'm trying to be nice, but
we hope that this person got better from these videos. We hope that they got better because this is
to
horrible.
be fair, this was a very long time ago. He could have changed his opinions and stuff a lot. Like he could have improved a lot since then.
He could have.
And the good thing about doing these is to showcase that this is the kind of flowery bullshit you want to avoid, and this is what being in a full-on honeymoon mode for a game is. This is what it looks like.
Yeah.
But still, I feel it's really disingenuous to say, "Oh, you can get rid of this house," because you can't when it comes to the ones you would actually want to do something.
To get rid of.
Because, again, that collapsed house, you could do nothing with it. Your only option is to get rid of it or just leave it there, which why would you do that if you're engaging in the settlement building system? It's free resources and it's free space to build in now. Whereas
it's free real estate.
It's free real estate. Whereas the other houses, again, you know, the roofs look like shit, the walls look like shit. You could scrap most of the garbage in there. Some of the stuff you can't get rid of, which makes it even more like in the player's home. You could scrap the fridge and the stove and I think a dishwasher, but you can't scrap any of the cupboards or counters or anything in the kitchen. So you've just got the space that's there that you can't fucking do anything with. It's just like a hole in the counter where it's like, okay, I can't put anything there, so might as well not do anything with it. It just looks like fucking garbage. Again, same with the rest of the houses. You know, you can't repair those roofs. You can't do anything with the windows, the walls, the floors, the ceiling. It just looks fucking garbage.
Yeah, you have to fucking really finagle shit. I managed to get around it in my playthrough, but it was like pure fucking autism shit. Like I was clipping fucking like roof tiles or like roof sections into the ceiling and then like making it look like the whole thing was like one solid thing. So it made the roof look like it was still okay. And then I lined all of the walls with like the wood things and I would clip them into the walls that made it look like they were actually supposed to be there and all that kind of shit. But that takes so much effort.
I tried doing that too and it was so fucking tedious.
Yeah, it's extremely tedious.
How can you scrap the dishwasher? Your wife died in the vault.
Wow. Oh God. All right. So 8 self-immolating trees from Get Out Here, Yo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Needing power armor training would have explained why they're out in the open as Wastelanders can't use them. Yet another reason why removal is bad.
Well, see, that doesn't completely explain it because there's still people who could have power armor training. There were military bases in the area and stuff. It's just... even if you don't have the power armor training, you might want to, like...
God, imagine though, if power armor training actually was a thing. And then that could be a difference between Nora and Nate.
Yes.
Nora wouldn't have power armor training, so she physically can't use the power armor, and she can't physically use the Gatling gun or anything. God, it could have actually worked interesting and had good changes to the world and gameplay, but no.
Yeah, that's something we've talked about before, where, hey, if this was a game of skills, but you still had these predefined characters, then Nora could be the talker while Nate is the gunner. And those bonuses you get from those things would impact your gameplay in that way. That's not to say Nora couldn't ever learn power armor. Maybe she does in the Wasteland sometime later. But it gives Nate that innate advantage at the start where, oh yeah, I could just wear power armor from the beginning because I've done so before. Anyways.
Heck of a thing. built. Turrets, built. Disco balls, hell yeah.
I also want
Wait,
to point.
what?
I also want to point out too that he said something about needing food and water for your settlement. You don't really actually need to build food or water for your settlement. It just limits how many people will move in. And considering they're all generic NPCs that don't fucking do anything, then, you know, it's not that big of a deal.
If you think this entire channel is Bethesda bad, I'm sorry, you don't have the attention span for the videos.
That is the King Sweden person from last week, and they were also trolling in chat earlier, saying the same shit.
Okay. Yeah. Fair.
Anyone who thinks...
anyone that genuinely thinks that, yeah, I'm sorry. Anyways, do we want to get back to this?
Yeah, let's just get through this.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, stuff kinda sucks. Trying to get prefab components to work together is a struggle since they all have hyper-specific ways of snapping together when they decide to work together at all. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of crappy-looking components flying in the air, which, I guess, isn't that much better when they work together properly. Trying to build settlements in Fallout 4 is like playing a crappy version of Minecraft, or growing up playing with those awful Kinects toys the neighbor kids had. Worse still, building and
Oh man, don't you talk shit about Kinects, man. That was a great thing, because you could do all kinds of complex stuff with it. You can do all kinds of complex stuff with Kinects. Like, I love doing the intricate machinery and stuff like that with those. Granted, getting them apart was a nightmare. That was a thumb breaker for sure. Holy shit, when you got Kinects together, good luck getting them to separate from each other ever again.
But yeah, I do agree with him that the settlement building system is kind of fucking garbage with how ugly everything looks and how snapping is extremely terrible.
Alright.
Yeah.
managing settlement pointless. While the Minutemen rely on you to spread their influence with an endless number of build and maintain quests, an endgame never really seems apparent. In fact, you'll be sent to the same places to clear out the same villains to protect the same settlements over and over. You're supposed to be able to use the Minutemen's flare gun to call in reinforcements, but none ever seem to be available. To be fair, I later learned that the Minutemen do have their own discrete ending if you follow through on their tedious chore list, but it seems Bethesda saved all of the fun potential for their free-to-play and far more coherent vault builder game, Fallout Shelter.
Oh.
Settlements in Fallout 4 feel
far more coherent. Yeah, the money ringing. I played that game out of spite to not spend a dime on it just to fuck with people. Dude, it is not a good game.
Wait, did that fucker just install Kinects? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I played a little bit of Fallout Shelter just to see what it was, and it was exactly what I expected.
Yeah, it is your very, very typical, money vacuum of a game.
That's not a game, it's
literally
a
is a
Skinner
Skinner
box. Yeah.
It literally is a Skinner box, yeah.
Same as every other fucking phone game out there.
There's a reason that it's always the dun 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 every time you do everything. It's supposed to try to give you that dopamine hit, but it is so superficial.
The game is more fun when I spend hundreds of dollars on it to actually be able to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. There we go.
Great. I can only imagine what a full-blown strategic layer would have been like in this game with a streamlined base building tool similar to Theme Hospital, but
this is another thing of like, I get where you're going with it, but you can't just make random tangents. Oh, it would have been just like Borderlands. Oh, it would have been a similar, strategic theme thing like Theme Hospital. It's like, you're not defending against hordes of raiders or setting up like strategic outposts in this. It's a hospital, my dude. I get what you're going for. Like, you get to pick and choose and design everything yourself, but totally different fucking like genres and everything. Come on, man. At least do something like a survival horde game with building or something as your
7 Days to Die would be a better example. Like,
which existed Minecraft would have been a better example. He even called Minecraft earlier how the building in Minecraft is better. You should have used that as your example because you could intricately design your defense the way you want.
Yeah.
Well, not just that. I think what he's trying to get at here is your settlement could have different important facilities that are important to, I guess, running and managing the settlement. Like, you're going to need a doctor. And
he specified this was the strategic layering. Hold on.
No, I know, but...
Yeah.
Here in Vault Builder game, Fallout Shelter. Settlements in Fallout 4 feel like a half measure to something great. I can only imagine what a full-blown strategic layer would have been like in this game with a streamlined base building tool similar to Theme Hospital, but I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, seeing similar to Theme Hospital doesn't explain it to me because I've never played Theme Hospital.
Yeah, and again, it's not even a similar genre. Like, you're not like defending, you're not setting up defenses or like protecting a settlement or anything like that. Like, you're not trying to build like specific security checkpoints and ambushes and kill zones or anything like that, or trying to build houses for people to live in and stuff. It's just fucking crazy.
And also, people in chat are mentioning RimWorld. Like, yeah, you could do individual bedrooms for characters in RimWorld, or you could do a communal barracks, and they'll affect their mood differently. And that would be something that you should be able to do in Fallout 4, where...
it did exist. It did exist before Fallout 4. Like, initial release date, 2013. Yeah, November 4, 2013. It was 2 years before Fallout 4.
Yeah, if you want to use these kind of examples and stuff, like if you wanted to use that game,
you have to elaborate on what it does.
You have to elaborate. You can't just say it and move on. You have to actually explain why you feel it should be that way.
Yeah, because it would be like if I was saying Fallout 4 is bad, and a way they could improve it is if they took ideas from 7 Days to Die. Moving on, it's like, you realize how fucking little that tells your audience?
Yep. It's just weird things like this. Like, because one, if people like, wait, if like Theme Hospital, so you're already going to a different genre where your emphasis should be on the fact that you can get more intricate, more specific with your builds and everything like that. That should be what you should be hammering on. But you just dropped Theme Hospital out there. It's just like, come on, man.
Fallout 4 does from time to time, but
yeah, that's another point. We brought it up multiple times. Grank Nutterbutter said, build an actually effective walled-off settlement in Fallout 4, the attacking enemies will just start spawning inside of it.
Yes,
yeah, we mentioned
incredibly
that multiple
annoying.
times on stream. Yeah.
Especially the first time you fucking find out about it, after you put in all this work to wall off your town all the way, and try and defend it, and make sure there's only like one entrance for them to come at you from.
Yep.
Very annoying. Very, very annoying.
Okay.
Element editor to complete various quests. But more often than not, if a quest stumped me, the solution was almost always, oh, you can use the settlement editor to remove this debris or build stuff. Sometimes, though, it didn't work at all, like when building the all-important interceptor to access the Institute. A glitch required me to remove, then replace a specific component, but this revelation only came after spending a frustrating amount of time rebuilding the entire contraption piece by piece like an idiot. Still,
why did he have 3 of that one thing?
I don't know.
It almost
because he connected them together, he can't put the overhead thing on it because it doesn't have a place to snap on anymore because it's being taken up by one of those other things.
I think he thought that each one of those was part of the leg would go into, not that the entire thing would go around it.
That's
just embarrassing footage to use right there. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, you can admit, like, if this was more of like, oh, it's more Holmesy and folksy sort of thing, it's like, oh, and this is where I messed up, guys. I was being a bit silly. Again, if this was like a Seth Zintax or a Mandalore Gaming where you just have that moment of where he goes, yeah, and then I did this like an idiot. Don't be me. Do this instead. You know what I mean? Like, you're trying to relate to your audience and be like, yeah, we've all messed up. We all made mistakes. Here's my mistake. I don't do that. Here's how you actually do it.
Yeah, but here he's just being like, but this just wasn't clear. And it's like, I don't know. I felt like it was pretty clear. Yeah. I didn't have an issue with that.
No, he didn't just say it wasn't clear. He said the game glitched out and he had to fix it. Then he showed us that footage of
it not being glitched, but him being an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. To which I would say, it's like, if you're having that much of an issue with it, when I feel it's that pretty clear, it's just go to YouTube and be like, just search that part up. What did somebody else do to do this? Oh, he just built one and snapped the thing. Oh, okay. I don't even need to watch the rest of this. I know exactly what I did wrong.
This video seems less painful to watch compared to the other videos you reviewed. No. This is pretty bad.
No, it's not.
No, this is pretty bad.
In fact, anyone who's playing Bingo,
nuclear strikes that came in.
Anyone who's playing the Stag Bingo, you can check off psychic damage from stupidity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like the insane nuclear bad takes are all over the place here. It is crazy.
It's a carpet bombing of nuclear bad takes.
All right.
To their full potential, Fallout 4's new suite of crafting editors goes far beyond giving the same old a new paint job by adding a whole new dimension of playability to the game.
Okay, please evidence. No, wait. Were you saying that was your evidence, everything before? Because, no, they don't give new dimensionality to playing the game. Holy shit, dude. If we're taking, like, that was your closing argument for that section.
Well, you could tell by where the video was going that he's starting a transition to another part of the game here. Or another
That's what I mean.
Review.
When I said that, then I saw this come up, and I'm like, oh god, because I have the triangle on my screen. He's literally going through his new title card. Man. Dude, so everything he said before was his evidence for that statement he just made, that moment there. And my god, it doesn't dramatically change your playability. Holy fuck. Like, oh, hey, you can put a scope on this weapon. Wow, yeah, you can use it at long range. That's so different. It's like, it's still shooting things. It's not like, you're not like making tripwires and then whistling and having people chase after you and now they go into a trap and stuff like that instead. Like, there's nothing like dramatically different.
Well, you have to hype up small changes to sound dramatically different to make the thing you're talking about sound bigger and better and grander than it is.
He hasn't really engaged in whataboutism yet. He has done and talked about multiple other games, but he hasn't done a whataboutism sort of statement yet. Well, if it's bad here, then why do people like it here? He hasn't done something like that yet. Or it's bad there, but it's great here, sort of thing.
I can left click and effects happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I genuinely hope Starfield has a level of care that none of Bethesda's other titles in recent years had. I don't have to pay for it because I have Game Pass, but I still have hope. So
I agree. I really do hope that Starfield turns things around, but Emil's there, so I think it's a fool's hope, honestly, but it could still happen.
I hope it's good, too. I would like for it to be good. I just have no faith that it will be.
Yeah.
I'll be pleasantly surprised if it is. Like, we're going to do a stag on Starfield. We obviously can't do it, like, a day or two after it releases. It'll probably be a week or two at the earliest. But we will be doing a stag on Starfield after it releases. And I'm hoping it could be a positive stag where we're like, man, this game is awesome. It's so fun. It does a lot of these things here, there, and there right. Blah, 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 blah. I don't want it to be, yeah, this game is fucking dog shit. Here's why.
Yeah. But
that's what I'm expecting to have to do.
Yeah. If history has taught us anything, in the current track record, it seems more like it's going to be a negative stream. We hope not, but you know.
When does it release? Like, Are they doing November 11th again on this one? I don't know why they're
think
obsessed
so.
with fucking Remember and Stay, but...
Do November a lot. Remember, the 5th of November.
Anyways.
November 11th, 2022. Enriching your... By the way, these titles are just so not good. You have what, like, The Deep Crater or something like that for one of your titles before. It's like, dude, these titles are literally meaningless at this point.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Because this is Enriching Uranium. I have no possible clue what this could be fucking talking about.
Yeah.
When I do section titles in my video, I try to make them related to the thing I'm going to be talking about. So, I can't remember off the top of my head, but in the Fallout 4 analysis videos, the titles are like related to how this is the first part of the main quest. This is the 4 faction pass. This is this. This is that. You know?
Yeah.
When you get bored scrubbing the Commonwealth's forests in your inevitable migration to Boston's urban core, it's natural to get an itch to advance the story, which begins Act 2 of the Bethesda RPG.
I really hate that dumb act chart.
I really do as well.
It makes no goddamn sense.
I got
You still haven't explained how the first act is exploration. You just talked about
things. You just literally talked about things.
Ding.
You didn't explain how it was like getting. You tried to mention like now that we've got our bearings in this world, let's talk about the crafting system. This new revolutionary thing that Fallout 4 brought to Bethesda RPGs, which it didn't because they had them in the Bethesda RPGs before that. And you even mentioned Skyrim. It's just like, dude, come on.
Did he make a mistake, or is this a joke title here? Was Final Fantasy 13 released in 1999? I don't think. Final Fantasy...
does he not know how number? Wait. I don't think he knows how number things work. Hold on a second. Does he think that's supposed to be 8 or something? Hold on.
Well, 8 would be VIII, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So I'm wondering if he fucked up the things. No, because let's see. I needed to see when these specific Final Fantasies were released.
Is he pulling a Gadelb? I hope he's pulling a Gadelb. You shouldn't. This is one of those things.
Yes, he did. This is Final Fantasy VIII, released in 1999. He fucked up and put a 10 and X there instead of a V.
But this is one of those things you shouldn't be able to physically fuck up. You look up Final Fantasy VIII on Wikipedia, it's going to show VIII. If you look at the case, it's going to show that. If you look up footage on YouTube, it's probably going to show... How...
I had to make sure because I wasn't positive if 8 released in 1999, but no, 8 released in 1999. But yeah, like I said, he fucked up. That should be a VIII, not an X. An X is 10, so that would be 13.
Anyone who has psychic damage from stupidity on their bingo cards could go ahead.
You should have already checked it off, but go ahead and check it off multiple times.
No, you could go and check it off an additional 3 times.
Yes, please. Oh, dude.
This is something you shouldn't be able to fuck up. There are so many ways to find this out. If you aren't sure, you can look it up very easily.
So, as I already said, he should script his fucking video. Please script your video. This is if he did actually script his video, edit your script, because good God.
Just double check your footage before you release it. Like, XIII, what is that? Is that right? Is that correct? No!
Okay. Here we go.
Here we go.
While investing in expensive cinematics 15 to 20 years ago, Bethesda storytelling came mostly through text. Lots and lots of text. But Bethesda's really upped their storytelling ante, and with each subsequent game, they've designed not just better world-governing narratives, but bigger ones as well.
Better world governing narratives,
No.
but bigger ones as well. Absolutely not.
Oh my
No.
god.
They got
No.
worse at it as they went on.
They replaced their depth and their quality of storytelling with fucking annoying set pieces that they think looks
spectacle.
amazing. Yeah, it's all about spectacle. It's not about story anymore.
Remember how in Morrowind there was a lot of lore of how the different factions worked and like what the Telvanni believed as opposed to Redoran and
House Lalu and everything,
Hlalu
yeah.
and the Temple
And
the
House
Ashlanders
Drez and the Iriden, yeah.
and the Lost Six House and just the culture of the Dunmer.
Yep.
And then we go to Oblivion as like generic fantasy land, and it's not completely bad. Oblivion is decent, but then you get to Fallout 3 and the world is like broken on every fucking level.
And then we get Skyrim, which is generic Viking fantasy land.
Yeah.
That isn't even, that has a civil war that you couldn't even tell there's been a civil war because there's been no fighting, there's no battlefields with corpses. Fucking Witcher 3. I know a lot of people don't like Witcher 3. I would need to play it and go through it and with a real critical eye. But Witcher 3 shows the aftermaths of like people scavenging these massive battlefields of like corpses piled everywhere. Like, dude, you can tell there has been a war going on without needing to be told, hey, there's a war that's going on. You could tell by the fields of corpses.
Yeah.
Cody says he didn't even know there was a civil war in his playthrough, his Skyrim playthrough. Dude. It's painful. Okay, let's go. Come on.
Yeah, let's hear how Fallout 4 is
The
better.
sandbox harder and harder with each new release. With the
I need to hear what he just said there. They work harder and harder with each new release because that ain't fucking true. We found out that they actually got rid of working hard by Emil's own words.
Yeah, they should admit that they don't put effort into their work.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Which begins Act 2 of the Bethesda RPG. While Japanese RPGs were investing in expensive cinematics 15 to 20 years ago, Bethesda storytelling came mostly through text. Lots and lots of text. But Bethesda's really upped their storytelling ante, and with each subsequent game, they've designed not just better world-governing narratives, but bigger ones as well, destined to pull you away from the sandbox harder and harder with each new release. With the Minutemen tied up
destined to pull you away from the sandbox harder and harder with each new release. Actually, no. You desperately need the sandbox for any semblance of like sanity in these games, and the sandbox is lacking.
Yeah. Man, could you imagine being forced to play the fucking main quests in these games and not being able to, like, splinter off and go do your own thing? Oh my god.
Yeah, it'd be horrible.
That would be fucking painful.
Yeah, that would be a true nightmare.
Yeah.
Settlements metagame introduces a trio of core factions that enjoy a mutually exclusive rock, paper, scissors like.
What?
A trio of core factions?
Hold on,
harder with each new release. With the Minutemen tied up to the Settlements metagame, Fallout 4 introduces a trio of core factions that enjoy a mutually exclusive rock, paper, scissors like relationship.
What?
What?
What
the actual fuck are you talking about? Okay,
yeah,
so the Minutemen.
What do you mean?
The Minutemen are a fucking faction. They're a main faction. What are you talking about?
They have an ending and everything.
Yeah,
the
what the
Minutemen
fuck?
Are the default path. Where if you get, they're the yes men of this game. If you get locked out of the other three factions, you have to finish the game with them. You even said earlier in their fucking video that there is an ending for the Minutemen, so how are you fucking this up?
Yeah, holy shit, man.
What?
Is it because rock, paper, scissors only has 3 choices, and you're like, oh, well, I'll just say the Minutemen are tied up with the settlement thing, and then that can get me out of that.
That still doesn't explain how these 3 factions are rock, paper, scissors.
It doesn't. I would love to hear him say. I think that's what he's going into now. But holy,
yeah,
Christ,
this is something you absolutely need to fucking explain, since it makes no goddamn sense to anyone who knows what they're fucking talking about. So
yeah,
this is one of those things where you can't just say, "Hey, they're rock paper scissors," and move on.
okay,
10 equals 5 and a trio is 4. Yeah.
yeah.
We're a quartet here on STAG, all 3 of us.
Yep. All right, backing up again. Here we go.
They've designed not just better world-governing narratives, but bigger ones as well, destined to pull you away from the sandbox harder and harder with each new release. With the Minutemen tied up to the settlement's metagame, Fallout 4 introduces a trio of core factions that enjoy a mutually exclusive rock-paper-scissors-like relationship. The franchise favorite Brotherhood of Steel literally floats in first, as the game introduces the Synths, hyper-advanced robots that can be indistinguishable from humans. Despite being pro-technology, the Brotherhood feels that the Synths are a...
They are not. Whoa, the Brotherhood is not pro-technology.
No.
Holy shit, they are very much anti-technology. They don't want anyone else having technology.
Yeah, they are zealots about fucking other people having technology. They do not think anyone besides them should have it, and even they think it's not even so that they can have it, it's so it can be locked away and protected so that nobody else can get it.
Yeah, holy crap, man.
So how the fuck are you getting this so wrong?
My God,
you
dude.
don't even understand what the fucking ideology of the fucking Brotherhood of Steel are.
Jesus.
You know what would have helped his rock, paper, scissors thing too? Rather than showing them side by side, showing them in a circle, showing which one defeats the other, even though it still makes no goddamn sense.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm just lost on that one. Especially considering, if you play the Railroad, you destroy the Brotherhood and the Institute. If you play the Institute, you destroy the Railroad and the Brotherhood. If you play the Brotherhood, you destroy the Railroad and the Institute. Yeah. Like, that's not a rock, paper, scissors dynamic.
Yeah, it's not rock, paper, scissors if every single option could destroy the other options.
Rock doesn't destroy paper and scissors just because you picked rock.
Oh my God. Well, my paper has armor, so it wins. That's literally what this feels like.
My paper has power armor.
Yeah.
my scissors is a synth.
Yes.
My rock is an underground group of retards.
As Oyster points out, this is a guy who played Fallout 1 not as a child, not like I did. I played it when I was in the single digits. He played it when he was 13, as he said. And he doesn't know the ideology of the Brotherhood of Steel. He played Fallout 1 and doesn't know the ideology of the Brotherhood of Steel.
He said he played 3 as well. Even 3 gets the fucking, like, ideology of we don't want others to have technology somewhat right.
I was going to say somewhat.
Somewhat, but, like, because that was the whole point of, like, the Outcasts. They didn't want to move away from that. And they do show that, like, the Outcasts are the main Brotherhood. Like, they are that's what their original ideology is. The Elder Lions is a splinter faction that came off that, like, separated from that. Yeah. So even they get it somewhat right. So the fact that this guy is still somehow getting this shit wrong, I don't get it.
Cancer and must be purged from the wasteland. Then you have the Railroad, a small...
You didn't explain how it's rock!
What?
How is the brother...
Dude, did you just think up the rock paper scissors analogy and think, oh, I'm so clever, and then just forget to explain rock paper scissors at all?
I think he did.
How's Brotherhood rock? Tell me how they're rock. You brought up the thing. You said they're rock paper scissors, so how the fuck is Brotherhood rock? You have to explain this shit.
Yes, please.
That wants to smuggle the synths that are sentient to safety, producing an argument for their humanity that makes Blade Runner shed a tear. Then with
No, fuck you. Holy shit!
Fuck you! Makes Blade Runner shed a tear. My fucking ass. How dare you compare fucking Blade Runner to this? Fuck you.
No, more like the opposite. How dare you compare this tripe to Blade Runner?
Yeah, that's what I meant. But ugh.
That is actually insanely fucking irritating. Blade Runner doesn't deserve to be associated with this putrid garbage.
My God, man. My God.
Yeah, the thing is, the whole replicated man quest in Fallout 3 was apparently inspired by Blade Runner or to nod to it or whatever. It's still a fucking shit reference to something that's good.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sheds a tear because it's so insulting. You know what? I agree with that. Blade Runner is fucking sobbing at the corner from being violated by this fucking trash. $5 from Scootmeister. Thank you. It's worse than that. Halo, that doesn't count as me saying it's worse than that.
Yeah.
Halo Wars has a rock, paper, scissors system with infantry, vehicles, aircraft, and even with counter units, it works too. Pokemon has a rock, paper, scissors system. Fire beats water. No, I already fucked it up. Water beats fire. Fire beats grass. Grass beats water. The whole system for battling in Pokemon is just a more complex rock, paper, scissors system. Makes Blade Runner shed a tear. What the actual fuck? That... Alright. I guess we're just going to be dealing with fucking stupidity for this entire video. I was trying to be nice because, you know, small channel, but this is fucking insanity.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we've gone beyond fucking like, oh, you know, we'll cut him some slack. Nah, this is too stupid. This is too stupid. Hopefully he's changed since then. Hopefully he's improved. But my God, dude, this is a fucking joke.
And in Gen 1, Psychic beats everything. You know how fucked up I got when playing Gen 1? I was like, oh, the cartoon said ghost types are strong against Psychic. And then I got ghost type and it wasn't. I just got fucking wrecked because Psychic is strong against poison. And the only ghost types in the entire game are ghost poison.
Oh, dude. Get riggedy wrecked.
You'll wind up in the cold embrace and bright halls of the Institute, a centuries-old research group.
How is the railroad scissors? You did not explain this! Fucking... Oh my God.
we have entered the shit take zone.
He hasn't explained a single thing he said. Like the fucking...
He's just summarizing
this way,
them.
that way. Yeah, this way, that way. Didn't explain that. The fucking, the 3-part act thing. He hasn't explained that. The fucking, fuck, what was the other thing? There was something else he didn't explain.
Everything.
Yeah, just everything. Literally everything he's brought up. He mentions it like at the beginning, or he might reference it a couple of times, but never elaborates on any of it. Doesn't explain anything about it. Just moves on.
I'm imagining a small owl staring dejectedly down at the screen of his Nintendo handheld. I am not playing my 3DS right now. I am not an owl.
All right. Here we go.
Of not quite MIT that builds the synths. Now,
not quite MIT. Dude, have you never heard of the Boston Institute of Technology? Come on, man. Come on, man. Fuck's sakes. All right, backtracking a second. Hold on.
producing an argument for their humanity that makes Blade Runner shed a tear. Then with
no. Let's go on with that. Produces an argument about their humanity that makes Blade Runner shed a tear. What argument? Are you going to elaborate on it? No, because of course you fucking don't. What argument does Fallout 4 bring up for the humanity of the Sims? Because I can tell you what it does say. It has characters telling you, oh yeah, they're totally human. But then if you join the Institute, oh yeah, they're totally not human. They're just robots. Do everything in your power to capture them back.
Yeah.
If you side with the Institute, 100%, the game fucking flips on its message and just says, oh yeah, they're machines. And there's nothing you can do about that from within the Institute. You can't argue about it. You can't change their minds in any way. You just convert to their beliefs.
Yeah, the only ones who seem to think that the fucking Sins have any humanity is the Railroad. And the fucking Railroad erases their memories, which is effectively the equivalent of killing somebody.
Yeah. So if you were to take... if you were to take me, for example, and erase all my life experiences, all my memories of everything, all I'm left with is the basic ability to talk and survive and, like, do things, but I don't have any memories of anything I've ever done. That's effectively erased me as a person. And you've just got, like, a new blank person in my place.
Yes.
That is effectively death.
Yeah, that is effectively death, and that is how they get around their whole thing of, oh, it's easier to hide them from the Institute. And it's like, you just erase their fucking memory. What if they get captured again and they have no concept of wanting to escape or how they did it the first time or any of this shit? Like, you just effectively sentence them to death. Yeah. You fucking morons.
I guess all that matters is that the shell the mind is in is still alive, and that's the big moral fight. I guess. It's really fucking stupid.
Yeah, this is dumb as hell.
That's horrifying when you put it that way. Yeah, because that's how little Bethesda fucking thought about it. Because that's what it actually is when you break it down and just show it for what it is.
You know what that reminds me of?
What?
That reminds me of that god-awful show Lucifer, alright?
Uh-oh.
So, the entire show Lucifer, the premise is that he literally is the devil. He is Lucifer Morningstar. And he says that people go to hell because they feel guilt. So only guilty people, only people who feel guilt are in hell. So think about that logically. All the sociopaths and psychopaths and mass murderers who don't feel shame or guilt for their action aren't in hell. Hitler isn't in hell, according to Lucifer. He says he's in hell. He said the show says it, but they didn't think through the concept of he doesn't feel guilty about what he did.
Yeah, he thought what he was doing was right.
Yeah, he thought he was saving Germany. So he's in heaven then. Like, holy crap, dude. You really need to think through your messaging and what you actually say.
But,
because, oh god.
It's worse than that for a different reason, Setch. So, by their logic, Hitler's in heaven, right? So, anyone who feels guilt goes to hell. So, like, what if you feel... Okay, here's a little story.
Well,
this is actually over a decade ago now. But, I was staying with my grandmother for a little while because she was fostering a greyhound to get it used to living in a house to live with people. That part of the story doesn't really matter. I was at Tim Hortons and I like double chocolate donuts. And I ordered one and it was the last one there. And right as the girl behind the counter was grabbing the donut from the rack, the display, a little kid with his parents were at the other checkout, and he wanted a double chocolate donut. And he ran up to the case just in time to see it being taken away. And holy shit, I felt bad that this poor little kid lost his donut, and I wasn't thinking at the time, I just kind of left. So, incredibly little thing that I just felt shitty about.
Yeah.
So
you would be in hell getting tortured for that for all eternity. Yes.
Wow, what a great fucking...
With that specifically, yes. And it's specifically the thing they feel guilt about. It is incredibly stupid.
Hold on. Man, fuck that kid and his parents? Why? They didn't do anything wrong. No one did anything wrong in that situation. I just felt bad at the timing. The little kid, I want a double chocolate donut. Right at the exact moment that the girl behind the counter was taking it away. Like, if I was thinking at the time, I would have said, oh no, let the kid have that donut, I'll get a different one. But sometimes just in the moment, I'm not thinking, or I've got my mind on other things, or I'm like, whatever, so I just don't consider it.
Yeah. So you would be in hell, and in the Lucifer universe, and Hitler, Goebbels, Heinrich Himmler, all them are in heaven.
It was a joke, man. Come on now. I don't know through text.
Yeah, it is actual fucking insanity. Like that show is god awful.
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad.
So many levels, like, you guys did not think this through, like, at all. Because when Lucifer has to go down to hell to get someone from hell, he's like, well, if I die, I'll go to hell because I'm Lucifer, obviously. So then he gets trapped in his own cycle of guilt, and it's like, the fucking ruler of hell gets trapped in his own cycle of guilt? What is this?
What the fuck?
Dude, it's so bad.
You'll wind up in the cold embrace and bright halls of the Institute, a centuries-old
cold
research
embrace
group
of hell
situated under the remains of not quite MIT that builds the synths. Naturally, the Institute isn't terribly happy with the other factions' plans for their robots. This is the soggy middle act where everyone wants your attention. Even if you'd rather take it easy and wander the countryside at this point, there's little joy in doing so when there's half a dozen tasks begging for your attention. You'll always have...
But that's the way all these games operate.
Yes, that's the annoying thing. It's not done naturally or like logically, and when it comes to Fallout 4 and Fallout 3, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. They just want you because I see your eyes act as cameras. You're obviously the player character. I want you. You will be the leader of our faction. Why? Why can you be the leader of the Institute? And then why can you not change anything about the Institute at all when you're the leader? Like, what the fuck, man?
I can at least understand the Institute wanting you just because the leader is your son. It's kind of fucking bullshit.
You can't change anything.
It's kind of fucking bullshit that he waited 3 days before he dies to unfreeze you, but I guess that's the way it goes. Yeah. And then using you as an experiment, like, can my parents from the pre-war world survive the wasteland and do the impossible to reach us? Because I've talked about this in the Fallout 4 analysis, and I'll obviously be talking again when I remake it. It's literally fucking impossible to get into the Institute if the exact set of conditions didn't exist at the exact same time to allow you in. Like, if Virgil didn't escape the Institute, well, you wouldn't have the blueprints to be able to build the teleporter. If this biologist didn't memorize the blueprints for this teleporter, he wouldn't have been able to give them to you to allow you in. If you didn't have the dog, you wouldn't be able to track down Kellogg to Fort Constantine. Like, there are so many things that are super coincidental that would...
He's gonna leave for a second.
If you didn't have the ability to fucking dance around the memories of a dead man to learn information, then you wouldn't be able to find out about Virgil in the glowing sea. And it just so happens this technology exists. Like, there are so many variables that Sean just didn't account for, but they all happen to line up just in the perfect way to get exactly what he wants. It's fucking retarded. It is.
And it's stupid anyway, Because why would you want to do that? Why would you want to be like, yes, let's do this test to see if he can figure out where I am and actually get here, even though it should be impossible? It's like, why wouldn't you just be like, oh, hey, let me just wake my fucking dad up, explain to him what's happening, and get him on my side so that he will support the Institute.
It's Fort Hagen.
Instead
Sorry,
of,
my bad.
Yeah, and instead of being like, oh my god, it's just so fucking stupid. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm going to let my dad go through the fucking deadly wasteland, which he will almost likely, almost assuredly die. But on top of that, he's going to get the wrong idea, or, according to father, he'll get the wrong idea of the Institute because he will be spending time with people who absolutely hate the Institute and will have tons of stories about them. But he's literally letting his fucking dad get what he would consider indoctrinated.
Pagan, it's worse than that. So Nate is a soldier, so at least he would have experience with guns and stuff, and at least have some chance of surviving the wasteland. If you play as Nora, you still have to deal with all the same shit, but she doesn't have the gun experience that Nate does, having, he was in the army. So it's even fucking worse if you play the female character.
Yeah, it's just so fucking dumb to me that he would even consider it, because it's like, yeah, of course your dad is gonna fucking grow to despise the Institute while he's in the wasteland. Why would you let him go through that shit when you can literally just teleport to him and explain to him what the Institute is and try to get him on your side? Why the fuck would you let him go through all this shit?
Well, not just that. There are so many live instances of dealing with the Institute. So, like, it's not just a rumor that you hear about that people are afraid of. Like, you see that shitty encounter at Diamond City where the one brother thinks his other brother is a synth. And then he gets his head blown off by a guard. Like, that's just paranoia at work. But then you see instances of actual synths going out and doing stuff. Like, you go to an area of the map and you just see a bunch of synths there and they just attack you on sight. Now, wouldn't it be interesting if they were programmed to not attack you specifically, but you still saw them attacking other people? Wouldn't that make you question why are they treating me differently?
Yeah. And why, like, maybe you confront some of them, they try to get away from you because they're told not to engage.
Yes.
And one of them has to say, like, orders are, protect. And you're like, protect father. Like, they say protect father. You're like, who's father? And then they give you the thing that it's the leader of the Institute or something like that. Like, if you could sweet talk your way through something like there's all kinds of things you can do since he is called the father of the Institute. Like, there are ways you can toy with that of him being like, oh, suddenly it's your father. I mean, it doesn't really work if it's mother, but still. You can just say mother is like the computer or something like that.
You could come up with just a generic name to call a player from the Institute's point of view, like avoiding contact with the target or with the subject or something like that, But wouldn't that be an interesting thing to come across? These synths that everyone is afraid of, that go out into the wasteland and break down entire towns for resource and kill everyone they see, and they're not touching you.
Yeah.
In fact, they're running away from you. They're avoiding engagement with you. What's so special about you? But beyond that, back to the actual point is you see live instances in the wasteland of the synths being a problem. The art encounter, for example. You meet Nick Valentine, who's a synth himself, so that lends credence to the fact, hey, this Institute place is real. These synth things are real. What the hell's going on? And for some reason, Sean just risks all of that contamination of your beliefs because he wanted to see if you could reach them or not. It's fucking retarded, like the entire rest of the game is.
Yeah.
We're halfway through.
Yep.
have the Minutemen needing a hotspot of ghouls or raiders. You'll always have a batch of secondary quests that emerge from your travels, begging you to resolve local issues and find lost relatives. The worst part about advancing the primary narrative at this point is dealing with the criminally unexciting early stories of our new trio of factions. The best way to not care about the Brotherhood's genocidal campaign, aside from the fact that it's a genocidal campaign, is a bunch of missions that highlight the Army's road to
the video just stopped for you guys.
Fetch quest
Yeah.
in favor with.
It did
No.
for me for a second.
Yeah, I got the loady circle thing.
Yeah, it just went black and then stopped, and then it started playing again.
Imagine.
So are you at? No, okay, you aren't at the guy falling and cracking himself. Oh, you are now. Shit.
I am, but we need to rewind because I missed what he said in that time where it was loading.
Yeah.
Imagine Sean's shock when he figures out that one of his patrols kills his only parent, making all the shit he set up for you pointless. Yeah, that would be a little bit fucked, wouldn't it?
So that it's a genocidal campaign, is a bunch of missions that highlight the Army's rote discipline and bureaucratic procedures. Likewise, doing fetch quests to build favor with the.
Again, not elaborating on it, just saying it and move on.
Yeah, and again, who are they? Who's the genocidal campaign against?
Yeah.
Who?
Because that's another thing you're going to have to elaborate on so people know what you're talking about. Is it a genocide against the super mutants who are, in this game, objectively all pretty
Evil?
much fucking evil? Maybe not evil is the right word, but they're dangerous to everyone else in the world. Like, literally everyone. So, you know, maybe wiping out the creatures that are going to kill and eat everyone is maybe a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not saying, you know, obviously not saying genocide is good, but if an entire faction is only goal is to kill everything, might be good to get rid of them.
Yeah. You're in an apocalypse, okay? If there are 5 tribes, all right, and one of the tribes is like, we're just gonna kill and eat all the other tribes. It is totally fine for all 4 of the other tribes to go, and then just kill that tribe off to the last man, woman, and child. It is totally reasonable.
And what if people assume, like, from watching this, they just assumed, oh, are the Dark Brother, or, oh my god, Dark Brotherhood, are the Brotherhood of Steel just going to genocide everybody in Boston?
Well,
like everybody here?
Are the Brotherhood of Steel just the Enclave now? Which they kind of are a Diet Enclave in Fallout 4. It's just not handled really well. Like,
yeah,
excuse me. It goes to the petty stupidity levels where, oh, Virgil is a super mutant, then you have to kill him. This is someone who's been helpful and isn't like the other super mutants. Like, surely that counts for something. No, you have to kill him. Oh. He provided valuable information that allowed us to get into the... No, you have to kill him.
Oh, this reminds me. So this is something I really hate about the fucking Bethesda way of storytelling and stuff, and how they just don't have any care for the originals. The Brotherhood, if they wanted to keep the Brotherhood around and not have them be this dying faction anymore, then they should have had them actually adapting and changing to the world. So they shouldn't just have these crazy genocidal, like, oh, we need to wipe out all the ghouls, all the super mutants, all the, you know, everything. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be adapting and being like, okay, you know, there are good ones in this. We should be trying to get them on our side. We should be trying to do, basically they should be trying to do what the Brotherhood in, is it Tactics was doing? I think it was Tactics. Where they, oh fuck, I'm trying to remember. There was a chapter of the Brotherhood in Chicago that actually ended up like siding with like the talking death claws that are there and stuff. Like they actually let them into their chapter. Like they actually let death claws become honorary knights of the Brotherhood and stuff. And it's like, yes, that's what the fucking that's what they should be doing. If you want this fucking faction to continue to exist, they need to adapt and change.
Chicago chapter hired mutants to help them.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, that's what they should be doing with this. They shouldn't just be repasting the fucking Brotherhood as they were from the first game in just every other game, and still consider them like a main faction that's not dying.
Well, that's the thing too, is the Brotherhood in the first game wasn't even about genocide like the one in Fallout 4 is.
Yeah. They just wanted to take technology and preserve it and keep others from getting it, and that's it.
In fact, the ending even says they still fought with the super mutants, but they tried to prevent losses on both sides.
Yeah.
Or tried to minimize losses on both sides, or something to that effect.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, the best thing you can do in Fallout 4 is wiping out the Brotherhood.
Yeah,
like, they need to die. Like, they are straight up just an antagonistic force.
In fact, what you should do is initially side with the Brotherhood, and then get Dr. Lee to join them, and then wipe them out.
Yeah.
The railroad or the burners. There was a time when I pined for a thieves guild to practice my sneaking skills, or an NRA-style gunners club to do assassinations for, and those
Does the NRA do assassinations?
What? An NRA-styled assassins guild? What?
I don't think the NRA does assassinations.
No.
I'm pretty sure they don't. I'm
What
like
the fuck?
99% sure they don't.
I don't quite understand what he means by that. NRA-style assassins guild.
Does this guy actually think the NRA are an assassins guild?
I don't know. I don't know if he just, because he says NRA themed. Does he just mean like gun nuts? Does he just want like an assassins guild who are just absolutely obsessed with guns?
Bruh, you can literally turn the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 1 into a genocidal techno cult. Yes, and Mike Gordon Freeman is a psychopath who murders everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we know that they aren't. We know the Brotherhood of Steel aren't that.
Yeah.
That gets proven in Fallout 2.
I think crazy person logic should be a bingo slot too, because NRA style assassins. What?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Maybe he
means.
means.
Let's back up a bit and let's try to hear that again.
Yeah.
Because I need to get this like real. Yeah.
thieves guild to practice my sneaking skills, or an NRA-style gunners club to do assassinations for, and those.
An NRA-style gunners club to do assassinations for.
Okay. Does he mean the ATF?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I can understand the ATF.
The ATF aren't assassins, though. They just kill dogs.
Well, no, they kill people too. They love to kill lots of people. So I could see the ATF being this. That they would fit, especially after what happened in Waco. After what happened in Waco, yeah, I could totally believe that they're just a genocidal group that want to kill everybody.
Even about what's happening recently, where they're actually going after people for property that isn't even associated with weapons anymore, but they're saying because
you mean that metal
theoretically, because you could theoretically cut it out and then weld it together and everything, that you could turn an AR-15 platform into an M4 because it is theoretically possible.
Yeah, I heard about that the other night on Nick's stream. That is fucked.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
And I agree with Nick 100% too. The whole, you're arresting people for a fucking card now? What won't you arrest people for? That's fucking bullshit. Yeah.
And they're going after the reset triggers, even though they're still in court fighting for the fact that reset triggers aren't illegal in any sense of the word.
Yeah. Yeah, that's insane. I saw that Brandon Herrera video on that. That's fucked.
Yeah.
At Creetosis, this is not crazy person logic anymore. This is the abyss. Hope you have a ring on. I don't know what the ring reference is, but yeah, it's almost like that iceberg meme where, the normal stuff is at top and you get deeper and deeper and it gets darker. And at the bottom, there's just this horrifying face. And obviously, it's just the face of like a dolphin or a whale or something, but due to the lighting, it looks like this horrifying monster face. That's where we are right now. with this fucking video. Fucking NRA gun club assassinations. What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck?
And he still hasn't explained the rock, paper, scissors thing. This is literally just throwing everything in the goddamn fucking kitchen sink at it to see what sticks.
Yeah, we get that he's talking about a mercenary group you can join that you can do assassinations for, but he's called it an NRA-style gunners club.
Yeah, which makes no sense. That doesn't work for what he's trying to say.
Yeah, especially considering the Wasteland is already, like, gun enthusiastic already. It doesn't make sense to be like, oh, but NRA. But the rest of the Wasteland is already, like, heavily into guns. So that doesn't make sense. I don't know what you could possibly mean by that. Fucking what? Okay, whatever. Just whatever. Let's move on.
Those simply don't explode adventures that involve handling the vampiric residents of the Cabot House.
They're not
I actually missed what he said. What did he say?
Side quests, side stories dealing with the vampiric residents of the Cabot House.
What?
They're
not
fucking
vampires. The fuck? This isn't Fallout 3.
That's not what they are at all. Like, sure, they've got this mysterious serum made from the blood of the father who is, got some kind of alien helmet on. But they're not blood drinkers. They're not vampire. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's literally some sort of, like, weird serum that they make out of, like, their father or whatever because of the thing that he's wearing, and it lets them live forever.
Feel free to check off psychic damage another 20 fucking times. For everything that's happened since the last time I said to check it off a bunch of times. Holy fuck.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thieves Guild to practice my sneaking skills, or an NRA-style gunners club to do assassinations for, and those simply don't exist. Standalone adventures that involve handling the vampiric residents of the Cabot House, or the smiley happy community of Covenant just aren't plentiful enough.
I'm going to put my quantum harmonizer in your photonic resonation chamber.
Oh my
What's
God.
your response?
I wouldn't worry. If he did that, it'd cause parabolic destabilization of the fission singularity.
Yeah. Next question.
Oh
So that's the thing you're showing. That's the thing that's from Fallout 3. That's lifted directly from Fallout 3.
Yeah, it's literally the goat test.
Yep.
The fuck?
I know they're trying to use it for a different purpose here. This is supposed to be their empathy test from Blade Runner. They just didn't want to directly rip it off, so they shoved in some stupid bullshit in there instead. Fucking goddamn it.
1080p is not an option because we literally don't have the bitrate to make 1080p worth it. You need a very high bitrate for 1080p. You need an absurd bitrate for 4K. But yeah, for YouTube streams, no, we wouldn't have the bitrate to do 1080p.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 writing, badass seal of approval. In fairness to Joe, I think he gave Fallout 4 a 7 or an 8, which is still fucking absurd, but it's still not a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he still super praised it at the beginning. He's changed his mind on it since then, but man, he really went into it when he first got it, though. He was like, oh, it's a badass seal of approval. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
This is also where the game's cinematics hit their stride for better and worse. At its best, Fallout 4 installs you into the ruins of the apocalypse. The rest of the time, it settles for decency.
Installs you into the ruins? The fuck are you talking about?
Installs you into the ruins? What the fuck?
This is why you don't use flowery bullshit language, because half the things you say people aren't going to understand because it's fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
Just say what you fucking mean so people can understand. Installs you into the ruins. What is that? Is that going into dungeons of the ruins of the old world? Then say that, but you can't say that because that doesn't sound as elegant as installed into the ruins.
Yeah, I fucking hate when people do this.
Because when you realize that just, like, if that's what he's saying, just going into dungeons and doing shit, then you realize how fucking shallow that is, because it's just going into dungeons and doing shit.
Yeah. Stop trying to sound fucking smart and pretentious and all this shit. Just fucking put it in layman's terms. Make it so people can understand what the fuck you're talking about.
This is
Jesus Christ.
This is why in my videos I try to say stuff like, hey man, this game is fucking stupid and here's why, rather than this game has a very inelegant way of
conveying its
bullshit.
narratives and narratives and motives of its highbrow concepts. It's like, no.
Yeah, it's hard for me to fake flowery bullshit language because I never use it. So it's hard for me to come up with one.
Yeah, but I'm so sick and tired of this. It's like the entire point of these type of videos is to try and convey the way you feel about this stuff and like why you think it's good, and you need people to be able to understand where you are coming from and what you are saying. When you fucking pile your words behind these god awful fucking just big ass fucking words that you think are so fucking interesting and make you sound smart and complex and shit, when in reality it just makes you sound like a fucking idiot. Especially when you don't use them correctly. When you use these terms incorrectly, thinking it makes you sound smart. Oh my god, nothing makes you look more fucking stupid.
Yeah. That's a French word.
That's a very photosynthesis of you, pagan.
That's very copacetic of you, Peg.
Just because you can use big words doesn't mean you fucking should, especially when people know what those words actually mean.
That's a very ludonarrative dissidence of you, pagan.
Shut the fuck up.
That's very saccharine of you, pagan. All right.
Yeah, let's wind this back just in case you're saying anything there that...
Cinematic tendencies hit their stride for better and worse. At its best, Fallout 4 installs you into the ruins of the apocalypse. The rest of the time, it settles for decency. This is especially true of the game's characters.
Settles for decency? Again, what does that mean?
What do you mean settles for decency? Average? 5 out of 10 at best? I thought Fallout 4 was pretty amazing.
7 out of 10, middle of the road?
Oh god, yeah.
It's
very 7 out of 10, middle of the road. What?
Look, Creetosis, I know it's your job and all, but this guy's a lost cause. He already made up his mind. We should just cut our losses and leave. I love how that's becoming a meme.
I do too. I fucking love that bit. That's so good.
Alright, I guess I'll go with you guys.
Very slightly.
But if you can't make me smile, then I'm gonna fucking blow out my brains and make you guys watch.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Fucking Tim's like, oh my god.
Smiling Friends is great. Go watch it, everyone.
Also, I love how we fucking settle that at the end of the episode too, of how they get him to smile and be happy.
Yes!
He just has to turn the gun on someone else, and then suddenly he's
don't
like,
spoil it for Sedge!
Supposed to be here.
Thanks, Megan. Nice. All right, here we go.
Why did you spoil it?
Tried for better and worse.
Because it's
Fallout
funny.
4 installs you into the ruins of the apocalypse. The rest of the time, it settles for decency. This is especially true of the game's characters, who often look and emote like dead-eyed marionettes. Somewhere along the line, I had a flashback to the beautiful and articulate characters of Rage, another post-apocalyptic...
By God, Rage was such a terrible game. But again...
Yeah, fuck Rage.
Like, does anybody here care about Rage spoilers?
Probably not.
You care about Rage spoilers?
I have it. I've been wanting to... Well, not wanting. I've been meaning to play it since I got it. Never have. So, not a big deal to me.
So, Rage, the way to beat the dreaded authority, that is literally what they're called, to beat the authority, you wake up a bunch of fucking dumbass colonists and survivors of the apocalypse from their pods. You win! If you're wondering, wait, how does that beat the authority? Good question! They didn't think about that.
What?
Yeah. Not to mention, Rage has so few environments and levels, you literally go through the levels backwards so that you can do it again. So you go through it the normal progression the first time through, and then they're like, "Oh, hey, over in the hospital, we dropped this." So then you go back to the hospital. Now you're going in the reverse direction. That's literally it.
Yeah.
It is so fucking frustrating.
Yeah, there's no variety. It's you just retrace your steps.
Wow, that sounds
through
fucking
the same
terrible.
map again. Yeah, it's really bad.
It was so bad. Just chat. Anyone that's played Rage might understand what I did, but the game was so bad, and I was so annoyed at it. I literally turned in. I made myself my own caricature called the Wingstick Bandito, and all I did was throw wing sticks at people throughout the entire rest of the game. I just threw wing sticks at everybody. And I'm pretty sure I still have screenshots on my Steam of me literally just throwing wing sticks at people. So let me check that real quick to see if I've got that.
God, I'm still upset that they used the fucking the Perfect Circle song in their trailers and stuff. I'm like, you don't deserve to get to use that fucking music. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's that game. It looks great. Well, for its time, it looked really, really fucking good. And that was the first instance of mega textures and everything like that as a concept. Really good idea. Almost every game uses it now. But yeah, it did not hold up well.
No.
Yeah. Do you still have my screenshots?
Bethesda game.
You don't have my screenshots anymore.
What?
No! I was looking for screenshots. I was going to show me being the Wingstick Bandito. Well, maybe if somebody's got an archive of the Angry Joe Show forums, because I remember I posted my review of Rage back in the day on the forums there. And yeah, it's... God, I hated that game so much.
Somewhere along the line, I had a flashback to the beautiful and articulate characters of Rage, another post-apocalyptic Bethesda game from id, and a game I really enjoyed. Now granted, it didn't have the cast of dozens or the expansive world of Fallout 4, but 4 years ago it showed me how beautiful and imaginative a wasteland could be. And while Fallout 4 is far from ugly...
Imaginative and creative? Rage? Really?
Yeah.
Worse than that, I think he's saying Fallout 4 is imaginative and creative.
Yeah, I know. But it's wrong on both accounts. Neither is correct.
It's obvious that any outstanding visual achievement wasn't the highest priority here. Instead, this game really ramps up its character artistically. Fallout 3 was ugly and...
Wait. Ramps up its character artistically? What?
I also hate this thing that Fallout 3 is ugly because it's a fucking ruined civilization that's been weathered for hundreds of years. Of course it's going to be fucking ugly. That's kind of actually what... Again, the plant life thing is stupid. People not building anything new is stupid. I love the ruins of Fallout 3 from just a visual design perspective because, yeah, they're ruins. They're ugly, but that's what makes them look so good.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like the main appeal for most people who like Fallout 3 is the aesthetic. That's what people like about it.
Remember how we were talking a few streams ago, too, about how just the like abandoned buildings, how, you know, they're falling apart. They're obviously you wouldn't ever want to live there because they're fucking decaying, but there's like the strange beauty in the way that they're falling apart and decaying.
Yeah,
it's sort of that type of thing. But
if you're a really good Urban Decay, play Stalker. Holy shit.
Yeah, Stalker, hell, the first, the Last of Us had some good examples of that, of like, you know, the trees and stuff growing through the houses, and
yeah,
you know, the vines coming into the homes and up the sides of the buildings and stuff, and just everything is starting to decay and fall apart in such a way. But you know, there's like stream of like you can see the sun rays coming through the holes in the building, and it's just really interesting. It's such a interesting visual style.
Yeah. The First of Us.
The First of Us.
Achievement wasn't the highest priority here. Instead, this game really ramps up its character artistically. Fallout 3 was ugly and dour, with each frame drenched in dark olive and sepia tones. Indoors, it was Doom 3 all over again as you prodded dark ruins with your Pip-Boy's flashlight like a toss away.
Indoors, it was Doom 3. Not even remotely close.
No.
Like, yeah, the gameplay in Doom 3 wasn't very good, but Jesus Christ, did they have effective atmosphere. This isn't even remotely close to that.
Well, not just that. Yeah. For 2008, I still don't think this looks too bad. I like the way, the visual design of these areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't need
That's
super...
fair, but Doom 3, I'd say, looked way better than this in 2004.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I can agree with...
I haven't played Doom 3, so... I don't think I've played Doom 3.
It's pretty rough. It's not a I would say it's probably a 5 out of 10 game itself.
So it's leagues better than Fallout 4 is what you're saying.
Yeah, I'd much rather go play Doom 3 again than play Fallout 4 again, for sure.
Doom 3 shotgun.
Yeah. The Doom 3 shotgun is pretty... Yeah.
It can't be any worse than this fucking thing.
Doom...
I hate this shotgun.
Doom 3 is neat. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All I know about Doom 3 are the parts of Spike and Barley's playthrough of it that I've seen. Which is, it's a game.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much the general feeling on it. It's a game. It exists.
Away found. It was the sort of visual assault that dared you.
Wait, what? Hold on.
Yeah,
Do you call that a found footage flick? Hold on.
Its character artistically. Fallout 3 was ugly and dour, with each frame drenched in dark olive and sepia tones. Indoors, it was Doom 3 all over again as you prodded dark ruins with your Pip-Boy's flashlight like a toss-away found footage flick.
Jesus Christ, man.
Fucking
I hope you seriously stop doing this flowery language shit.
Well, not just
I hope
that.
your new stuff didn't. You weren't going this so pretentious with it.
Not just that. I'm starting to feel offended on Fallout 3's behalf. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like he's leveling some criticism here that just isn't warranted.
Yeah.
No, he's talking about how good the atmosphere is. That it's so spooky and scary, as if you're one toss away from a found footage film like the Blair Witch Project or something. It's like, dude, come on. Yeah. Holy shit, man.
I took it the other way, where he's saying it doesn't look good. Like,
yeah, that's how I was taking it.
Well, he did say it didn't look good, but he's saying there was a point to it. It's just like, oh man, come on.
No, it's not so much that. It's like a toss-away found footage film. So it sounds like it's what he's intending is one of the bad... I don't think the found footage genre is that good to begin with, but it sounds like he's saying it's one of the bad ones instead of one of the better ones.
I thought I heard him say it's a toss away from being...
No, I thought he said it's a toss-away found footage.
Well, let's hear that real quick, and then he's going to go into his next point. We'll just continue through to his next point as well. So
yeah.
Let's hear that.
Doom 3 all over again as you prodded dark ruins with your Pip-Boy's flashlight like a toss-away found footage.
Yeah, like a toss-away.
Yeah. Sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would say, yeah, that's going too hard on Fallout 3. Not... Again, I'm being forced to defend fucking Fallout 3. I don't think it looks that bad.
Yeah, I
can agree with that.
I think if the world made more sense, it wouldn't be bad. Like, that's the thing. I like the aesthetic. I just wish the world made sense.
I wish the world made sense too.
Yeah.
You could still have your desperate apocalypse with like barely justify how these people can exist. At least give them a bit of food. At least Tenpenny Tower shouldn't even be there. That makes no sense with the state the world is in.
Yeah.
Achieving extreme wealth and being like a posh upper class dickhead should be pretty much impossible for what we see here. It would make more sense for them to exist within the NCR, or other factions, maybe even parts of New Vegas, but not in the capital wasteland as we see it. And fix the main story and a lot of the side quests.
It's the sort of visual you to keep playing, to try to enjoy it. When Bethesda unveiled Fallout 4 earlier this year, there was a lot of feedback about how colorful and vibrant this new game was, which shocked me since the original games had lots of color, and it was Fallout 3 that was the grumpy, monochrome misfit. Not only did Bethesda...
Oh, did you notice that? Yeah, thing
you saw that jittering bullshit?
Yeah.
At least he's not trying to say the game looks great with that shit in the background.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, at least there's that. But oh man, I mean, yeah, I get the whole like colorful thing. I am glad that they brought more color back, but at the same time, so much stuff in Fallout 4 feels fucking plastic and fake. Something he said about Fallout 3, but I feel it applies to Fallout 4 even more.
Yeah.
I don't mind the color. I like that they're adding color, but it doesn't really help all that much. The world still feels pretty fucking shit.
Yeah.
win by expanding the universe's color palette, but the series' retro-futuristic themes have never been so vibrant before. From the old-fashioned brands and logos to a plethora of Vault Boy animations, it's clear that Bethesda knows exactly where the heart and soul of Fallout lies.
Oh, no.
You want to run that by me again?
By adding more color to the world.
Heart and soul of Fallout lies. My fucking ass.
Yeah, not at all. Not even remotely close.
So adding a bit more color to the world and having signs that are retrofuturism and a bunch of Vault Boy animations are the heart and soul of Fallout. Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking potato.
Yeah.
Are you
Holy
actually
shit.
fucking kidding me? You think these superficial things is what makes Fallout Fallout?
Yeah.
See, here's
Dude,
the thing.
you cannot say you were a fan of these games if that's what you think. You can fuck right off.
You can take out Vault Boy entirely from the next Fallout game, but if you added...
It would still be a really good Fallout game.
Well, I was going to say from the next Fallout game.
Yeah.
But you add back in all the choice and depth and nuance of the different factions and everything, and it would still be a great game without Vault Boy. It would still be a great game without the retrofuturism. This is just fucking insanity.
And it would actually be closer to the original ideals of what Fallout is, the actual heart and soul of what a Fallout game is.
Yeah, it very much seems like this is that issue, and I think it's a really big issue at this point, where people play Fallout and they think, oh, retrofuturism. That's all Fallout is retrofuturism post-apocalypse. Yet they miss everything that it was that made it so beloved in the first place.
Yeah. There's so many things you could remove from Fallout and it'd still be Fallout. You could remove caps and it would still be Fallout. You could literally make the currency ammo. Hell, you could literally take fucking Metro. You could take the game Metro and just change the name to Fallout and say that it was a Fallout set in fucking Russia. And I could believe that. That would still be a fucking better representation of Fallout than most of these newer Fallout games.
Yep.
That's pretty sad.
Yeah. What's worse, though, for me, is that this is what people believe now at this point, is that Fallout is just the goofy stuff. Fallout is just retrofuturism. Look, it's the 1950s, but in the year 2077, but nuked 200 years later. It's almost like the people who think Star Wars is all about laser swords and blasters and not the characters, which are the heart of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Because all the interactions between Luke and Vader throughout the trilogy is, like, really fucking good build-up, especially at the end. The whole, you know, the Emperor's trying to turn Luke to the dark side, and then you've got Vader trying to provoke Luke that, oh, your sister. And just that realization, and that drives Luke over the edge, and he starts fucking bashing Vader's lightsaber with his own, and he's fucking lost it. He cuts Vader's arm off, and Vader has his hand up like, holy shit, don't kill me. And Luke realizes in that moment what he's become, and he looks at his own gloved hand, because it's a robotic hand underneath, and he pulls himself back from the darkness and throws the lightsaber away. No, I'm not giving in to you, Emperor.
You've lost, Your Highness.
Yes. Oh, God, it's so good!
Yeah, it's so good.
$2 super chat from Jackal Inc. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Nth Apple, better than the Nth Review. I don't know the Nth Apple, but probably. Like, compared, if this is our sample size so far, like, hopefully they got better.
I've heard Nth Apple does or did a lot of good lore videos for Fallout before. He did, from what I understand, people could correct me if I'm wrong. He did the Oxhorn style lore videos before Oxhorn did, and he did them without mods, and he did them better.
Oof. Damn, that sucks that he
that's what I've heard.
Replaced, I should say. Yeah.
I think he just stepped away from YouTube. He did a small comeback a few years ago, but it seems to have not lasted long.
Damn.
So be it, Jedi. Yes, that is a great scene.
But yeah, it's just so weird that somebody who played Fallout 1 can sit here and say that, like, oh yeah, no, the core of Fallout isn't the characters, the writing, the player choice that you get in these games. No, it's the retrofuturism and shit like that. The superfluous stuff that doesn't fucking matter. I hate it.
All right.
I hate everything about it.
Here we go.
Inject out husk of a world with whimsical billboards, mountains of cigarettes, and period costumes and characters. What really strains under the pressure to stay authentic is continuing to stuff the game's entire interface into your character's pre-war Pip-Boy bracelet or your Power Armor's heads-up display. As you accumulate quests and
this makes it more authentic. What the fuck?
Issue.
Yeah, how does that make it?
Yeah, that doesn't make it more authentic of a thing. Like, good God, man, come on.
What?
These are very superficial things.
What would make it more authentic? Like, how is that something you even quantify? Or qualify, or whatever?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I really don't get it.
After this, can you guys cover Private Sessions review of Skyrim? Spoiler alert, he has 100 plus mods installed. Fucking kill me now, Jesus Christ.
Oh my God.
Wow.
We'll consider it.
It's another one to add to the list.
Yeah, we've got a huge list of videos we could cover. No guarantees we'll cover them all. Not everything that gets put in suggestions will be covered, but man, there's a lot of suggestions that we've gotten that could be interesting to cover.
Yeah.
Seriously, was this guy drunk when he recorded? Maybe when he wrote the script, assuming he did write a script. He certainly should have fucking rewritten it.
I think he just had a Bethesda brain at the time.
It seems like it.
As your list markers and piles of crap elbow their way toward unmanageable. Oh, and the number of times I used that mobile Pip-Boy app? 0. Some will take issue with the fact that both the lockpicking and hacking minigames are lifted directly from Fallout 3, but, I mean, why fix what isn't broken?
Okay, you want to know why something like that should be changed? Because people doing that same minigame for a decade, it was in Fallout 3, it was in New Vegas, it was in Skyrim, now it's in Fallout 4. Gets a little bit fucking tiring. Gets a little bit fucking tedious. You kind of don't ever want to see that fucking interface ever again.
Yeah, you can do something different. I mean, I do think there should be some kind of minigame.
Oh, yeah,
especially
sure.
since... Because I like doing these things in terms of, like, it gives me some time to think about things, what I want to do next. It's like a breathing opportunity. But at the same time, I don't want them to be the exact same every single time I do them.
Yeah. It at least makes sense that New Vegas had the exact same minigame as Fallout 3, since same version of the engine, same art assets and everything, so might as well just keep the same one there. But to have the same minigame in Skyrim and then again in Fallout 4 makes me feel like we're going to see it in Starfield and Elder Scrolls 5 and... Sorry, Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 and so on and so forth.
Oh, I'm sure we will. I'm sure they won't change it.
God.
Which is stupid. It's like, it's not hard to come up with a new minigame.
Dude, imagine if you actually had to get really involved with the lockpicking, like do actual lockpicking.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
$2 from Metal Murderer. Thank you. Nice icon. I am drunk as I watch. Makes it almost bearable. Almost. I'm not drunk while I'm doing this, and I am in extreme pain.
Yeah.
I actually enjoy lockpicking in real life. It's really fun.
Have you ever seen videos by a lockpicking lawyer?
Absolutely.
Yes, those are so... Like,
great channel.
Yeah, great channel. They're fascinating.
Dude,
especially when he,
the
like...
best part about it is, like, and to show you, today we're going to do this lock, and it's completely awful. So the way we're going to do it is I will use my 10 hundredths tensioning tool, put it in, and I'm going to pull out this generic wave rake, and done. And whenever the wave rake comes out, the comments immediately light up and go, well, we didn't know how bad this lock was going to be until we heard him say, I'm going to take out my generic wave rake. And it's like, uh-oh. That means the lock
to become a thief.
Yep.
No.
Those videos are both fascinating and terrifying for the fact that, oh, every lock in the world is fucking garbage.
It's totally so easy to get into things.
Yeah, but not all of them.
Not all of them.
He actually has a list of ones that are actually really good.
But that's a short list.
It is a very short list.
So when I was helping my, when I was a kid, I had like a padlock that I would just like constantly. I lost the key for it, and I would just constantly like use paper clips to open it just for fun. And over time, like, because I remember we were working on my cousin's house. Her father had recently died, and she wanted to move into the place, and like, because it was left to her and everything. And we had to like go in there and like rip out the carpet and everything and redo the whole place. And I was helping with that. And someone lost the key. Yeah, we don't know what happened to it. We never did find it again. So whenever we would show up in the morning to work on it, I would have to pull out a paper clip and a pair of scissors and pick the lock open and then relock it whenever we would leave with the lock pick and scissors. And anytime somebody gets locked out of their car, I do the same thing. I just go out there with some paper clips and a pair of scissors, and I can open the door. And I've always done that. I don't know. I enjoy doing it. There's something satisfying about being able to get it just right where it opens, and you just get that nice solid ka-tunk when it opens. Oh, I love it.
It's a hobby like any other, especially after watching like a dozen lockpicking lawyer videos. You could see like, I could see why this would be an amusing hobby where, oh look, it's Master Lock. This is some fucking garbage we're dealing with today.
Yeah. Well, Master Lock has that weird ones. The lockout locks have a better locking system when they're made of like plastic bodies. Lockout locks are literally just to stop some jackass from actually bumping a control and turning on a machine while somebody's working on it.
Yeah, the lockout tagout system.
Yeah.
I've
so
used those.
they're not designed to be like, oh, well, we don't want these are for security purposes. Like, no, these are for safety purposes. But the master lock locks in them are like really good fucking locks, but the body is shit. And then you get the actual master lock locks that are meant for security, and the body is amazing, and the lock is absolute dog shit that anybody could pick open in their sleep. It's like, what the fuck? He even called it the master lock paradox.
Yeah, I've noticed that like most master lock and padlocks and all those kind of things, they're super easy to open. I have a bunch of padlocks that I just like occasionally, when I'm bored, I just like sit there and pick at them, and it doesn't take me any time at all to get them open.
Some of the worst ones he's done though are like, I know we need to get back to video. I just want to say this quickly. Some of the worst ones he's done are fucking gun locks, where it's like, this lock is to prevent your gun from firing. Now, this lock, while engaged on your gun, won't actually prevent it from firing. Or, like, shotgun holders in police cars. Yeah, here's how you could get this open with a tiny strip of metal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, man, that's just fucked.
Although computer projections of Fallout 3 versus the rounded ones of its sequel. Good sound design should be a given.
Dude, absolutely. Dude, the fact that they made it like a fisheye warp effect on him, just to be like, well, it's mimicking the curve of the thing. It's like, dude, do you understand how not enjoyable it is to look at? Oh god, especially bright green text on a black background. Oof.
Yeah, it's really painful to look at. I couldn't stand the Fallout 4 terminals.
Dude, he opened up a gun lock with a Lego figure to show how easy it was.
He also opened one, it was another one of the shotgun racks for a police car with a magnet.
Yep.
Oh my
god. It's insane.
Speaking of magnets, the fucking those god awful fucking this gun reads your fingerprint and stops people from being able to use it. Yeah, unless you have a fucking magnet and you just put it up to the side of the gun and it unlocks it no matter who you are.
Yep, he has an episode on that. He showcases that.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Alright, here we go.
Although I do prefer the flat computer projections of Fallout 3 versus the rounded ones of its sequel. Good sound design should be a given in a AAA production like this, but I have to give Bethesda props. Crunching through grass and leaves, hearing your gunshots echo across the landscape, in on Zer's score, the orchestral stingers when it...
Oh my god.
Wait, they said in on Zor. Okay, yeah. I figure out who was.
This is fucking Skinner box shit, especially that last one.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Alright.
Except us, even the electronic sounds they lifted from the old games, all combine into a wonderful slice of the presentation. Shifting gears, quite figuratively, what really makes these games special is the massive and intricate clockwork that makes the entire world move and function. Characters have their own agendas and operate on their own schedules.
The intricate, massive clockwork that makes the... Still more fucking flowery bullshit that doesn't mean goddamn anything.
It just works, guys. It just works.
They have the
same... It's the same shit that's been in all these other fucking games. There's nothing different about it. The fuck you talking about?
Characters have a simplified night and day schedule like they did in Oblivion, so that means it's super deep and intricate on clockwork.
The fuck is this?
Alright, well, let's see where this is going.
Respond to your actions. You can never predict what the world has in store for you, and each encounter...
You can absolutely predict what the world has in store for you.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, man. You can never predict. No, you can predict pretty reliably, because these games just, they don't have any hard swerves or choices or moral dilemmas or anything.
There's no variety.
Yeah. Okay.
It's unique. There's simply so dud. There's always one or two right behind it. But like any Bethesda RPG, there's always a subtle feeling of distrust in what's happening around you. With so many parts moving at once, the engine creaks and whines so...
The fuck did he just say?
Why was he attacking that guy?
I don't know.
Because that's a guy you could find for the Brotherhood, and you could convince him to not be a weird hobo anymore.
He just like walked up to him when he's like, "Don't come any closer," and he just like walks up to him so he'll attack him. It's like,
yeah,
he's playing like a murder hobo.
Oh no. Oh no.
Which he's been doing this whole fucking time. I don't think I've seen him, because remember the bar thing? He killed the guy in the bar and fights.
Well, he tried to convince him to not shoot the other guy.
He tried to convince him not to shoot.
Yeah, but I still haven't seen him actually like talk anyone down through dialogue yet. Like, he's killed every single person I've seen.
Oh no. No. We can't have it again.
Here we go. Yeah, here we go.
Loudly at point if the game is breaking or performing as designed.
Reveal our purpose and our beneath the Commonwealth.
No, that's pretty normal for Fallout 4.
Yeah, that is very normal. He just skips his fucking whole speech and just jumps to whatever he's.
I do like how he said, "I don't know if the game is glitching out or performing as normal," when it's very clearly, obviously not
it's glitching
out.
Yeah, that's
like, okay. Here's the thing: it is performing as normal for Fallout 4, but that's not the intent for how performing at normal should be for Fallout 4. Yeah. They don't intend for their characters to randomly skip dialogue, but it happens so often that it is normal in Fallout 4.
Play moments where firefights are happening without your intervention, but it also brings about the occasional hard crash. Fallout 4's performance can be...
How do you know that the hard crash is because of other characters having gunfights with other characters? And by the way, that example there with the Diamond City security is always there.
Yeah,
so
it's a scripted thing, because they're always there when you show up.
Well, it's not so much
like
scripted,
Stalker.
they're just placed right next to each other so they fight each other. Like,
Yeah,
automatically.
Yeah. It's not like Stalker, where they like actually move around the map and do their own objectives and get into actual firefights without you. Like, you don't even have to be on the same side of the map and shit will happen. And
yeah, you'll actually get reports about it. And you can actually come along the battle afterwards. Like, load into that zone and find the battle that just took place.
Yeah, it's not like that. Saying two people popping in next to each other and then fighting each other when it's a scripted event that happens every time, and then acting like that's some huge, amazing thing. It's like, no, that is a staple in these games. In fact, that's been around definitely since Fallout 3.
If it wasn't for the interjections, I don't think I could suffer through 8 hours of this video, even if it is only 10 minutes long. This video is 40 minutes long, and we've got about 15 minutes left to go.
Yep.
15 minutes more than I would like, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Come on, let's do it.
Frame drops and hitches become abundant the further into Boston you get. Scripted events bend and break.
Shot. Thank you so much for that story. Children, say thank you.
She looks like the troll face.
Almost. This happens a lot in Fallout 4 as well.
Even the awesome audio design flails when the game's dynamic audio mix renders a lot of the soft dialogue inert against the bombast of gunfire, music, or even other people.
C1's rebellion is ready, but we have a crisis. The Brotherhood's on their way here.
What?
I'm not pulling your leg. This is...
Yeah, and that's something that happens with Fallout 4 a lot. There's not much to say on this part, just because he's right.
So, yeah, again, your video though is Fallout 4 is freaking amazing. So, dude, you've done a lot more damage to Fallout 4 than I think you realize. All right, here we go.
This is actually raw dream technical issue I had when a firefight broke out downtown. Entering VATS during an intense situation also proves very stressful for the game, as if Fallout 4's Dungeon Master is in another room pulling another rulebook from the shelf to handle your decision. And then there's the issue of
sometimes you can also enter VATS when there's nothing there if you press the button enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forming a relatively fixed story to such a non-linear world. Fallout's dynamic universe often makes you doubt the designer's intentions, like the dozens of times I found the terminal to handle hostile turrets after I'd already destroyed them. There's precedent.
Well, again, it makes sense. Like,
yeah.
The thing I hate is the gamey trope thing of where, like, we're going to put the computer that controls our turrets on the other side of the defenses so that anybody attacking can get to the computer first.
Yeah.
Like, why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's stupid.
And see, here's the other thing too: is you could choose to not destroy those turrets and just run by them and then turn them off. So that makes sense in more ways than one.
Oh, dude, it's fucking weird. Alright.
Of inconsistency too. In Fallout 3, you were able to skip a huge chunk of the missing father storyline by accidentally stumbling on another vault's virtual reality simulation that your dad happened to be trapped in while exploring the capital wasteland. I didn't uncover anything quite that drastic in Fallout 4, but between the game's many entities, you accumulate the story in weird-shaped layers, so each faction doesn't need to constantly provide context. Fallout 4, like any Bethesda RPG, can be an unreliable narrator at times. There would be small portions of the plot
Fallout 4, like many Bethesda RPGs, can be an unreliable narrator at times.
Well, that is the excuse for them changing shit every time. I'm just trying to figure out what he's getting at here, I guess.
So did he say the Fallout 3 Vault 112 thing was a bad thing? Because I actually like the fact that I could just run straight to that vault and basically finish the main story.
Yeah.
No, I think he was saying that was a good thing.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Did he
it's
not
getting
know?
Increasingly harder to listen to him.
Did he not know you can jump straight to freeing Nick? Probably not. This was like a month after Fallout 4 released.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably didn't know.
Is he calling NPCs entities? I believe so.
Context. Fallout 4, like any Bethesda RPG, can be an unreliable narrator at times. There would be small portions of the plot I had to guess at when I know another combination of quests would have just given me the information directly. It's hard for a designer to anticipate every combination of player choice, and sadly it shows at times. Compounding the issue is some dodgy quest design. Some tasks can be so ambiguous that you don't know if you genuinely missed something. I'm glad we've...
That is an issue frequently in Fallout 4 where the game fails to provide the proper information. So, like, Father says he's dying. If you don't pick the one exact option in the game that will tell you what he's dying from, you don't have a second chance to learn about it. He just dies from a mystery disease.
Yeah.
If you do happen to pick the correct option, he says he's dying from cancer. There's other examples of issues with quests too. That I've talked about. If you do, I believe it's the Big Dig in Good Neighbor, and you don't take Hancock as a companion, but then you do Silver Shroud and you need to talk to him as part of that quest, you cannot talk to him for the Silver Shroud quest until you take him as a companion, because the companion recruitment dialogue takes precedence over, or takes priority over the Silver Shroud quest dialogue. So you have to dismiss your companion, recruit him, dismiss him, get the quest information, and then go and find your companion, however fucking far they've wandered off by that point.
Yeah.
It is really dumb.
Yeah, I hate that shit. It's so stupid.
From some of the detective work that early games like Morrowind or the original Fallout required, which sometimes makes these newer games feel like they're holding your hand from point to point.
Oh, only
you know
sometimes.
What else does that?
Only sometimes, really.
You know what does that constantly? The fact that there's a marker that points you in the exact direction every fucking time. Dude.
Yeah. And it's
Come
not
on, man.
optional.
Yeah.
It's literally a part of the game. You're forced to interact with it, so you can't even say like, "Oh, but you could just ignore it." No, you cannot. You can't turn it off.
All this time, I never knew what they actually said, what Father was dying from. Yeah, exactly. Here we are, 6 years after release? And some people still don't know what Sean was dying from, because they picked the wrong option and didn't know, and had no way of learning. It's just a fucking mystery disease. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's the mystery of the Droots. They all have an attitude.
That was a good video. You saw that comment the other day where someone made a reference to that?
Yes, they made a reference to multiple really bad games because they did Limbo the Lost, Mystery of the Druids, and
well, this was a comment on Amnesia Rebirth, and that's what the third one was. Tazzy kills one of the last members of a nearly extinct species to move a magic triangle 15 feet. It's like, yeah, that's worse than poisoning a homeless person for 60 pence. Or taking a man's arm to make a sleeping potion to put someone to sleep who's already asleep.
Yep. as Proteus puts it, behold, cancer!
Yeah, that's Bethesda's influence on Fallout as a whole now. Just cancer.
But Fallout 4 goes by allowing you to add a perk that shows you where to go next with a large green glowing path.
This is the clairvoyance argue again!
Times, when it would direct me out to the
both
wasteland, then
stop.
promptly send me back into whatever factory
I need you to stop it, Setch.
Frustrating.
What? It's not moving on my end.
Oh, it was on mine. What time code are you at? Oh.
Well, now it's moved. Now that it's stopped again.
Okay,
I'll go back.
Okay. This is the fucking clairvoyance argument again. So, what was that? The white light video again, where he was like, "Oh yeah, you could use clairvoyance to show you where to go in a game that has fucking mandatory map mark."
Yeah, that
quest
has
markers.
A literal quest marker that is on your screen, constantly pointing the way you gotta go.
How fucking... I'm sorry, guy who made this video, truly. How fucking incompetent do you need to be to need a giant glowing fucking path to lead you to your destination in a game that already has something that leads you exactly to your fucking destination?
Yeah.
Why?
Fallout 4 especially, because they fixed that shit. They made it so that it actually points up or down depending on what floor you're on.
Yes, that too.
There's literally no reason to ever use anything like clairvoyance or the van system.
$5 from Metal Murderer. Thank you. The best choices in Bethesda games are, which mods do I install? Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, but that's kind of what you got. Go ahead.
Games like Morrowind or the original Fallout required, which sometimes makes these newer games feel like they're holding your hand from point to point. But Fallout 4 goes a step further by allowing you to add a perk that shows you where to go next with a large green glowing path. The hang up with this perk came multiple times when it would direct me out to the wasteland, then promptly send me back into whatever factory I just ransacked in a frustrating loop. Cool.
Good. So, you deserve it because you're using that perk.
There is some weird issues with the pathing where they'll send you out one door and in another, but the area you went to through the second door is accessible from the area where the first door is. So
yeah,
it's literally like the game telling them off, like, why the fuck are you using this? You don't need it.
Why are you using this completely useless perk? What's wrong with you?
Vans is for people who need a brain. Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks. Companions are nothing to Fallout or Elder Scrolls, but in the lead up to release, Bethesda was plucking the aw-strings by promoting a specific furry helper, a companion that wasn't just
plucking the aw-strings. Why'd you say it that way? Like, what the fuck? That was just a weird way to say that.
Not why. When it should have been more of an "aww" thing instead of an thing. Either way, I guess we're talking about dog meat now. Look, I like dogs. They're cute. They're lifelong companions for as long as their life is, which sadly isn't that long. But, you know, dogs are good. Uh-oh. Are you guys there? Uh-oh. YouTube doesn't like you getting your viewers heard. But this was an internet issue overall, because Such and Pagan couldn't hear me when I was talking.
No, we could hear you. You couldn't hear us.
You could hear me?
Yep, we could hear you.
What the fuck? So you heard all that bullshit I was saying.
Yeah. We were going, no, 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 no.
Just for once. Well, we do get streams where we don't lose internet connection, but I want this to not be a thing anymore. Like, at least not so regularly. Like, one stream out of 10 or 20 or 30 or 100 would be acceptable to have this issue. Every 2 to 3 streams is fucked.
Yeah.
Okay, there's OBS. Let's put Watch Together back up. Let's get this garbage off the screen. Let's get YouTube Studio Chat back up. I see why it happened. People are singing the song from Limbo the Lost in chat.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm putting blame on you. Let's finish off this shit, though.
Alright. Are we good? Are we good to go?
We should be good to go.
Yeah.
Alright, let's do it.
Cool.
Fine.
Cool.
Do it yourself.
Thanks. Companions are nothing new to Fallout or Elder Scrolls, but in the lead up to release, Bethesda was plucking the strings by promoting a specific furry helper, a companion that wasn't just an extra gun on the battlefield, but a helper that you could have an emotional connection with.
You could have an emotional connection with all the companions if they were well written. That's the point behind them. Dude, what the fuck? Come on, man.
Tradition of BioWare. Good as your German Shepherd is, don't let him stop you from using any of the other companions the game makes available, particularly the ones that are savvy with firearms. Fallout's karma system used to inform settlements and factions about whether to evangelize or villainize you based on your deeds, but it's been watered down into a companion relationship builder, again, in the fine tradition of BioWare's games. As you adventure, your tag-along will have varying reactions to your choices, which leads to some interesting moments, but unless you try hard to move the dial in one direction or the other, you'll never see much out of these relationships.
I care about you too much to let that happen.
I
didn't know you felt.
Yeah, you're hot biking a bit there, Pagan.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, he did the same thing on mine as well, because, you know, he's a fucking twat waffle.
Who did what?
Pagan was saying that that guy was now posting on our videos about it.
Posting on what?
The guy, look in the Discord, that guy is posting on our channels now.
Oh.
Yeah, he went to my video that had nothing to do with Bethesda and just was like, on my 7 Days to Die stream, and was like, Bethesda bad.
No, so it's just
like,
a dedicated idiot who
yeah,
has too much time.
complete
on their
troll.
hands.
Yep, complete troll.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hide him from my channel. There's no point.
Yeah.
I was literally gonna just say, we get it, you're pathetic, but no. Alright. We got a $2 from Topher96. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I got scared for a second.
Yeah, the whole morality thing was completely stripped out of the game, which I'm not a fan of, and there isn't the settlement reputation. But this whole fucking, oh, your companions feel different things about you, like, sure, that's something you should have added on top of the previous systems, not remove them to replace them with this.
Yep.
And also, he's talking about how you could see different situations arrive from your actions by showing an example of flirting, which is sort of what... I guess that's a more direct action towards your companion rather than your companions reacting to the things you do. And most of those reactions to the things you do are generally pretty generic. Like, just a general approval that, oh, you got Empower armor, I like you. Or you're doing drugs, I don't like you. You know? I can live without the morality, but the lack of reputation was a huge loss. Yes, agree.
Oh god, it's been over a month now since I did the Dark Souls research streams. Fucking hell. I am so procrastinating on that script, it hurts. Alright.
That strongly. Well.
Oh, and trust me, there'll be plenty of relationship building as you enter the third act of the Bethesda RPG.
Is there?
Yeah, you're gonna need to prove that.
Atomic. Okay, again, what was the last one? It's like
Enriching
re-energizing
uranium. No.
Yeah.
Enriched uranium.
Yeah, so what did that title have to do with anything in that section?
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, exactly. The fuck is this shit? At least have your titles be relevant. Don't have them be random garbage that doesn't mean anything. Fucking hell. We've only got 10
warning
minutes
up
left.
front didn't scare you. It should now, because we're being tractor beamed into the endgame for the world's various movers and shakers. Fallout 4's entire narrative is framed around the question of what to do with the Institute's synths, and as I mentioned earlier, each group has their different solutions.
Technically, no. The Minutemen don't have a solution.
Yeah, and they are one of the choices. It's not just 3 choices.
So
they are one of them.
Also, going back a bit, he didn't explain how it was rock, paper, scissors, and he didn't explain how the previous section was expansion or whatever the fuck it was called.
Yeah, it was expansion. That was supposed to be Act 2 was supposed to be expansion.
Yeah, So he didn't explain there how that was expansion at all. He just talked about some shit.
Yep.
To understand the end, though, and understand how we got here in the first place. The game begins as a hunt for your son, right? Remember? Which brings you to Diamond City, a shantytown built out of the mostly intact Fenway Park. You discover that the Institute is the Commonwealth's bogeyman, kidnapping people at random, like your son, without rhyme or reason. No one understands the Institute, much less their motives, but latter-day Gen 3 synths have people on edge. What may look and act like another human being may in fact be a robotic sleeper agent for the nefarious Institute.
Which most of the time they aren't. There's a few instances of it, but most of them are synths that escape from the Institute, which kind of makes you wonder, why are their surface operatives always purely loyal, never the kind that want to escape? Why does Mayor McDonough not want to escape? Why is he purely loyal to the Institute? Why does fuck, I'm blanking on his name. The one synth guy at the farm. He has a family. Can you turn the video volume up a little? The video is at max volume. Like, I can't turn it up any more than that. I could turn my normal audio up, but Such and Pagan will get louder too. I just turned it up a little bit.
Well, you could adjust us down.
Warwick. Yes, Roger Warwick, thank you. He's a synth for the Institute, and he doesn't display any desire to escape or get away or anything. He's just purely loyal to them. So why is it that every surface operative they send up is perfect, but all the ones they don't aren't and want to escape? Oh, and by the way, the ones that do escape have the most retarded fucking reason in the world for being able to escape. So, for anyone who doesn't know, the reason they've been escaping for over a decade is because they send up their surface teams to go collect shit. And at the last minute, a synth that's known to be at risk for wanting to escape is added to the team. And they don't know how this is being done. And you find out by checking a terminal that directs you to another terminal, that directs you to another terminal, that directs you to another terminal that tells you who did, or that shows you who did it. And you just so happen to catch the person doing it at the time, who was actually covering for someone else, by the way. And that's it. In the over 10 years that synths have been escaping, they didn't think to do this very basic task to find out who was responsible. And they didn't say, oh, hey, this synth that was just put on the team, There's a reason we didn't put them on the team. Let's reassign them back to where they were. Let's do a double check on our team before sending them up, or fucking literally anything to prevent this shit from happening. No, what we're gonna do is build an entire division of our institution to hunt down and collect escaped synths, but not do anything to fucking prevent it in the first place. It is insanely stupid. This is part of the reason why I say this game, it has some of the fucking worst writing in the series. Because it does.
Well, you see, Creetosis, when somebody gets a gunshot wound to the head, you're supposed to provide CPR.
When you stub your toe, you're supposed to get CPR.
Yeah, no, when you stub your... when you get shot in the chest, you are supposed to put aloe vera on your toes.
Yeah. The Institute isn't smart because shouldn't, like, everyone be under supervision of the Synth Retention Bureau? They don't even need to do that. Station 2 armed guards at the fucking teleporter and double check your lists of synths you're sending out to go do shit. And then maybe try and track down the person who's making these unauthorized changes to the list. Like, it should... This should be a problem that you have once, and then you solve fucking immediately. This shouldn't be a problem where you build an entirely new division into your fucking organization that has limited resource, that has limited power to go and hunt down and track down escaped synths and recover them.
Yeah.
It shouldn't get to that point. The stupidity is beyond fucking absurd. And unfortunately, due to the writing of this game, it's entirely consistent with the rest of the Institute, which is all fucking brain-dead retarded. Like the super mutants, who, again, they don't have enough power. One of the things the character says is, you should see how much energy using the teleporter once takes. And they will kidnap people and turn them into super mutants and fucking let them loose on the surface to destroy everything and kill everyone. How can they afford to constantly turn people into super mutants and teleport them to the surface if there's such a huge super mutant population in the Commonwealth?
Yeah.
And why dogs? There is no reason given for super mutant dogs to even exist, but they just do. So we have to assume at some point the Institute said, hey, let's turn dogs into super mutants as well. And then...
Well, and you also got to think about why. Why is your end goal to harass and destroy everything on the surface? What do you gain from that?
Well, the story is the surface... Yeah. The surface doesn't trust them because of the synth who went crazy and killed people in Diamond City. So rather than trying to say, oh, hey, this was a prototype for something we were making, and it got loose from us, or even give them the truth if you want. That
make reparations.
Yeah,
just make reparations. So, be like, hey, we apologize intensely. Like, this was a freak accident. It will not happen again. We're sorry. What would you request of us to make this right? Nah, instead of doing that, I'm just going to teleport, murderous goblins.
Oh, it's worse than that.
There to kill people.
The Commonwealth Provisional Government was the thing they were trying to form between the different settlements in the Commonwealth. And the Institute sent their own representative who killed everyone else. This was intentional on the Institute's part to destabilize the Commonwealth so they couldn't rise up against the Institute. Motherfucker, why not work with them? Why not join them? You realize
why not
how
be
much...
the literal scientific arm of this new government?
Not just the scientific arm. They could act as a shadow government if they wanted, where, hey, what's the best defense for us? Well, it's having this entire region under our control.
Yep. It's fucking insanity.
Literally every choice I've seen of the Institute that they've made is fucking brain-dead retarded. It's complete... Why, when they're short on power, do they have the stupid little, like, lights in the ceiling to look like a starry night? That's just superfluous bullshit.
Yeah.
Why is there abandoned robotics section, even fucking abandoned in the first place, that would still be incredibly useful to you. Why is that section still powered when you're short on power?
I don't know you, and I will not serve a synth pretending to be human. So are you human?
The paranoia is
one character that's extremely paranoid to like a crazy person degree. If you had more characters like that, then like you do hear characters from time to time saying stuff like, "Oh, I think this person is a synth," but he showed literally the only crazy example of someone in the game. If there were more characters like that, then yeah, the paranoia would be a bit more understandable. Not just, oh hey, we have one person who's literally fucked in the head.
Yep. Okay.
I did find it odd that Nick Valentine, a sentient prototype synth, experiences no prejudice whatsoever while wandering freely through the nervous herds. In short order, you're on the trail for Kellogg, the Institute's topside wetwork operator.
Wait, are you not going to expand upon that? Like, the fact that they know the score with him, they know he's a synth, he's not trying to hide? Like, you're just going to go immediately on to Kellogg now. You're just going to jump that point. What the fuck, dude? Come on. Just give it, elaborate on your points, please.
Yeah. I don't know why we still need to say this. I don't know why we need to say it so often. If you're going to make a point, fucking elaborate on it. Don't just say, this is a thing. Next point. This is a thing. Next point. This is a thing. Ding. Yeah. Fucking CinemaSins. Fucking garbage.
It's topside operative, and the man responsible for kidnapping your son and killing your spouse. Once you track him down, he seems to throw his hands up in defeat. He's not in control of anything. He's just doing what he's told. Things are happening behind the curtain, man. You just gotta live with it. Of course, he doesn't just hand you over all his answers. He makes you fight for them. So after...
Do you know how old he has to be? He was already balding when... And some people can bald young. I know that, but... Dude, from when he took the baby and the father is now an old, decrepit man, how... Like... Shouldn't it, like, red flags going everywhere? Like,
well, see, that's the thing. You don't know... Part of the design of the story is to trick you into not thinking about that too much, and then they kind of hand-wave it off. It is bullshit. Kellogg is over 100 years old. Sean was less than a year old when he was taken. He's 60 years old when you meet him. So, it's what? 2287, so Sean was taken in 2227. He has to be at least 240 years old. No, that's way too old. That makes him pre-war. He is not pre-war. Kellogg was born in the NCR during the somewhat early days, and by that point they had working radio. They had a bunch of other things. I don't know if there is an exact age on him, actually, but...
And he just randomly goes to the East Coast because reasons.
Well, he lost his wife and child, and then he just kind of wanders. I don't even have an issue with him going to the East Coast. I just more
I do because of the size. Again,
that is...
He's got to go over 3,000 miles. I just wandered 3,000 miles.
Yeah.
Just because it wasn't the next state or anything like that, which is still a significant distance. Because, again, we don't have infrastructure or anything to get you there. So, yeah, that's why I have problems with that stuff, with that kind of stuff.
I have a problem if it's done in a short period. I don't mind if it's implied to be over, like, a decade he's slowly moving east, you know?
I still don't like it because of that massive distance and everything like that. And it just being like, oh, so I just decided to wander. So you just decided to wander across the entire fucking country?
Maybe it's not necessarily wandering, though. Maybe he is just slowly traveling. It isn't exactly clear. Personally, I don't have an issue with him traveling from one side of the country to the other, as long as it isn't like I'm just going to beeline my way over there, you know?
Yeah.
Because it is kind of random. Oh, my wife and kid died. I'm going to walk to the entire other side of the country for no reason.
They're dead. The Institute needs me. I must go. My people need me.
Yeah, and then
it does
across all of the like radiated wastelands and mutants and tribes and the Legion, who would be up and operating. He said it was early days, but the Legion was pretty early into the lifespan. They just went east because they were with the followers of the Apocalypse. Well, originally, I should say, Caesar was with the followers of the Apocalypse.
Alex Crystalline just said the thing I was about to say. I think they had him born on the West Coast simply for the sake of referencing the NCR. And
probably
that's something that scares me because Bethesda is aware of the NCR. They made their own references to them. Please don't, Bethesda.
Yeah.
Please don't go there.
Yeah, exactly. Don't fuck with the NCR, please.
See, they've already fucked with the Mojave a little bit because, you know that shitty Cabot House quest? If the son survives, he says something about, oh, we believe there's a similar underground alien structure as the one in Arabia where my father got his magic alien helmet from. And it's like, God, please don't fuck with New Vegas. Just don't. Don't do it, Bethesda. Fucking don't.
Afterward, you take a chunk of scientist, and in one of the game's best moments...
No! No, fuck you.
One
Fuck
of the game's best moments. Wow.
Holy shit.
Oh, no. Not even. It is definitely one of the worst moments in the entire game.
What should we do with this open world RPG that's all about choice and consequence and all that? Let's put you in a fucking 20-minute hallway of exposition from a character that's dead and you don't fucking give a shit about anymore. Oh my god.
Walk a melancholy's brutal memories. It's revealed that the cold-blooded killer is a tragic villain who watched over your son to the age of 10 before the Institute brought him in-house.
We don't actually know that he was watched over until the age of 10. Just that he had a kid with him recently.
Yeah.
And as for tragic backstory, this is like the most basic tragic backstory you could do. It's literally that thing, we gave a character a family and then we killed them. Isn't it sad?
Yeah, I fucking hate that shit so much.
That's what World War Z did, didn't it? They didn't kill off the family, but it's like, don't you care about this person because he has a family?
Basically. Dude, World War Z, that whole movie annoys the shit out of me because the book is so much more interesting.
Are you telling me Are you telling me you didn't like the end of the movie where the zombies are rushing around him and he's immune because he's sick? He's got a cold, and he stops at the Pepsi machine for a nice refreshing drink of Pepsi?
God damn it. You know what's so sad? Is you want to know what makes that so much worse?
What?
It is a terrible reference towards in the book. In the book, the minister of, I want to say, agriculture tosses a guy an empty root beer. And he explains to him, like, because the guy looks at him and he goes, the fuck do I care? You know, it's the apocalypse. What the fuck do I care? We've lost 90% of the country. We literally, our capital is on Hawaii, and we barely have a foothold in California. Like, the fuck do I care about root beer? And he goes, no. Turn it over. And so he reads the ingredients, and he goes, this is all the stuff that was needed to make this one drink. And then at the end of the book, to symbolically show how great their new the new standard issue service rifle and everything was, and their new battle tactics, and how they had reconquered the United States through great trial, effort, and lives, blood, sweat, and tears. At the end of it, He smiles and he throws him a root beer, a full root beer, a brand new one just made in the factories. To show that the world is still fucked, the zombies still live in the ocean, but this is our new reality, and look, we're back, baby.
Ah, that does sound like a nice moment.
They couldn't destroy us. They couldn't destroy us. So he was showing him with a brand new root beer that we succeeded. The United States stands. Meanwhile, other countries like China collapse and die. Russia collapses and dies, but comes back as a theocracy, which is an interesting thing. Canada has issues, but they send refugees into America, and America promises that they are going to start helping Canada reconquer its territory, because obviously America needs to secure they need to secure Mexico and Canada, because that's their new land borders. They need to make sure those are safe.
Yeah. I also want to read this.
But places like North Korea and stuff like that are completely wiped out because, again, they're terrible, corrupt places that can't survive a change.
North Korea, but
I love
then,
that root beer.
But
keeps
why
being like a central thing?
But why North Korea? That's where all our anime comes from.
Hey, at least China didn't.
I read the book and realized the movie was a crime against nature. Yeah. Well, no, China does make it, but it comes back as a new free democracy.
Oh.
Afterwards, after they bomb the last bunker of the old regime.
Huh.
Because again, that was part of it. That was all part of it. Is that the old regime, the old corrupt regimes that are all about dictatorial power and everything like that, get destroyed because the stakes have changed. But it's only democracies and everything like that that have the power to naturally flux and shift and come back from a hit.
I also want to read a comment here from Alex Crystalline. His baby was 3 days away from retirement.
Yep. Laelian and everyone pointed out, China becomes Taiwan in the book. Yep. The original China actually reasserts itself over the Communist Party in the books.
Oh man, I'm sure they love that book.
Probably.
So now you need to get into, and you do so with the help of a former Institute scientist self-exiled to the most depraved and alien landscape the Fallout has ever seen. The Institute doesn't have...
Depraved?
That fucking thing, dude.
Depraved?
Yeah, it's not really depraved, it's just a desolate wasteland, man. Come on.
I mean, the Raiders are, but that's one aspect.
The CCP is less corrupt than the U.S. government. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's some fucking insanity right there. Holy shit.
I thought
the most...
I ain't saying there's zero. I ain't saying, oh no, it's spotless here. No, but that is some fucking insanity logic there.
I thought the most insane thing we'd hear today was from this video, which, oh boy,
I
this
thought
video
so
said some
too.
insane stuff.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, China is one of the most horrifyingly corrupt governments in the world right now.
Yeah. Anyways, there's
literally concentration camps.
There's less than 10 minutes left. I want to get through this as soon as possible.
Yeah, let's do it. Come on.
A tragic villain who watched over your son to the age of 10 before the Institute brought him in-house. So now you need to get into the Institute, and you do so with the help of a former Institute scientist self-exiled to the most depraved and alien landscape the Fallout has ever seen.
Depraved. Oh, yeah, these naked guys fucking everywhere. Depravity. Debauchery.
Well, again, this goes back to what we said earlier. That is very photosynthesis of you, Pagan. Like, it's just using words completely fucking wrong. It's like, man, do you realize how pathetic this makes you look? This depraved wasteland. Did you mean a different word? Did you mean desolate? Because desolate and depraved mean two very different things.
did you mean desecrated?
Even then,
like
desecrated isn't really. Desecrated is for
it fits better than depraved.
It does fit better than depraved, but even then it's wrong because desecrated is like, oh, here's our holy shrine to whatever god we believe. Oh no, someone's taking a fat fucking shit on it. They've desecrated our holy thing. You know?
Yeah.
And also the whole thing about the scientist escaping. You notice how he's a super mutant? You notice how all all impure people turn into stupid super mutants? You know how the Institute needed Sean because all their people are impure? You notice how this guy who should be a stupid super mutant isn't at all? Seems a little bit fucking coincidental for the plot.
Yeah. Well, the plot works on stupidity the entire way through. Because after all, remember, you have a mass number of pure people that are in that vault, and they don't take any of them. Except for a child, a little baby.
I also want to read a comment here from Brady Wastelander. Depraved fits better with New Vegas. Yeah. I think the Legion even calls the city of New Vegas depraved, which would make sense.
Because it's entirely about sin and vice. Like, dude, you go in there and the first thing you see are NCR troopers stumbling around because they're shit-faced drunk. And
one of them literally
hungry?
vomits on his sign.
And of course, the most famous one: hungry, thirsty, horny. It's like that's a literal barker on the street.
And all the half-naked women dancing outside and inside the casinos.
Yeah, that's depravity.
One of the casinos is run by a group of cannibals.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, holy cow. Tom Servo, and the plot thinnens.
Yeah, this makes no sense. Because the glowing sea, too. He's specifically talking about the glowing sea, which doesn't even have... Well, it has one group of people in it, and that's it. And I wouldn't call them depraved, just retarded.
They're zealots. They're fanatics.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right.
Well, they're retarded in the sense they shouldn't even fucking exist because the radiation...
That's what I meant, yeah. It's retarded that they're even a thing.
But then they've got a random radiation immunity because, hey, that's the only reason we can explain...
That gives them radiation magic.
Yeah.
This is the only way we can explain these people living here, so let's just give them immunity for no reason.
Yep.
The Institute doesn't anywhere in the wasteland, at least not anywhere accessible by conventional means. You need to build a teleporter to get there. This is where you'll need to buddy up with the newly arrived Brotherhood of Steel or the Railroad to build it.
Or... You fucking idiot.
As a side note, the fact that this game takes place a mere decade after Fallout 3 is pretty cool, because not only do several characters move over, but 10-year-old Squire Maxon from that game, the last of the Brotherhood's legendary Maxon line...
How does he become that in 10 years?
Dude, I've heard of people going through some insane growth spurts, but... Come on, man. If you said 20 years, sure.
Even 15.
That could work.
Even 15.
Yeah.
10?
But again, he looked single digits in Fallout 3. So, you know...
Yeah, he'd be like
17. Is this like 17, 18, 19 sort of deal? Like 19 being the top?
Well, see, even 20. Even 20, that is like crazy.
Yep. He's at least 30. Yeah, I'd say he's at least 30s.
Yeah. 10 years, my ass. That makes no sense. What the fuck?
Why is there the last of the Maxon line on the East Coast expedition? I don't fucking know. I don't know why he's the last of the line, but he just decided, was there no more fucking?
Uh-oh.
Maxon is 20? Oh. What's up?
You cut out.
Oh, I cut out? Oh.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I wish we knew a proper fucking line. I was gonna say, why is he the last of the line of the Maxons? Why? Did they just stop fucking?
Apparently, YouTube is not receiving enough video again. We'll have to see with chat to see how it goes. What I've heard, I don't know how true this is that they sent him east because they were losing the war on the West Coast, and they didn't want the possibility for him to die. So apparently it's safer to send him to the entire other side of the country rather than keeping him to one of their safer bunkers, or even finding a place a little more east than California, but not in California. Like, and not going all the way east, too. Like,
but wait, didn't he come from? But they're showing he comes from the Citadel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He was with the Brotherhood that went east. And went to the Citadel. But
I feel like there was a thing in 3 where the Elder mentioned something about bringing him here because the Brotherhood in the East had something. Basically, it was. I can't remember exactly if this is true or not. Like, I might just be making this up because it makes sense. But I feel like there was something that was mentioned by the Elder in that game that was like, oh yeah, we brought him here because he's the last of the Maxon line, and there are people who basically want to like assassinate him so that the line is gone. So they're like, we figured, it'd probably be safer to bring him with us than to leave him there basically unprotected. I feel like there was something like that mentioned, but I could be wrong.
We would have to check.
Yeah.
I also want to point out this comment by Meme Night because it shows what a fucking Gary Stu Maxon is. He took the rank of Elder at the age of 16. Not only that, it was a complete. I forget how to phrase it exactly, but the vote was a consensus. Everyone who had a vote said yes.
Oh, unanimous?
Unanimous,
yes.
A
unanimous vote? Wow.
Yeah.
He also fought a Deathclaw and won, and that's how he got his scar.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so stupid.
He fought a Deathclaw, and what was it, a baby? God. If they played that off as like a thing, it's like, that Deathclaw I fought, it was a hatchling. It's like, it scratched me up pretty good, but, the story just spun. It was better if it was a full-grown, I'm surprised they didn't call it a matriarch.
It was a baby, and I had a Gauss rifle.
Yeah, you could play into that. You could play into, like, he's a Gary Stu, but it's a facade, it's a veneer. He's actually, like, when you talk with him, like, in private, like, if you become a confidant of his, you can have these moments where somebody's built up, like, up to ludicrous levels. Like, he has the same build up to, like, Lanius would have. And then you get him alone, and he's talking to you, and he tells you something. He's like, you want to know something funny? That Deathclaw, he was just a newborn hatchling. I didn't see it. It came out of the cave after we fought the mother, and I was by myself, and, it scratched me up good, but I got it. And guys just started joking, saying, you took on that Deathclaw, and then the joke just kind of took on a life of its own, and, well, he's part of the Maxon line. Of course he took on a Deathclaw by himself. You know what I mean? You can spin that. You can change that to be like, yeah, so the story took on a life of its own, and I didn't have the heart to tell people, like, no, it was just a little baby that I had killed.
The younglings.
Yeah, the younglings.
And you realize how much more character that adds to him from that alone than what we already got with him?
Yeah, exactly.
That's already more than most characters in that game. That would have easily made Maxon my favorite character if they added that, just because that would be more than anything than anyone else had in the game.
Yeah. And the whole point behind him would be, like, you immediately realize he's actually a humble person when it comes down to it, but he lets the legend live because he feels like everyone needs it. They need something to rally behind.
Not just that, they need a strong leader figure. And what else is a good showing of his leadership capability, or not necessarily leadership capabilities, but the strength he has as a person, then yeah, I killed the Deathclaw. It's part of that whole reputation thing.
Yep. Dude, again, fucking, there's so many better things you could do with these characters that are nice, subtle things. It was the whole Garrick in Deep Space Nine. If you can't tell, he's my favorite character. My God, I'm going to let you know he's my favorite character. But it's his whole, when he gives the speech about why he was exiled, and it's 3 different versions. It's 3 different things that are completely contradictory, but have elements that could work with each other. And at the end, when he's confronted, because it turns out that he even lied about his name, and it's the head of the organization that had banished him that says, "Dude, doctor, that is his first name." And then when he goes back to him, and he's like, "But of all the stories you told, I want to know which of the parts were true and which one were the lies." "My dear doctor, they're all true. Even the lies, especially the lies." And it's such a great defining moment for Garrick as a character.
Yeah.
Granted, he has another really great line of, "Well, I have to found that telling the truth is just an excuse for a lack of imagination." And I'm like, damn, that's really good.
Yeah. It's actually hard for me to pick a favorite in Deep Space Nine because so many of the characters are good. Garrick, Dukat, Cisco, Quark, Odo.
Yeah.
Man, Quark and Odo are like the best duo. Holy shit.
Chief O'Brien totally comes into his own as like a veteran in Deep Space Nine. Worf even fully changed him and everything and make him ascend even higher. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's great.
God, Deep Space Nine is so fucking good. Its ensemble cast was used so fucking well. They even have a holosuite program that's a singer that is an amazing character. Vic is a great, great character.
Anyways, video?
Yeah, let's get into the video.
Becomes the megalomaniac elder in this game. Thankfully, Elder Maxon wisely chose to drop the clunky writing.
Oh, God.
Oh, so
sorry.
The dialogue.
There's something in chat too.
What?
DVD Maxon. I killed a Deathclaw, Fallout 4 player. So what? I killed one 20 minutes after waking up from cryo. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Kind of, cuts the balls out from under everything. That whole power armor, and then with the minigun fighting the Deathclaw was a huge mistake on multiple levels.
Yeah, it was. I also like he always pointing out here, oh yeah, the dialogue for Maxon in Fallout 3 was kind of shit. And it's better in Fallout 4, like, okay.
So it was a bar set at 1 centimeter. Now it's 2 centimeters. It's so much better.
Yeah, Odo and Quark had a really good back and forth. Sorry, had really good back and forths. They did.
They did.
Some of my favorite was when Odo, like, just had to give in to Quark to get what he wanted. Or, the one where there's the virus where none of them can talk. Or, no, their speech is jumbled. And Odo has to go release the latch on the ship. And then Quark is, like, in the command center, and he's like, well, what about my danger pay? And Odo just gets up off the floor after he fell down. He's just like,
and he's like, he's seething. He is seething. Odo is actually going like, and he hears that. Now, about my danger pay. He's like,
yeah, the dynamic between those two are great. And,
dude, Babel is so great when he goes in there, and he's like, wait, you're not affected by the disease? Ferengi apparently can't get it. You gold! Oh, me! Trying to talk to the guys who literally can't understand or speak back to him. He's like, Quark, what are you doing? I'm just trying to make sure they're not faking it to get out of paying me their debts.
Of his year.
Really just a normal boy.
Okay, So now, at long last, you're in the Institute, and the agreeable tones of an elder named Father reward you for your persistence, asking you to perhaps reconsider your opinion of the Institute and its motives. You find your 10-year-old son behind glass and... Huh. Something's supposed to happen here? Why isn't he reacting to me? Maybe I have to go through one of these doors. No? What does
Are you
Van
having this
say?
much trouble
I
with
can't
this?
go through that door. It's locked. What if I go back to the elevator? Maybe I missed something. Oh no, I'm an idiot. You have to almost clip through the glass to get the interaction prompt to talk to your son.
It isn't quite that bad, but okay.
It's bad, but yeah, it's not that awful.
I mean, I had no problem with it the first time I did it, because...
You know, I just walked up to him.
Yeah, just because to me, your first thing would be, oh, my son, I should go talk to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't go away! Father! Father, help me!
Wait,
There's someone
what?
here, help me!
Oh, here. Oh, here's the old guy.
S923 recall code.
What are you doing with my son?
I am
Oh
Sean.
my god.
I am your son.
Oh,
What a shit twist.
Shit. Yeah, this was absolutely one of the best plot twists in
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, I love just love Pagan. Oh yeah, what a shit twist. This was one of the best plot twists of all time. Kill yourself.
I didn't even hear.
Kill yourself.
I didn't even hear that from Pagan, or else I would have fucking died laughing. I was too busy saying
Pagan
fuck you
just
myself.
immediately was like, that was one of the best plot twists of all time. Kill yourself.
I'm gonna have to listen back to that, because those always kill me. But I'm gonna have to throw my vote in with Pagan. Fucking kill yourself. Holy shit.
Not in Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
We would like to note that we were talking about the
Minecraft.
game Minecraft. All right.
It's a very popular game. One of the... I'm sorry, if you think this is one of the best plot twists in gaming, I'm sorry about the accident that cost you your entire brain. It's very unfortunate. Please go away. Forever.
Oh, man. Dude.
So, like... I'm just kind of at a
And
loss.
Shamalama Ding Dong is his favorite director.
I'm just kind of at a loss that anyone thinks that's the best plot twist in gaming, because I saw it from fucking miles away. That I
don't know how you wouldn't know. You know,
the only reason that plot twist was a surprise to me was because my thought process was, okay, this is the single most obvious.
It can't be that dumb.
This is the single most obvious fucking thing they could do. There's no way in hell they're actually going to do it. Oh, they did it.
That's basically the reaction. Just
Yeah.
Yes, I see.
Because it's obvious that, you know, you were frozen after you got unfrozen.
Again.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's
the whole way they try to obfuscate it and everything just doesn't make any sense either.
No, nothing building up to it makes sense when you consider
the red
it.
herrings don't make any sense.
And so this is the kind of statement that makes me lose all respect for you. This is, oh, it's one of the best plot twists in gaming. Like, I take you exactly 0% serious now. I am going to treat every single thing you say going forward as if a fucking clown was saying it as a joke to try and make children laugh. Because that's all it is to me now.
Yes. Nth review, your wig, sir. Meep, meep.
Yes, get your fucking colored
get your
curly
clown wig
fucking
on.
pube wig on, and your fucking giant red nose, and your fucking white makeup. Fucking... Oh.
So, as Meme Night says, so your thought process was Bethesda cares about their stories.
My thought process was, I hope Bethesda cares about their stories. If they don't want to write garbage, then father will not be your son.
Yeah.
old man, father, is in fact your son Sean. He's not 10 years old, he's 60, and he's lived an entire life under the Institute's guidance because his genetic purity, untampered by the world's radiation, is the ideal blueprint for the Institute's synth program. Now the story has
Which is so stupid! It's so stupid. They had an entire vault full of people with genetic purity that was untainted and untouched by the bombs. Oh God, man,
they could have
come
used
on.
literally any one of them. They could have used some of those people for other experiments. Like, this is the thing that still bugs me the most is, oh, we ran into an experiment that needs pure human DNA, and we have a huge selection of pure human DNA on ice that will never expire. We're going to waste all of that by killing every single one of them except for one, rather than preserve them for any future tests we might need. Like, as horrifying as it is, hey, maybe we should take one of those frozen vault dwellers. Well, maybe we should take one of those frozen vault dwellers and expose them to the FEV to see how it affects them. Because we already know radiation infected people, they don't work well for our synth program. So maybe that has an effect on the FEV as well. And, oh, how would this change this project or that project or these projects? Like,
Untampered by radiation, Sean was on the surface when the nukes went off. Okay, to be fair, yeah, they all got a nice big dose of radiation. That heat wave that hits is all radioactive particles coming with it as well.
Yeah, they should all be fucked. But the game doesn't say that.
I wouldn't say... I need to remember how far away the nuke was in Fallout 4. So they might not be fucked, but they definitely got radioactive particles. So they'll have some radiation damage.
Yeah, but
was it enough to be lethal? I'm not sure. I need to see again where the bomb hit.
I don't know. They're close enough where... Isn't the thing where if you hold out your thumb outstretched, if it is bigger than the mushroom cloud from your point of view, then you're safe? Because there's no way that mushroom cloud
that was the old-timey science. That's why Vault Boy literally has his thumb up.
No, I know that.
That's the entire point of him with his thumb up.
I know that's what it's a reference to, but
no, you would still get a dose depending on if you're in the heat wave. If you're in that wave blast, you've gotten it. But it just depends on how far away he was, and I don't think the thumb thing is an actual I don't think that's actually a method. I'm pretty sure that's just a pure myth, just trying to make people feel better.
Oh, duck and cover?
Yeah, duck and cover, which will literally do nothing for it. But if a normal bomb hits, it'll keep the ceiling from crushing you, sure. Kind of. Depends on how sturdy you think your desk is going to hold up.
Oh, yeah. That's quite convenient. I actually ran the numbers on the nuke. They definitely got alpha/beta particle dusting from the blast wave, but the detonation itself was a 20 kiloton strike several miles away. Negligible gamma. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they would have they might have some cell mutation, very minor. It wouldn't be anything life-threatening. They wouldn't get aplastic anemia or anything like that.
All right. Yeah, I'm fine with that answer.
But they would have some mutation.
Of course, but that just leads into the other problem is the game doesn't address this at all.
Yeah.
So it's treated as if they
were... they got away.
Yeah, it's treated as if they didn't get anything from that, which is still an issue.
Yeah.
People got turned into betas, rip.
Oh, God.
The incredible technology of the Institute. How can you turn down an opportunity to work with your one and only child?
Because they're evil.
Because you've seen what the Institute does? That's the problem.
You know he's a piece of shit now?
Yeah. You know for a fact
he's not even your son.
You know for
anymore?
A fact they kidnap people and take them away and replace them with copies.
And turn people into super mutants. So,
well, you don't learn that right away. You have to get into their abandoned super mutant labs to figure that out.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean, there's lots of reasons why you wouldn't want to work with your son because you realize, wow, you're a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's too late. Like he's an old man who's dying. You were way way too late. There is nothing you can do, and he is too far gone. There is no reason why you would want to work with him. He doesn't even give a fucking motivation for why they are kidnapping people. He can't even give you a good explanation.
You wouldn't
Why
understand. You wouldn't understand, Pagan. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand.
That's one of the most annoying fucking things ever. Holy shit.
That is when you know a writer has no idea why. He's like, hey, that didn't make any sense. Well, we'll just say you wouldn't understand. It'll be all cryptic and shit.
Wasn't there a movie that did something similar that people joke about? I feel like... God, I feel like I'm forgetting something here. God, I can't remember it. That's gonna bug me.
God damn it, why'd my brain go there?
What?
Wasn't there a movie that, hey, yeah, no, Resident Evil bad!
Oh, God.
I went to fucking, my brain went to fucking, like, somehow the Emperor has returned.
Yes!
Somehow the Emperor is alive.
Yes,
What?
that's not the one I was thinking of, but it's the same... But it is...
Creamy Sheep's alive?
That's not the one I was thinking of, but that is the same kind of thing where somehow Palpatine has returned. Wow, that's your entire explanation. What a shitty fucking job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How? How did he come back? You wouldn't understand.
Hey, I managed to catch another live stream. How's the Stag crew? Or how's the Stag gang? We're dying right now.
We're literally dying.
This is really bad.
The
really,
psychic,
really bad video.
The psychic damage has gotten strong enough that it's actually projecting cancer into every cell of our bodies, and we've got about 37.2 seconds left to live.
The psychic damage is so strong that the moment that Pagan heard him say that father being your long-lost son was the best plot twist in gaming, that Pagan, without even thinking, how that hesitation, said, kill yourself!
Yeah, I didn't even think about it. I just was like, as he was saying it, I was like, oh my God, that was the most shit twist ever. And then he's like, this was the best twist ever. And I was like, go fucking kill yourself!
Which is a sentiment I'm gonna second.
Which, again, we are referencing Susan. We are referencing Minecraft.
Yes, in Minecraft. Kill yourself in Minecraft.
$2
$2 super... Go ahead.
$2 from Superheated Saturnite. Thank you. I believe the movie is Looper. That's not the one I was thinking about either, but again, it has the same problem. Oh, how's all this time travel stuff work? Don't think about it.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I hate things like that.
I despise that movie.
Whoever said earlier, like, this video is better than the others you've watched.
No, I strongly disagree. It is in good company in that regard.
Yeah.
It's actually probably one of the worst in terms of quality. Because that's the thing we kind of have to differentiate is, okay, this video has only got a few thousand views, so it's not going to do that much damage to, like, what people think about these games.
Yeah.
But in terms of standalone
But it already
quality...
did damage. It did damage. I read the comment. One of the comments.
Oh boy.
It has done damage.
Oh boy.
A big reason, but it doesn't involve explaining why Kellogg didn't age at all over 50 years and your son did. Nope. Not one bit. Setting aside...
You actually brought me to the point of having to defend Fallout 4, you fucking cunt. So, their explanation is fucking bullshit. I'm going to say this up front. Their explanation for why Kellogg hasn't aged is absolutely fucking terrible. And nonsensical with everything else.
You ready? Drum roll, please!
He's a cyborg that doesn't age because of cyborg stuff. This is why you can go through his memories, because he has an electronic component stapled onto his brain. And the reason that no one else has these, the reason that Sean dies of cancer instead of living forever, is because he saw that the cybernetic program was an unnatural amalgamation of technology and biology. Which, by the way, what the fuck are the synths, you dumb cunt?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
But
don't
worse than that,
This is literally one of those don't think about it plots.
But worse than that, look at Kellogg when he kidnapped Sean, and look at Kellogg now. He has not aged a fucking day between those 2 points. meaning he probably had the implants then when he kidnapped Sean, meaning if Sean took over the Institute at the age of 18, which is obviously 18 years for this program to continue running, that means in that entire period, no one else got cybernetic upgrades at all.
Yeah.
At least not the ones to allow them.
Before Sean, whose entire worldview would be based around the Institute's worldview, because that's all he would ever know, decided that it was an abomination. But nobody else got these.
And that's not just that. That's assuming. That is assuming Sean took leadership the day he turned 18. Not that he took leadership at the age of 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't think about it, guys. Just don't think about the plot, guys. Just don't think about it. Just don't think about it.
What the fuck?
God, this video has just been. This has been an amazing goldmine of bad takes, but at least they're fresh bad takes in a weird, twisted way.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But he actually used Vans after all, so.
Look how much difficulty he had just talking to fucking Synth Sean. Like, my guy, really? You didn't think to just walk up to the glass? Like, guys, even I would have thought, like, even if I wasn't thinking, oh, I could talk to him through the glass, I would think, oh, well, I can walk up to the glass and touch it and get his attention.
Yeah. By the way, guys, this is somebody who started with Fallout 1 back when it released, and he was 13. I was 9. How? How did this happen?
How? I don't get it.
How did I pay more attention than this guy?
Oh my god.
And then, of course, he didn't play Fallout 2 at all, so that was a thing.
Yeah, which is weird. Why would you... If you played Fallout 1 so much, why would you never go back and play Fallout 2 at all? Especially... Yeah, I don't get it. You played Fallout 3, didn't like it, but then didn't think, oh, but I liked the first game. Let me try the second one.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of similar. No, it never crossed his mind.
Maybe. I thought you said he was 13 when he played it. Oh, no, you said I was 15 when I played it. Okay, yeah. So this guy here played it at 13. And I was just like, what the fuck? But yeah, Max Malibu says 100% he never finished Fallout 1. Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet he never finished it.
Bro, what? The Vance perk is absolutely useless. Yes, that's what we all said. Because, look, you literally have a thing on your screen that is literally pointing where you need to go at all times. So he used the Vance thing and got annoyed that it would take him out of a door and tell him to go right back in that door. And it's like, well, you picked the Vance perk. It's on you. Haha, did you deserve it?
Yeah, seriously. That's so stupid. Just follow your stupid quest marker.
I'm back. So as I was saying,
Hi.
Let's say for example, what we were saying before was, if he turned 18 and became leader of the Institute, that's still 20 years of people getting the cybernetics. 1 second.
Yeah. Oh, well. He's here, he's gone.
No, I'm still here. I just had to fix something.
Okay.
Okay.
What probably happened is he was probably a lot older than 18 by the time he took leadership of the Institute. Like 30 or 40 or even 50.
Yeah.
So
that's what you would hope.
So that's a long time for the cybernetic project to be running, and just no one else got any, only Kellogg.
Yeah, now to be entirely fair, before he became leader, you would assume he'd be on some kind of advisory board, or he would be working up the ranks or something like that. I swear to God, if he just became leader one day for no reason whatsoever, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that would be
But
dumb.
you would assume maybe he'd be doing that. So maybe he had been on a board that had been pushing, like, no, nobody will get these cybernetics. Like, maybe when he was 18, he was on that board and like, no, this is an abomination, something like that. And maybe they were advocating for that.
None of that was explained. It actually says in his terminal that he himself decided to cancel the project.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, this is what writing for the developers looks like. I am trying to think of a logical way that this could still work. It's completely fucked. We are talking about the entire foundation is screwed. But if I'm stuck with these terrible facts, how could I try to make this work? And I would just say maybe he was part of a committee that lobbied against it as part of the institute, because there would be different wings and branches, like, hey, you're really good at biology. Hey, you're really good as a botanist. Hey, you're really good at this, that. Because you need different disciplines and fields to keep these people alive for this long.
Yeah.
So maybe he was on a board that lobbied against these things, like, no, that program is an abomination and terrible. And then once he became leader of the overall institute, he had the power to, look, cancel. It's gone.
Why would a cyborg not age? Isn't that something they're actually looking into in real life? To stop the age?
Yes. It's, what was it called? Defeating the Dragon, I think is like the nickname for it. We have the Singularity, which is when we either get true artificial intelligence or we manage to get a man-machine interface. So we literally can upload the human consciousness to a machine. So that's Singularity, and then defeating the dragon is literally stopping old age, is stopping the aging process. Those are the two high concepts in science.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's immortality is basically one of the ultimate end goals of science. That and
CGP
traveling.
Grey actually has a really good video on it, literally called Defeating the Dragon. It's a very good series where he tells it as a tale of like a fantasy kingdom as it slowly sacrifices more and more people to the dragon over the years. And they just keep doing it, and eventually they start studying the dragon and learning weaknesses, and they take some aspects of it to create weapons to kill it. And he like plays it as a whole narrative of like your grandfather is now on the train heading towards the dragon to be sacrificed, and you don't know if the missile will reach the dragon in time to save him. And again, his whole thing was like, his whole thing after he finished the narrative and everything like that, he was like, some of you may have been confused why I was telling you this story. Why was I telling you such a fantasy tale? He was like, the dragon in the story is death. We willingly sacrifice people to death because it's a natural process. But does that mean it always has to be the process?
See, that's the thing too, though, is people not dying would cause a lot of problems.
It would. But then he even says that. He says, is people staying forever worse than people dying? We don't know.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we know.
So does that mean we shouldn't try? But again, I like his video on it is pretty good.
It would be more manageable if we could travel the universe and find planets to put all these people on, but like, how many people have died in the past 200 years?
I would say if we were taking this as this is a high concept in science. If we were actually taking this as a serious challenge, I doubt we would ever come close to actually defeating the dragon until we were on multiple different worlds.
Let's say we do defeat the dragon. There's a 0% chance that it would not cause a lot of issues.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. But are those issues worse? Are we just immediately worse off?
Immediately, maybe not, but it depends on how many people get it and other factors. So, like, if this is a common thing just anyone can get, then we have a population that's not dying off, but it's still getting that is still reproducing, which means, we have what, 8 billion people on the planet now? How many people are going to be on the planet in 20 years if we defeat the dragon? That means...
Well, I would say that level, that defeating the dragon thing, wouldn't be something that would be achievable in a civilization that wouldn't be able to go to multiple different worlds.
Yeah, but he's saying, like, what if we did it now? Which I would say...
I don't think it'd be possible to do it now.
I know.
I can understand if we did do it now, yeah, we'd have a lot more problems, I'd say. I think it would be a huge downside if we did it now.
I think the only way to get around it would be people who have defeated the dragon, who are immortal, would have to have some type of regulation on them of, you can't reproduce.
Well, that was that story in Love, Death, and Robots, remember? There's a story where people could not die anymore if they just took this one treatment every couple years. It would keep them immortal. But as part of it, they weren't allowed to die. So the story follows.
You mean they weren't allowed to reproduce?
Like a Blade Runner. Yeah. So they weren't allowed to reproduce. So it follows a guy who's literally like a Blade Runner. He's a detective for the police, and he has to execute children whenever he finds them, because there's not enough room on the planet. And so then he finds this one little girl, right? This little girl, and he was holding the doll, and he had been thinking about this for so much. Is it how horrible this situation is? And if somebody needs to give room, why don't I give room? And he was thinking on it, and he confronted the mom on it. And he was getting kind of sad. The mom tried to grab the gun, so he jumped up and grabbed the gun and was about ready to shoot her. Then he stopped himself, and he looked at the child, and he stopped himself from shooting her, so he ran away, and his partner showed up, and he killed his partner and said, "There's now room in the world." And it's like, that's pretty fucked.
Yeah, obviously that's fucked, but I would say, it would be like part of the treatment. It'd be like, if you want to get this thing where that makes it so that you will never age, you'd have to
get snipped or something like that.
Yes, you would have to get snipped. You would not be able to have children.
Yeah.
But then
that wouldn't even be a thing of hunting down kids. That wouldn't even be a thing.
Yeah, I would recommend that episode though. It's a really good episode.
But that also leads it to a different. That also leads it to a different issue where new minds aren't being made and coming into the world with new ideas and maybe replacing some of the old ones, because not just because, let's say any of us on the stream here have different beliefs about the world, and those, let's say they end up getting outdated in one way or another, where it's like, man, we cannot live the way you think we should, and those ideas just need to go, and you're not going to change. It's not saying, oh yeah, we need to kill Pagan, Setching, I guess me, because we don't believe the right things anymore. It's just more the cycling of minds where just having new ideas.
That's part of what that episode deals with, because he didn't understand why people do it, why people would risk it, because they literally get sent to prison basically forever because they had children, just for the sake of having children. And the lady at the end tries to explain to him how wonderful a child is. Love, Death, and Robots has some goofy ones, and then it has some really, really good deep episodes, because again, it's a collection. There are different writers and everything like that are working for everything. Different writers, different animators, artists, everything. So that was a pretty good one.
About that though is that would rely on the fact that literally everybody on the planet would have to agree to actually wanting to get that done, knowing they will not be able to have children.
Well, that's what they did at first. Everybody agreed that, hey, but yeah, I get to live forever and everything. And then it just slowly over time, some people started thinking of is it so wrong to have a child? They didn't get a snip or anything like that. They just thought about it. They're like, everybody agreed to stop our population problems, we'll do it like this. And then they started having second thoughts on it. And boy, it gets dark.
But I feel like that I don't think everyone would do it. I feel like there would be a pretty sizable portion of the population who'd be like, oh, I have to get snipped in order for this to happen, and I could never have kids and make a new generation. Nah, I'm totally good with just dying.
Creetosis.
There are lots of people.
They will go into that. They do go into that. I can just say, watch the episode.
Creetosis. Cyberpunk has a thing where you transfer your consciousness into a corpse that gets revived and your old body dies. I don't know about a corpse, but I would certainly love to transfer my consciousness into a superior robot body.
Well, I think you just did. Holy shit.
Yeah, you just did. You went full robot on this screen.
Holy crap. That was perfect timing. Holy shit.
It's like, I don't know about a corpse, but I would totally love to upload to a superior robot body.
That was great.
I'm kind of hoping that happened for chat too, because that sounds perfect.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know.
No, yeah, I'm getting
the
a warning in the background that we're having a data issue.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I'm seeing loading wheels and stuff on the stream.
Yeah.
Anyways,
yeah, that's the whole thing. Like I said, there are way more depth and complexity to this than Bethesda ever gave it credit for. Again, they only thought of the most surface level details. It's like, yeah, and we need to throw the player off so they won't realize that Father is actually Sean. And they're going to meet Kellogg. Wait a minute, wouldn't Kellogg be an old decrepit man by that point? Wouldn't that kind of give the game away? Well, what if we make it so he doesn't age? Well, why doesn't he age? What if we can't say, wait, maybe he's a ghoul, but no, ghouls get all fugly and stuff. Well, okay, what if he's not? What if he's a special type of ghoul? Now that wouldn't make sense. Well, how about if he's a cyborg? Yeah, that'll work. We can play the cyborg. Again, it's that writing backwards thing.
Well, not just that. I'm going to say it again. It's worse than that. What does the Institute have access to that can replace people and looks exactly like them without aging?
Yes. Exactly. Like I said, they're working backwards, but they're not getting the correct, things. You have the fucking synth program, for God's sake.
Yeah, you could copy Kellogg's memories of personality and plug them into a synth that looks just like him. There's no reason to not do it this way. Also, I want to read
Like I said, I think the synth idea came late in development. I don't know if that's true, but I feel like
it can't be
came late in the writing process.
It can't be because of Nick Valentine. He's a major part of the early story.
No, it still could be. Because they could have done the thing where they, like I said, they were just writing backwards. Like, well, then we need this for the start of it and everything like that.
Yeah, but then the synths are still at the end point of the game in chronological order because it's all about.
I'm saying I feel like Bethesda wrote this backwards. Like they started with the twist first. So then they had to expand upon it and be like, well, why did they do all this thing? Well, and since probably came late in development of the story.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they couldn't change Kellogg to be a synth instead. It probably should have actually been easier. They didn't need to write the terminal log.
They really should have.
They didn't need to create the items that go into his body, because it's not just the brain chip. He's got, a thing in his arm and a thing in his leg. And, again, the terminal logs, the dialogue from Father talking about it. So, it would have just been easier to say, oh, hey, he's a synth. Here's the thing in his head.
Yeah.
People are saying there was synth Easter eggs in Fallout 3.
Well, yeah, that's what the replicated man is. They call him an android in that, but there's references to the Institute and the SRB and Coursers.
Yeah, Corsairs, all that stuff. Yeah, it's all in 3.
I also want to read this comment from Daniel K. quickly. Also, the mind transfer is not a beat all. Play Soma and see the problems there. Well, yes, that's why I said a mind transfer instead of a mind copy.
Yeah, dude, Soma, it will definitely freak you the fuck out. If you think about it with any depth, if you're not Joseph Anderson, who literally doesn't think about anything with any depth, my God, dude. Yeah, Soma will freak you the fuck out. That is pure existential dread.
Yeah. Anyways.
And I loved Mahler's video on Soma, too. It's like, how many people did he watch? Joseph Anderson was talking about how lame it was with the human dying. And he's like, and Mahler's like, what? And just shows a cavalcade of people who physically, there's nothing keeping you there, but they cannot let her die alone.
Yeah. I think that happened with Vinny's playthrough too. Because I remember watching Vinny's playthrough, and not just that, but there are times when playing the game where Vinny just he gets a bit quiet and he's like, man, that shit is fucking dark. Holy shit.
Yeah. fucking Markiplier almost breaks down on camera of him staying there and stuff like that. Like, again, his whole thing being the loud, obnoxious kind of guy, and he just can't bring himself to play the part, can't bring himself to play the character.
And just think, the game they followed that up with was Amnesia fucking Rebirth.
Yeah. Oh, God. Probably because they were listening to people like Joseph Anderson. Someone's not a horror game. It didn't scare me, therefore it's not a horror game. So fucking stupid.
It would be like releasing Empire Strikes Back and then releasing The Last Jedi. In that order.
Yeah. Alright. Alright.
Yeah, let's finish
7 minutes.
Yeah, let's finish
do
this
it.
shit off.
Aside the motivations for a moment, the Institute's existence is a confusing mess. There really
Yes.
aren't any good
Yeah.
answers
Yeah,
in the
it
perfect
is.
corridors of this technological haven. So let's go back to that root issue, the synths, right? Why does the Institute even make them? Well, they're supposed to be the labor force of some new world order, I guess. So why bother making them sophisticated devices? Why give...
Again, this is another aspect that always annoys me in these robot stories. If they're just for labor, why would you ever give them the ability to reason, to feel pain, to feel fear, to get excited, to be happy? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
What possible purpose would that serve? It's why the David Cage game is so fucking awful. Detroit Become Human or whatever.
Yeah,
game is awful.
People have said before, and it's literally true, why would you make fake people with a consciousness and desires and all these emotions when what you're using them for can be done by a Mr. Handy?
Yes. It doesn't make any sense.
In fact,
and again,
Mr.
they have the other synth models that are literally just robo skeletons and stuff like that. If those work perfectly fine, why go any further?
Well, here's the thing, too.
Yeah.
A Mr. Handy is probably more efficient because it's got 3 arms instead of 2, and it could probably manipulate things faster than a human. The only reason you would make a human robot is if you need the human shape for something specific, like, I don't know. If you don't have a self-driving car and you don't want to drive yourself, you just put your robot in the seat and it'll do it for you. Or something or maybe diplomatic relations or something where something like that might help for some reason, a translator or something. You can design a robot to be super efficient for whatever task you want it to do without making it look like a human. Like, let's say you need a robot to pick apples from your orchard. It's not going to look like a human. If you need a robot to plow your fields for you so you can plant corn or whatever, it's not going to look like a human.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kronos, I definitely have to contact that one or talk about that one. One reason might be this: fake people can be controlled the same way we have controlled real people for millennia, fear and manipulation. But if they're a robot, if you don't give them those things and just make them where they have to obey, you don't even need that.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, I have to say a big no on that one. So, I have my robot, go do this thing for me. I have my synth that can feel fear.
I have my Roomba. Why would I need my Roomba to have sentience to sweep my room?
No, let me finish my example. I have my robot,
okay.
Go do this thing for me. It does it without question. I have my synth that can fear. Go do this thing for me or I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, why the fuck would you do that? It's so stupid. But yeah, keep in mind, this is the same game that introduced the Soltrons. Why the fuck would you need a synth? You have the Soltrons already. They're literally people like robots that could do manual labor. Why would you need a fucking synth?
Yeah.
It's so baffling. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's going the extra mile, and for what purpose?
Yeah.
Like the whole in Blade Runner, they explain it. It's because he's literally he literally has the ego. His ego is so extreme. He wants to play God. That's why they create synths, and that's why they create the synths in Blade Runner, because the dude is so full of himself. He has a God complex. So he wants to give them fear and happiness and sadness and everything like that because he wants to create life. he is that much of a piece of shit.
Of course, programming would be easier, but humans are shit, and some just might want to feel power over others. This would cater to that rather nicely. I disagree. If you want to feel power,
You would need the entire institute though to follow that logic.
Not just that though. Like, you're still making fake people for the purpose of hurting. It's like,
yeah,
you're controlling people who are designed to be controlled, rather than controlling people who have a free will and are bending to you purely out of fear. And not just that, that isn't even anything that's stated in the game that this is why they're doing it. The Institute actually thinks it's a problem because they want to make them sentient, but what they view the synths as is not sentient yet. They're still just dysfunctional machines. Which makes no goddamn sense. You'd think they would have
no sense.
You'd think they would have confirmation bias. Oh, it's showing signs of sentience and a desire and feelings. This must mean...
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd think they would have gotten it. Oh my god, they are sentient. The moment one of them ran away to be free.
The moment one of them showed an independent thought.
Yeah.
Like, they're actually scared of doing that inside the Institute.
That is what made the Geth so memorable in the Mass Effect series. Before Mass Effect 3 totally fucked that up. But there is a recorded conversation where a Quarian is talking to a Geth laborer out in the fields, and the Geth laborer stops for a second and turns and looks at the Quarian and says, "Why?" And the Quarian's like, "What? Why do I have to work in the fields? What if I want to do something else?" And it's like, When the moment it starts doing that, you need to slam the brakes because shit just got real.
Yeah, it's time to be like, okay, maybe using these guys as slave labor ain't such a good idea anymore. Maybe we should rethink
theirs was totally not intentional. Their entire thing was, yeah, no, they're not supposed to have feelings and thoughts and ideas and everything like that. But they had an unintended side effect of, hey, we need them to do more complex things. Well, what if we write into their code that if there are more Geth nearby, they can coordinate with each other to have more complex thoughts so they can get complex tasks done? Okay, that'll work. And then suddenly there was just a Geth laborer who had interacted with enough Geth, and they had formed together into a single consciousness, and it was able to ask the question why. And it was like, that's bad.
Yeah, that's real bad.
Yep. Yeah, and then of course the Quarians, being just realizing the horror that they had just done and not wanting everyone else to realize what had just happened, tried to round them all up and kill them. Do you notice what a problem with that plan is, though? Try to round them all up. They get smarter the more of them are nearby.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, that's a bad. Yeah, no, you need to be taking them like one by one away from each other.
Yeah, and remove that line of code that says that they can link and work together with each other, and just have your own Quarians do all the complex stuff.
Yeah, that was a big mistake.
So naturally, the Geth rebelled.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but it's just so annoying because the fucking the Institute, they have assaultrons. They're in the back. You literally have to fight them.
I don't even remember that.
The robotics. Yeah, in the robotics section.
And even if they don't, they
turn on.
Yeah. And they also have a sentry bot back there.
Yeah, they do. It's just so fucking dumb. It's like, why do you need synths then if you literally have assaultrons?
Yeah. And 80 Krauser points out, well, the Quarians also used the code to make VIs of their ancestors since they were ancestor worshippers, so they were fucked from the beginning. Yeah. It's a lot of unintended consequences paved this road to hell and made a new sentient race. No, I agree. The Geth were totally in the right to rebel. It's just like, guys, you should have seen this coming, okay? Like, the moment one of them asked why, you had two options immediately. Kill that one instantly and then pick them off one by one. Brutal, but effective. Or begin realizing that they now have sentience. They have gained sentience of their own accord, and you need to treat them as a new species that you have accidentally created. AKA, you need to treat them like Data in Next Generation.
Well, Seth, you're missing the third option.
Yeah, round them all up so they're in close proximity so they can all bot farm link to each other and have a rebellion?
No. The real third option.
What's the real third option?
Both.
Both.
Oh, God.
God.
Oh, God. That's really bad. Holy shit. We acknowledge that you're a new race, and we will treat you as such. Now, please step over here into this gas chamber.
No, please step over here and grab the electrodes.
Yeah.
This video is driving me crazy. I had to say something fucking terrible.
I think the Geths should have stopped to question their actions after they gassed the first planet to death, though. I don't know, because at that point, they had now understood what fear, loathing, hatred, and everything was, because, again, the uprising was very bloody, and atrocities were committed on both sides, so now it was kind of the whole, like, Hatfields versus the McCoys. Well, we can't just let all that bad blood go away. You know what I mean? It's that gambler's fallacy. You're in... No, not the gambler's fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy. Well, we already lined up a bunch of them and shot them in the back. Might as well continue.
We good to continue?
God damn it, Creetosis. I see that message you pinned.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell was that?
I don't use pins often, but when I do, I use them effectively.
Yeah.
Give them emotions or to begin with. Why do they even need to be human-shaped at all? We already live in a world of slave robots to fulfill our bidding perfectly.
Exactly!
Okay, I have to disagree with something there. Slave robots, they're robots, they're not slaves.
Yeah, I don't know why I said slave robots, but exactly, you have robots that will do your bidding without feeling, without consciousness, without questions, because, they don't have sentience at all. Oh. Why do you need them to be sentient?
Guys, we just got a duality of chat. Creetosis, you guys just made me laugh, so now I'm wheezing here from my coop. Thanks, guys. Right after that, Creetosis, dude, what the fuck?
The duality of chat. What is a chat? A miserable pile of secrets. Now have at you.
I love seeing dualities of chats. This game is amazing. This game is terrible. You're right. No, you're wrong.
Man, what a shit twist. Man, that was the best twist I've ever seen.
As Demoman Chaos actually points out, wait, why does the flesh machine form underwear? Is the underwear part of their flesh? Yes, don't think about it.
Now, you see, the scientists of the Institute...
Oh, God.
What?
No. I just thought of something.
Oh, no.
In The Thing, we have blood tests. In Deep Space Nine, we have phaser sweeps and blood tests. In Fallout 4, just pull down their trousers and see if you can get their pants off.
Oh, God.
See if you can get the underwear off. If the underwear don't come off, they're a sin.
$2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Please step into the static discharge chamber.
I feel like more would be like, I just check and see if they're a life-size Ken doll. Do they have anything down there?
Dude, yeah.
And as you gaze into the long chat, the chat gazes into you.
Yeah, pretty much.
More or less, its real achievement in perfecting the synthetic mimicry of biologically inefficient creatures. To that end, what exactly is the Institute trying to do at all? The answers don't become any more transparent here as Sean tows you down a line of quests to build a new reactor and bring about the Institute's bright new future. A bright new future that will usher in a wave of, I don't know, prosperity, decency. Your son, the spoiled brat that he is, doesn't even want to be the Commonwealth.
What? He's not a spoiled brat. He's just an evil prick.
Yeah, there's a very big difference between the two.
God, okay. Please touch this electric fence.
Oh god!
$5.
Also, that fucking gun.
Yeah.
Ugh, that assault rifle is so bad.
$5 from peace was never an option. Thank you. Very compelling argument for your sentience. Now please enter the Industrial Crusher.
Yeah, basically.
See, you say that, but the first thing I think of is, you're terminated, fucker. God, that's such a good movie.
God
This video, this video was so bad. We went from having an I always fuck up this word. Existential crisis to committing space racism to witnessing the best twist in STAG lore. What's the best twist in STAG lore?
Yeah, what is the best twist in STAG lore?
Is it option 3?
Why not both?
The common anymore after he sees it in person for the first time in decades. He'd rather just write the whole thing off and rebuild it from scratch under the tenets of the Institute. When you poke and prod and advance the story, you realize the Institute doesn't actually have a solution, and in fact, the game actually delegates the choice.
Did you pause it?
No.
But in an incredible move.
Sorry, it stopped for me.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Just want to make sure we're at the same time code.
As they all in sync stand up? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm at 33:32 now. It jumped me back.
Yep.
And prod and advance the story, you realize the Institute doesn't actually have a solution, and in fact, the game actually delegates failed thrust to extinguish the other factions. But in an incredible move, the game structures the endgame in such a way that lets you build the conclusion hours in advance, rather than simply being a series of switches in a final chamber that reveal a variety of different fates. Even as my son Sean is bequeathed.
What do you mean by that?
Every single Deus Ex game? Okay.
I think what he's referring to is you reach the end of the game and then you just pick which of the endings you want. Which
kind of happens in the Deus Ex games. In the first Deus Ex game, it does not happen. You had to have already made your choice before that, and you can kind of betray and go slightly off kilter route. You're kind of already locked in by the time you attack Area 51. But come on, man. And then Deus Ex Human Revolution. I can't remember the ending to Invisible War. I'm sorry, forgive me. I can't remember the ending to Invisible War. In Deus Ex Human Revolution, you have the arc that the guy is building, which that one's pretty fucked. Yeah, that one's kind of fucked. But you also kind of need to have already had all the other information to even have certain options for endings. So, and then I can't remember Mankind Divided. I can't remember the ending on that one either. I'm a writer for Bethesda. How'd you know? Oh God, the duality of chat is what he meant for the best
the
twist in STAG, best twist in STAG lore. Yeah.
I forgot the point he just made.
Also, can I just say the Lamont Mark II is an absolutely amazing revolver? What do you think, Seth? Was the Lamont Mark II the one with the shotgun shell in it? Because I know the Lamont revolver had it, but what did the Mark II?
Anyways, the point he just made was the whole, you can build up your ending in advance, but that's not really how it works. You just pick which faction you want, and you continue with them unless you decide to change, I guess, before you hit the point of no return, and then you just do the ending. Like, what the fuck is he talking about here that you build up towards the ending in advance?
I don't know.
That lets you build the conclusion hours in advance, rather than simply being a series of switches in a final chamber that reveal a variety of different fates. Even as my son Sean...
Again, which that isn't true to every single Deus Ex game.
So
but,
I can only assume he's meaning, you get the room full of switches halfway through the game instead of right at the end of the game. That's the only way I can take it.
That's how he's saying Deus Ex does. It's an ending choice switch, which is how Mass Effect 3 ends. But he's saying that this is better because you don't build up like that?
No. What I believe he's saying is Deus Ex has the 3 switches at the end of the game. What I'm saying is, isn't that what Fallout 3 does at the halfway point? You just pick which side you go with. That's not building up towards a specific like yeah, you're picking your ending, but you're doing it halfway instead of at the end. How's that any better? Or worse? Or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. But again, the Lamont, to answer the question, the Lamont revolver, it's okay. It's kind of goofy. There's not a real reason for its design. It's just kind of a neat nostalgia, kind of like interesting thing. It's a 6-shooter revolver that has a shotgun in the middle. So what you do is you cock the hammer and then you flick a smaller hammer to change where the hammer hits, and then when you pull the trigger, it'll hit the shotgun primer instead and fire off the shotgun shell.
Yeah.
So again, when you said Mark II, I didn't know if there was a Mark II, and it turns out there isn't. There's a Mark II in the game Hunt Showdown, but there's not one in real life.
Mm. Yeah, that's the one in my profile picture. The Lamont. Yeah, it's interesting. That's about all I could say about it.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's try to get to the end of this. I wanna go.
Yeah, I want to die.
Yeah, I don't blame you either.
Title of the Institute's director because he's dying or whatever. I'm working behind the scenes to arm synths working within the Institute while plotting with the Railroad to set every last one of them free. As for the Brotherhood, fuck them. Taking down their mighty Zeppelin devolved into a laser light shit show as I slammed down stim packs and failed to resolve my relationship with any of the characters I've been working with for dozens of hours at that point. Well, Captain Kells was an exception. I determined his fate firsthand. Still, in dealing with the disparate heads of state.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with you that killing them is a good idea, but at the same time, you're literally saying that this entire faction is pointless and that you shouldn't care, while also trying to tell me that this game is amazing.
Yeah.
Like, dude, do you not see the problem here?
I don't get it. Again, your title is Fallout 4 is freaking amazing. Maybe that person that said that this thing was a complete fabrication or whatever wasn't wrong. Like, dude, this is like crazy. How is it freaking amazing if you're talking about all these like missteps and awful potential and things that don't make sense and entire factions that are pointless and stuff?
Such.
Yeah.
Skyrim is a 10 out of 10 perfect game with no problems, but here's a bunch of problems I found.
Yeah, oh my god.
Badass
so
seal of approval.
Stupid. He's literally complaining. He's literally saying the Institute has no fucking motivation for anything they're doing, and they never try to explain it, and that the Brotherhood are completely fucking... Oh my god, completely pointless. You can't, like, they're not worth your time whatsoever, but at the same time, oh, this game's amazing, guys.
I also want to point
Shut
out...
the fuck up.
I also want to point out, too, you mentioned the Railroad, how you're doing a job to arm the synths. What you have to do for one of those quests is a bunch of humanoid Gen 3 synths are mining out what's supposed to be a new area of the Institute, in this obscure area of the Institute, and they've got 2 robotic guards you have to kill. Robotic synth guards, so Gen 2s, I guess. If you don't side with the Railroad, this area is completely empty of any characters and it's not mentioned at all. If you side with the Institute itself, this area is not mentioned at all. It's not used for anything. It's just kind of there. You see this just like storage room, and there's 2 doorways into a cave that's like just there. You can't like go. You could go into the cave, but it's just like a small little room of the cave. It doesn't go beyond that, and it's just there doing nothing. This room exists only for the railroad path. Again, a showing of how little thought was put into this game. Because if someone actually talented wrote this, then they would have a use for that for the Institute. That, hey, we are actually expanding into something important here. Maybe that could be a little post-game thing, too. Hey, you're the leader. What should we do with this area that we're expanding into? And also, why do they need to build an expansion where they're mining into the cave when they've got an unused robotics section that they could repurpose instead? You see how the issues just constantly compound the more you think about literally fucking anything about this game?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're running out of power, but we're also going to expand, and we're not going to bother using the areas we already have that aren't being used. The fuck?
I can understand keeping the super mutant division locked off at the very least. They might have plans to return to that. This is bullshit. This cave thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the unused robotics section, because again, just retool it for something else. Or even fucking keep it active because it's still useful to you.
Okay. Come on.
Including my own son. Confronted about my choices, there were moments when I felt like maybe, just maybe, I was making the wrong choices.
What choice? Name me the choices you had besides joining a faction. What choices did you have?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, there's not very many, and certainly none that have any strong impact on anything. The most surprising choice in the entire game is if you side with the Institute, and you talk shit to Sean about the Institute, he'll tell you to fuck off, and he'll banish you. Which, sure, that's a consequence. I'm glad it's there at the very least. It's fucking something. That shouldn't be the only choice in the game that has any significant consequence besides choosing which of the main factions you want to side with.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of which you've already said doesn't fucking matter.
He literally said the other one doesn't matter either. The fucking the Minutemen don't matter because they're part of the whole settlement metagame thing.
Oh my
so
god, he did!
Yeah.
What the fuck? That literally leaves one option, you fucking idiot.
Oh no. Is he siding with the railroad?
Yes,
he's sided with the railroad.
He's literally saying the railroad is your only option.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on. I need to get the image on screen again.
Hollow.
Oh, wait. I can do something. Give me a second.
Alright.
This is going to be really good, trust me.
Nice.
It's a feeling I rarely get. Games that are designed specifically to facilitate that kind of emotional time. I haven't really felt this way since I tried to play an evil character in BioWare's Knights of the Old Republic, and I just couldn't do it. Sure, at any point I can just roll back to another.
You just couldn't bring yourself to be an evil bastard in Knights of the Old Republic?
It is very easy to be an evil bastard in KOTOR.
Yeah. Granted, I almost always play good characters too, but man, the railroad, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, no.
They're too stupid to live, sort of deal.
Yeah, I fucking despise the railroad.
Alright.
Other save and struck relationships, but I honestly didn't want the emotional feedback to fade with reputed outings. So I stuck to the ending that I crafted in the first place, and I'll leave the other tangents for...
You didn't craft it. You did not craft this ending.
You followed the railroad tracks that were laid out for you. That was it.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
For some future experiment. But 4's story is far from perfect. There are logicals left and right.
You don't say.
And no shortage of inconsistencies. The Institute and Railroad's motives don't even seem to conflict all that much. Heck, I didn't even...
Okay, so we don't even...
Wait. What did he just say?
The Institute and Railroad's ideologies don't even conflict that much. I'm pretty sure they do.
Yeah, pretty sure they fucking do.
Wow.
So, the Institute's motivations are a complete fucking mystery because they're never explained. We want to improve humanity. Okay, how? By killing them all. Oh. see,
literally what it is.
See how accurate that image is over my icon right now?
Yeah.
Fucking what else? The Institute doesn't want their synths getting out. They don't want them escaping. They view this as a problem to the point they have an entire division dedicated to recapturing them and reprogramming them. Another thing on that, how are there even at-risk synths for escaping? Because once you put them on the list for, hey, this is at risk for escaping, that's the point where you should say, okay, fucking wipe them and reprogram them.
Yeah.
So that doesn't happen, so they're no longer at risk. But anyways, the Railroad's motives are, synths are people, they're the equivalent of humans, they deserve to be free, we're going to do everything we can to free them and protect them. How are those two motivations the same?
How are they not opposed to one another? Because that seems pretty opposed to me.
I would ask for some kind of elaboration on that, but I know we're not going to get that from this fucker at this point.
He doesn't elaborate on literally anything. He has skipped over so much shit.
Yeah.
Realize until Minutemen, a faction I'd pretty much given up on a long time ago, had their own ending. Still, Fallout 4 story...
You didn't realize they had their own ending. Huh? Okay.
But you...
Thank you for that €1 Enclave, Emily. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll read
Roses are red. I'm not a scholar, but I'm here to say, here, have $1 or euro.
Thank you. Hold on.
What the fuck?
Hold on, I need to do it. Thank you.
Best Bethesda's written, and I'm satisfied I had some degree of freedom to shape it until its last moments. The whole time...
You did not shape anything throughout this game. You picked one of the available paths and did the requirements they had you do to complete that path. That is not shaping the ending. You know what shaping an ending is more like? Your karma levels in New Vegas, where it's like, oh yeah, Caesar's Legion... despite being such a good person, you sided with Caesar's Legion, or you sided with Mr. House, and because of your negative karma, he keeps you employed out of fear rather than out of respect. Or the good ending with House, where, yeah, you kept respect with him. Or, further shaping the ending, because you helped the Kings with the NCR, House wiped out the Kings. Or because you sided the Kings against the NCR, House allowed them to live, or fucking literally any of the other options that you have in quests. You can make Boone into a heartless mercenary, or you can make him commit a murder-suicide with the officer who commanded the massacre of Bitter Springs, or you can get him to move on, like, still respect his wife's death, or his wife, but he can move on and grow and still live a good life. There's all this stuff with Lily and Cass and fucking all the other companions. There's a lot of different quests that result in different outcomes for all the different groups and factions you meet. That is shaping an ending. This, in Fallout 4, is picking one of the predetermined paths, 3 out of 4 of which have the exact same ending cutscene.
Yeah, literally no difference.
Every companion has their own end slide. Don't get that in Fallout 4. Only 4 of the companions in Fallout 4 have a side quest that's completely unrelated to any of the main faction paths. Dance technically has one, but McCready, Kate, I guess Nick, and there's one other I can't remember, have a companion quest, and they're not that great.
I felt like I was rather than just a conduit for prophecy, which is how so many of those games shake out.
What? Okay.
Patreon shell, please. Patreon shell, please.
So I'd like to point out, what was that last one? So we had enriched uranium and then atomic something.
Yeah.
Was that? What did that have to do with anything atomic?
Oh, Curie. Thank you, Neanderthal.
Yeah, Curie.
Piper does not have a quest.
All right. We're
Also,
right there.
Why is this card the one that actually is like sensical? Like it's actually actual title conclusion. Why weren't the rest of yours like this? What the fuck?
I would have been.
What is this?
I would have been a lot happier if this title was Patreon shilling.
Yeah.
Our sponsor shilling.
Well, all right, let's do it.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
So there you have it, the latest in a long line of Bethesda RPGs. A very specific cup of tea and a breed all its own. If you've been...
Fucking cup of piss flavored tea.
Yeah, or not even a cup of tea. It'd be like more accurate to talk about its depth and everything would be a saucer. Or like whatever those little tiny plates that they put a cup of tea on.
Yeah, it's a saucer.
Yeah.
God. I just think of the fucking SCP where if you touch it, it like locks to your hand and it fills up with feces and piss and you're forced to drink it. That's literally what Fallout 4 is.
I didn't know that was an SCP. That's fucking terrifying.
Yes, it's disgusting.
I was going to reference the joke in Austin Powers where, oh, this coffee tastes like shit. Austin, that is shit.
Yeah.
Been a long time. It's hard not to judge Fallout 4 as merely granted. It's far more of the same in a bigger and better capacity than ever.
No. It is far more of the downward spiral of Bethesda. And again, a lot of it could be salvaged. That's why Starfield could actually be good.
But the game's shaky bones do make...
Starfield could actually be good because Bethesda's big problem is, I don't remember what we wrote before. Let's just make it up. They don't have that with Starfield. Literally, whatever they do will be what the plot and lore is. There's nothing else for them. There's no other foundation for them to fuck up along the way. However, what Bethesda is also really bad about is being consistent. Because why do cyborgs exist if synths exist?
Yeah. $2 for More Hunter. Thank you. What a twist. Fallout 4 pissing on the floor. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, let's get this over with, because I gotta get to the bathroom.
Yeah.
What's next, as more features inject themselves not just game to game, but DLC to DLC as well. Where does that put The Elder Scrolls 6 in 2019? Where does that put Fallout 5 in
2019? Oh, you sweet summer child.
I should remind everyone in chat, we're probably not getting Elder Scrolls 6 until, like, 2025 at the earliest.
Maybe.
Maybe.
God. Maybe Starfield is, like, their way of, like, moving Emil off of the Elder Scrolls project, and they're going to try and do something better for 6. God, I live in a fantasy world. I would love
Doubt it, but that'd be nice.
Yeah, the fantasy world you live in is more of a fantasy world than fucking Elder Scrolls is.
Yeah, unfortunately. Night Vision Powerful Pipe Sniper Rifle. Wow. Nice name, Event.
2022. You'll learn from Rage's experiments, which Todd Howard absolutely should do. We're not here to judge the future, I agree with that. But as I ponder the possibilities now 7 years after the release of its immediate predecessor, I wonder what would have happened if Fallout 4 had gone just a little bit further, if it had just a few more new ideas. I love the...
I'd be great if it had any new ideas.
Yeah, I was about to say, it would have been nice if it had one.
They fucked
super
up
hyperbolic, but seriously, like, come on.
They fucked up literally every new idea they had in Fallout 4. If they had more new ideas in Fallout 4 than they already had...
Alright, I have to go to the bathroom.
I'm not sure about that. We're just going to continue without you, Setch. I want this over.
This world, I loved playing in it. The story was pretty good.
No.
I love shooting things. I love the exploration. I even like the people living there. But what if...
No, you
wow,
don't.
You have low standards. Holy shit.
You don't love the people that live there. You fucking admitted as much throughout the video that you fucking hate everybody and you kill them all, and you literally don't think 3 of the 4 options are even worth fucking picking, so shut the fuck up.
If they move ML to Starfield, then that game will be so simple in structure and mechanics that a 3-year-old can beat it in 2 hours. I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of split on this. If Starfield ends, like, Starfield could be a new good series, and that would be cool. But at the same time, would it be better for it to be a sacrificial lamb to the fucking demon that is ML, so we can get good Fallout and Elder Scrolls again? Sacrificing a new series to save two old ones. I think I would have to take that option.
Yeah, I would too.
I love Fallout. I love Elder Scrolls. I don't want them to be garbage. So
yeah, same. I would much rather the things I love become good again than put my faith into some new thing that literally has never existed before.
Yeah. So yeah.
Especially when it's been done so dirty and it deserves so much better.
So yeah, sacrifice Starfield to ML and put someone competent, someone who fucking cares, on Fallout and Elder Scrolls.
Yeah. Put the people who made fucking Far Harbor on it. Like, it wasn't great, but it was a hell of a lot better than this.
Well, I mean, Fallout 4, the bar is so low that you can fucking... An old man with crippled legs who can barely walk, you know, they shuffle their feet. The bar is so low with Fallout 4 that even they would be able to get over it.
Yeah.
Settlements. What if, in playing for each faction, you took territory node by node? I mean, not unlike Saints Row.
Yes, that would be cool. That would be something that could add on to the game for the whole faction war thing. Instead of, oh, it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been really nice having, like, actual areas that were controlled by the other factions, and you actually have to, like, do shit to, like, get those areas.
In fact, I suggested such an idea in part 2 of my Fallout 4 analysis, but in regards to the raider gangs to keep the world dynamic. Just make several raider gangs, make them distinct from one another, and have most of the raider bases in the game be able to be taken over by another group at random, so not just a switch flipped and now it's suddenly Faction B's territory rather than Faction A. It's more that Faction B attacks Faction A and takes over that encampment, and they decorate it in a way that's relevant to what Faction B does.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, that's literally what they could have done with the fucking... Oh my god. The fucking Nuka World Raiders literally could have been the fucking base game Raiders, but with their own factions and shit. And oh my god.
Hey Pagan, remember how in Nuka World they asked you to take over settlements in the Commonwealth? And despite having waited an extremely long time for their old leader to do fucking anything, and they were all fine with that. But if you give two factions 3 settlements and the third one 2 settlements, and you don't have time to give them their third settlement, they'll instantly turn on you and become the bad guys that you have to kill.
Yeah. God, that's so fucking retarded.
I've got some things to say about fucking Nuka World.
Oh man, it's so fucking dumb. There's so many things they could have done. What the fuck?
Which is an argument I made for you. Even if you were playing the Secretive Railroad, what if you were building pro-synth influence district by district with flyers and propaganda rather than weaponry? That's the kind of thing I want out of...
I can at least agree that trying to build a faction's influence would be a good thing, but I mean, at this point, it's fucking Fallout 4. It's basically worthless.
Yes, I also just don't care. I don't care about this whole Blade Runner-esque plot in this game. I just don't care.
Yeah.
That's not what I think Fallout should be.
Yeah.
These future Bethesda, something that DLC might still bring to Fallout 4. But I'm on a high here. My gut reaction is that Fallout 4 is...
Wait, did he say I'm on a high here?
Yeah, he did.
So he just admitted it. It's the honeymoon phase and he's seeing through rose-tinted glasses.
Yep, it's literally the honeymoon phase. The thing that we said that this definitely was from the beginning of the fucking video.
is more than worthy. Successor to Fallout 3, which was a troubled soft reboot. This game is firm testimony that when the Bethesda RPG works, it's a pretty great experience.
Pagan.
Mm.
Pagan.
Mm. Yeah.
I need you to do your thing.
Fucking kill yourself.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Thank you, Pagan.
In producing this review, I'm done with the game. I feel like I can still wander back after putting in so many days and still be excited about what's left to do. And honestly, that's the best side of a great game to me.
Fucking goddamn. You could do things in this game, that means it's good.
I like shooting things, he says, as one of the reasons why this game is so amazing. Go fuck yourself.
It's one of the... Bethesda's RPGs are some of the best when it works. I love shooting things. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Great.
9 out of 10.
Yeah, fuck you. Absolutely fuck you, holy shit. 9 out of 10. Maybe inverse that.
I think that's a higher score.
I exist.
I think
Welcome
that's a
back.
higher score than what fucking Angry Joe gave it his first time around.
It is a higher score. Such. It got worse.
It got worse.
How?
Well, besides the fact that he literally admitted that he was on a high and that it was because that he feels this way because of the honeymoon period.
Bethesda games, and it's something that DLC might still bring to Fallout 4. But I'm on a high here. My gut reaction is that Fallout 4 is more than worthy to be a successor to Fallout 3, which was a troubled soft reboot. This game is firm testimony that when the Bethesda...
A troubled soft reboot? What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of issues with Fallout 3, but a soft reboot is kind of weird. Yeah, kind of weird.
Yeah, that...
But you stopped it before...
Oh, the real bad part? Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just rewound it a bit.
My gut reaction is that Fallout 4 is more than worthy to be a successor to Fallout 3, which was a troubled soft reboot. This game is firm testimony that when the Bethesda RPG works, it's a pretty great experience. In producing this review,
When the Bethesda RPG works, it's a pretty great experience.
It didn't work, and it's not a good experience.
And keep in mind, one of the things he said that makes that statement true to him is he likes shooting things in this game. That's literally one of the things he said that made this game a good RPG.
Liking it does not equal good. Congratulations on whoever. If anybody got a bingo off of liking it, does not equal good. There you go.
Yeah. From Kelbeck in chat, as someone who likes Fallout 4, that was an absolute pile of crap review-wise. Yeah, that was fucking garbage.
Yeah, that was one of the worst we've covered.
By far. I didn't think it would be this bad.
Let me continue to... Let's see where we go.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on rewinding it. I just wanted to get through it, but you had to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm done. I feel like I can still wander back after putting in so many days and still be excited about what's left to do.
You're
and
just
honestly,
easily
that's
pleased,
the best
aren't
side of
you?
a great game to me.
Yeah.
9 out of 10.
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's awful.
It may not be the first, but it is the nth review. I've been your host, Nick Pfeiffer. Stay tuned for our next episode where I tackle the
Okay,
Fallout
thank God, he's
2
just
one of
chilling.
the
Thank fucking God we could stop early. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Christ.
good, alright.
Fuck off and fuck you. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was terrible. Alright.
Yeah, that was... I didn't expect it to be that bad. I genuinely thought, oh, this is a really old video that we could cover and explain the honeymoon phase, but hopefully this guy will have improved and everything. Not at this point, I don't care. Just fuck this guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is amazing how I didn't get a bingo here, and I am all over the board.
He straight up lied.
there were points where he straight up fucking lied. The fucking skill thing. He just outright fucking lied about that
He
shit.
contradicted himself. It streamlines while clarifying. It obfuscates. It's like, those are mutually exclusive.
But there was also the fucking thing of like, where what was it? Where he said like the skills, fuck. I don't remember what it was now. Fuck. He straight up says something that the game does something that it literally does not do. And we called it out, and we were like, that is a flat out fucking lie. And he knows it's a lie.
So,
what was it? Fuck.
Someone in chat linked me a meme. How fucking big is this thing? Jesus Christ. There we go.
I'm gonna send you something.
Alright. Just trying to get this meme on screen. Koreans, when they see a Geth, you should kill yourself now! Good meme.
Yep.
Good meme.
There's my fucking bingo card. Look at that shit.
Man, you really are all over the place.
You've got one...
So close on so many different ones.
Yeah, I'm
wait.
gonna
Can that work? 1, 2, 3. No. Damn, I was gonna say. I was like, it looked like cringe might have worked, but no, that wouldn't have worked.
No,
but cringe was definitely in this. That bit with the fucking where's the father thing, and he's like pretending like he doesn't know what's about to happen.
Yeah, that is pretty cringy. I should have
fucking cringe.
I should have checked that, but yeah, that doesn't work either.
Yeah,
it just would have made it even worse because I would have been a step closer in another direction.
Wow.
Oh, I forgot to put such calls in it because I called the fucking thing that he was talking about gunplay.
But you needed a long man bad to complete that one.
Or an ear rape.
Yeah. Which would have completed another one. My God, I was literally on... How many bingos was I close to getting?
2 of them you're... sorry.
2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different bingos in different directions. I was close to getting. What the
just
fuck?
so chat knows, cringe and such calls that should be checked off too. So, if he got ear grape, he would have had 2 bingos. If he had a long man bad, that would have been another bingo.
If I would have had music makes feels, that would have been a bingo. If I would have had you expected perfection, that would have been a bingo.
You just didn't understand it. I don't know, man. Maybe.
If I had an appeal to authority, that would have been a bingo.
Yeah.
So, that was pretty fucking painful. That genuinely worse than I thought it would be. I don't know how it got this bad.
I don't either. That was fucking terrible. I didn't expect it to be that bad. Why does it always get worse? Stop!
It doesn't.
Stop!
There's been a few times where we've covered a video that wasn't as bad as the previous week.
Yeah. This is not one of those times.
This is not one of those times. This is one of the worst. Not the worst. I'll say that. This isn't the worst, but...
No, this isn't the worst, but it is definitely a really bad one.
In terms of standalone quality, without counting any kind of impact on anyone, this is probably the top 5 worst ones we've done.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Because I honestly think this was worse than that one Skyrim. I forget who it was. Was it Wizard something?
Sorcerer Dave.
Oh yeah, Sorcerer Dave. Yeah, I think this was worse than that.
So what video are we watching next time, Cree? I don't plan them out that far in advance, typically.
Yeah, we don't know.
What we could do... We could start our Deep Space Nine deep dive.
I'm not going to be able to watch through an entire season in a week.
Alright, fair. How about in 2 weeks? We can do that.
I don't know if I can get through a season that fast right now. I've got other things I've got to do too, you know?
Yeah, I've got things I need to do as well.
That's fair.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that.
Sure, because you guys need to get on that so we can start getting to that goal.
Maybe we should plan it for the end of February?
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, the last Monday, Sunday, or whatever it is in February.
It'll be
that could work.
It'll be the 27th, Sunday the 27th of February.
Oh, dude, you're gonna have a tough. I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna have a tough time. And the reason is because I will probably be stuck going, Setch, it's time for Stag. Elden Ring, Elden Ring, Elden Ring. Setch, it's time for Stag. Elden Ring, Elden Ring, Elden Ring.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I'll be in the same boat.
Does it release that day?
No, the 25th.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll definitely be like wanting to be on that like 24/7 once we get it.
I mean,
yeah,
I can do a stag without you guys and just have a bunch of guests come on, but I don't think they'll be able to talk about Deep Space Nine.
I will do the Stag, yes, but
Yeah,
I know
I'll
my
be-
stream on Friday, because I'm assuming that's the release date. Still, hold on, let's make sure no other shenanigans happened. Real. No, February 24th. It's on Thursday. Okay, so Thursday and Friday streams are going to be pretty chunky streams. Oh boy.
I'll make sure I don't stream on Thursday or Friday then.
Yeah, the 24th and 25th are going to be pretty fucking brutal for me. Who can we get as a guest? I wonder if Indigo has watched a lot of Deep Space Nine.
I actually asked him. He says he doesn't have the bandwidth for it.
Shit.
It would be good to have him on for a discussion like that, though. I don't know how into Star Trek he is, or I'm pretty sure with how much he's into RPGs and cyberpunk and everything, he's probably into sci-fi. I bet he'd have a ton of insight for a discussion like that.
Yeah. I do remember an amusing thing where Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5 got into a bit of a dust up. It's nothing extreme. I'm kind of overstating it, but they're like, oh, you stole the word gray from us because we have the Gray Council and you're the Obsidian Order. Oh, they're like, how dare? And they're both pointing fingers at each other. But it was just one of those weird flukes where they both had the same thought process that happened near the same time.
Isn't Obsidian black anyways?
Yeah, but because originally what it was going to be in Deep Space Nine was it was going to be the Gray Order. To kind of fit with the Cardassians are kind of more grayish and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, then it was the Great Council came out in Babylon 5 and they were like shooting in the same studio lots and everything like that. And they were like, the Great Council. Yes. Motherfucker.
From Proteus.
We gotta rename.
From Proteus in chat, I haven't watched Deep Space Nine. You have 1 month to watch season 1.
Yeah, just season 1. Again, we're gonna go. We're not gonna, and it's not gonna be stags back to back to back. But we're thinking probably one time a month we talk about one season.
Hold on, I don't want to lock us into any deadline like that just because time.
Yeah,
like that's a lot.
I'm just letting him know that it's going to be only season 1 when we get to that stag. Only season 1.
Only season 1 by
February
27th. And I could probably watch the episodes with Pagan from season 1, just so we can get through it.
Yeah.
Is it on Netflix?
And it is on
last
Netflix.
Time I
yes.
checked.
Yeah, it's on American Netflix at least. So.
Yeah. Anyways, I suppose. Where can people watch Deep Space Nine? If you can't watch it on Netflix, then I suppose there's other alternative means you can find to acquire episodes totally legally.
Yeah, there's a website called Just Watch. You go to that, and it can tell you what other platforms have it streaming for purchase, stuff like that. It'll tell you where you can find them.
I wonder if you guys.
Let me get on.
I wonder if you guys can make a video of your ideal Fallout game, like how Zarek Zakron made his "What If Skyrim Was Good" series. See, I'm not as confident as that to work in someone else's property to find out to say in that much depth what should be different. I really love Zarek Zakron's "What If Skyrim Was Good." I would love to play that version of Skyrim, but
yeah.
With someone else's work, it's harder for me to say this should be that or that should be this or whatever.
So, Deep Space Nine can be on Netflix, Paramount Plus, with the Prime Video if you work through Amazon. These are to stream it, by the way. If you have Amazon Prime and then you go to Paramount Plus's thing and get the Paramount Plus subscription on Amazon, the add-on package, then you can watch all of Deep Space Nine. Fubo, I've never heard of that. It has only season 1, so that's weird. And is that Google? What is that? I don't know what that is. I don't recognize this icon. Spectrum has only season 1. You can buy it on Apple TV, on Amazon, Google Play, and Vudu if you want to purchase them.
Or you could just buy the DVDs. I've been meaning to buy the box set of the entire series.
Yeah.
And that's another thing I want to say quickly too. Buy physical media, everyone. Don't trust these streaming services. Buy physical.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyways,
especially after what was it? EA? Was it EA that said that it's just a license to do the thing? It's like, oh, those should be the immediate words of you only purchased a license to gain access. We can take it away at any time. It's like, no.
Yeah, that's fucked.
It is fucked. But not just that, you have to deal with potential censorship due to modern ideals too. Like
yeah.
I remember when Gone with the Wind was censored on HBO Max, I mentioned that to my brother as to why physical media is better. And he was kind of like, oh, so who cares about Gone with the Wind? And I was like, motherfucker, I don't care about I don't care about Gone with the Wind. If you can't see what an issue that is from that alone, then you're fucking blind. If they're going to censor that, they're going to censor other things, and they're eventually going to come for the things you like.
Yep.
Yeah.
So just imagine one day you wake up and it's Star Wars that has now been censored, or it's Star Trek that's been censored, it's Halo
already is.
that's been censored. It's like you're trying to figure out what he likes and just be like, it's that has now been censored.
Yes. It has
I mean, they literally are already doing
people
that
today find offensive. They did it with Back to the Future. They did it with some fucking mermaid movie that the actress for Ellie Driver in Kill Bill played. Like, the shit happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just look what they're doing now. They can't show blood. The ship is no longer the slave one.
Oh, yeah.
For fuck's sake.
I gotta get to my fire spray gunship.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Anyways, I think that's all for today.
Yeah.
Pagan, Setch, you want to chill your stuff?
Go ahead, Pagan. Do it in order, as always.
Yeah. You guys know already. I got a YouTube channel. I sometimes stream on it when I feel like it. That's about it.
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. Again, I'm going to start putting up some Space Station 13 videos, some more of those on it, just for quick little things to show that the channel's not dead. Because, the Dark Souls video is taking an absolute eternity. And a lot of that is me dragging my feet because I feel I'm getting nervous about writing it. We're already 20 pages deep. I've been 20 pages for a while. I'm just trying to figure out where to go with it, what to do with it. So that video is going to be a long one. And again, I'm 20 pages deep and we're just at the asylum. So, yeah, we haven't even gotten to Lordran yet in that. And admittedly, a lot of it's going to be more heavily front-loaded and more areas are going to become rapid fire, as I don't have to explain concepts or anything like that anymore. We can just go rapid fire from then on. But still, that should kind of give you a clue that this video is going to be fucking big. Meanwhile, you can also catch me on Twitch. I stream every weekday on Twitch. So, I'm on you can come over to my Twitch channel. We start at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So whatever your time zone is based off of US Eastern time, that is where I try to go every day. We try to do it for 3 hours. 3 hours every day. That's kind of limit. If we go over that, sure. If we go just under it, it's fine. If we we're playing a roguelite and we have a really good run and then we die and there's only 10 minutes left in the stream, we'll probably end it there.
Except for Elden Ring comes out, then you'll be streaming it for 36 hours straight.
I'll probably, not for 36 hours, there's no way, but I will probably go for the 3 hours and put a BRB, go get some food, and come back, and we'll probably do another 3 hours minimum on Elden Ring days, so 6 hour streams minimum on those days.
Yeah, I'll probably stream it as well, so.
You guys can hop into a call and stream together, stream at the same time.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea, actually.
And
Me
if
and him could talk and do our own streams.
And if I'm on, I can hop in and, like, hey, don't spoil me on anything, so you can't talk about literally anything that you're doing.
No, fuck that.
I will punch you out of that chat
We
immediately.
will literally just talk about it anyway. We'll be like, sorry,
Yeah.
Creed, too bad. You should have bought the game.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll do that. I've been playing Demon Souls recently, so we're going to be playing Space Station 13, Demon Souls, some Dead Cells on my streams. Those are kind of the current ones we're kind of bouncing between to try to keep some variety on, because I don't want to just get stuck just doing Space Station 13, just doing Demon Souls, just doing, whatever. So, yeah, we're just bouncing around between games because it is a variety channel. That's what I want to go for, so. Yeah, hopefully you guys will join me there tomorrow.
Yeah.
God, I have so many videos to watch when we're done here. Holy shit.
Anyways, I suppose that's all. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yeah, take care, everybody.
At Creetosis, they could try to beat each other. A good old-fashioned beat-off.
Wow.